Stars in My Pocket Like Grains of Sand by Samuel R. Delany. Copyright 1984 by Samuel R. Delany. Narrated by David Bratcher.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Annotation. The magnetic bond between Rat Korga, sole survivor of his planet's destruction, and Marq Dyeth, son of a powerful diplomatic clan, threatens to upset the delicate balance of forces in a future world. A sensual, cerebral, and lyrical science fiction novel. Strong language and explicit descriptions of sex. 1984. From the Book Jacket. In his first science fiction novel in nearly 9 years, four-time Nebula Award-winning writer Samuel R. Delany has created his most masterful and monumental work since his classic Dahlgren. Set centuries in the future, Stars in My Pocket Like Grains of Sand is a saga of political intrigue and personal struggle that unfolds against a vast and varied interstellar tomorrow. Rat Korga was a virtual slave on a planet terrified of all knowledge, where he'd led a life completely devoted to the most demanding physical labor. But when that planet is destroyed, Korga is rescued and thrust into public attention by the Web, a shadowy organization that controls the flow of information between worlds. Identified with the long-dead tyrant Vandramach Oak, Korga develops a charisma capable of commanding the attention of billions of people. Heir to all the advantages of a high-data culture, Marq Dyeth is an industrial diplomat who has traveled between the stars since the age of 10. He comes from an old and respected nurture stream of humans and aliens both, and, though hundreds of years ago his 7 times great-grandmother had been a spy for Vandramach Oak, his name now stands for all that is new and noble in this dazzling egalitarian future. The unlikely bond between Rat Korga and Marq Dyeth becomes an explosive destabilizing factor in the struggle between two rival factions, the Family and the Sign, for control of interstellar society, while a mysterious alien race, who already may have destroyed all life on one planet, draws nearer and nearer to theirs. Filled with exotic landscapes, strange cultures, tense political maneuvering, and Delany's dazzling lyrical prose, Stars in My Pocket Like Grains of Sand is a daring, thought-provoking speculation on the future of human culture. It is a magnificent tour de force that brings new depth and maturity to the work of one of science fiction's most innovative and provocative writers. About the author. He was born in New York City in 1942. His acclaimed science fiction novels include Babel 17 and The Einstein Intersection, both winners of the Nebula Award for Best Science Fiction Novel. He has also written Nova, Triton, and the best-selling Dahlgren, as well as the Nevarion fantasy series Tales of Nevarion, Nevariana, and the forthcoming Flight from Nevarion. Also a noted critic of science fiction, he has published 2 essay collections on the field, The Jewel-Hinged Jaw and Starboard Wine, as well as The American Shore, a book-length semiotic study of the science fiction short story Angoulême by Thomas M. Disch. Stars in My Pocket Like Grains of Sand is the first in a diptych of novels. The concluding novel, The Splendor and Misery of Bodies of Cities, will be published by Bantam Books in fall 1985. Other books by Samuel R. Delany. Fiction. The Jewels of Aptor. The Fall of the Towers Trilogy. Out of the Dead City, City of 1,000 Suns, The Towers of Toron. The Ballad of Beta 2. Empire Star. Driftglass. Distant Stars. Nonfiction. Heavenly Breakfast. Acknowledgement. I planned and worked on early drafts of this book during a most pleasant term as a fellow of the Center for 20th Century Studies at the University of Wisconsin. It is a great pleasure to be able to acknowledge their generosity here, at the book's completion many drafts later. Dedication. For Frank Romeo. Writer's Note. Stars in My Pocket Like Grains of Sand is the first novel in an SF diptych. The second novel in the diptych is The Splendor and Misery of Bodies of Cities. Samuel R. Delany. Table of Contents. Prologue. A World Apart. Side 1. Monologues. Visible and invisible persons distributed in space. Chapter 1. From Nepiy to Free-Kantor. Side 2. Chapter 2. The Flower and the Web. Side 3. Chapter 3. Visitors on Velm. Side 3. Chapter 4. Rescue on Rhyonon. Side 5. Chapter 5. Rescue Continued. Side 5. Chapter 6. Rescue Concluded. Side 5. Chapter 7. Home and a Stranger. Side 6. Chapter 8. Strangers and Visitors. Side 6. Chapter 9. From Breakfast to Morning. Side 7. Chapter 10. A Dragon Hunt. Side 8. Chapter 11. A Tale of Two Suppers. Side 8. Chapter 12. Return to Death's Home. Side 9. Chapter 13. Formalities. Side 10. Epilogue. Morning. Side 10. Prologue. A World Apart. Of course, they told him in all honesty, you will be a slave. His big-pored forehead wrinkled. His heavy lips opened. The flesh around his green eyes stayed exactly the same. The ideogram of incomprehension among whose radicals you could read ignorance's determinate past, information's present impossibility, speculation's denied future. But you will be happy, the man in the wire filament mask went on from the well in the circle desk. Certainly you will be happier than you are. The features moved behind pink and green plastic lozenges, a shake on shaking wires. I mean, look at you, boy. You're as ugly as mud and tall enough to scare children in the street. The prenatal brain damage, small as it is, we still can't correct. You've been in trouble of one sort or another for as long as there are records on you. Orphanages, foster homes, youth rehabilitation camps, adult detention units, and you haven't gotten along in any of them. Sexually, lozenge tinkled against lozenge. The man's head shook. In this part of the world, your preferences in that area can't have done you any good. You're a burden to yourself, to your city, to your geosector. Lozenges lowered just a bit. The man moved forward in his seat. But we can change all that. He pushed back in the sling that was uncomfortable and costly, a blank and intricate absence on his face. He raised one big-knuckled hand to point with a finger thick as a broom handle, for the technology of that world still made lathes, lasers, bombs, and brooms. The nail was gnawed almost off it, as were the nails on his other fingers and thumbs. Crowding his wide palm's edge, whether flailing before him or loose in his lap, those fingers seemed not only too rough and too heavy for any gentle gesture, but also, though if you counted there were only 10, too many. The finger, not the 4, but the middle, jabbed brutally, futilely. You can change me? The voice in his 19-year-old throat was harsh as some 50-year-old derelict's. You can make me like you? Go on. Make me so I can understand things and numbers and reading and stuff. As brutally, the finger came back against the horse-boned jaw. A mutated herpes virus, along with some sex-linked genetic anomaly, had until 3 years ago, when the proper phage was developed, rendered the ordinary adolescent acne of the urban males in that world's lower latitudes a red, pitted disaster. "All right, change me. Make me like you." Either side of a plastic diamond, the mouth's corners rose. "We could." The plastic swung with breath. "But if we did, then you wouldn't really be you anymore now, would you?" From the black ceiling, through the orrery of masking bits, a hanging lamp dappled the man's naked arms. "We're going to make a change in your mind, a change in your brain, a very small change, a change much smaller than the one you just asked for. We're going to take that little knot of anger you just waved at me on the end of your finger, that anger you just threw back at your own face. We're going to take that knot, and we're going to untie it. Maybe 30 brain cells will die by the time we're finished. Maybe 6,000 synapses will be shorted open and left that way. Maybe another 1,000 will be permanently closed. The illegal drugs we know you've put in your belly and your lungs and your veins over the past 12 months, not to mention the past 12 years, have already wreaked more biological havoc among your basic 10 billion than we will, by a factor of several 100,000. Indeed, a side effect of what we intend to do is that you simply won't want any more drugs. You'll be happy with who you are and with the tasks the world sets you. And you must admit that, as worlds go, this is a pretty beneficent one." He didn't know what beneficent meant, and though he'd heard that there were other worlds, other cities, other than the 3 in whose slums and institutions he'd grown up, other counties, other geosectors, even other worlds with beings who were just not human, it all struck him as only dubiously credible. Behind the mask with its plastic shapes-abob, the man was saying, "It's a decision many men, not to say women, make. Indeed, I read a report last week that said almost 3 times as many women as men on our world make this decision, though it doesn't seem my experience. The men, and women, who've made the decision we're asking of you include some fine folks, too, artists, scientists, politicians, well-respected philosophical thinkers. Some very rich and powerful people have decided to abandon their worldly acquisitions and come to the Institute here. They feel, I suppose, we have something to teach them, and though we certainly would never claim such a thing, our method is much too simple. Perhaps we do." "I can learn things," he suggested hoarsely, pulling back in the sling and looking down, for the tests he'd been given over the years suggested strongly that he couldn't. And the few times he'd hung around the places that were a confusion of books and tapes and films, they'd asked him to leave, or put him out, saying much what this masked man was saying now, and saying it much more angrily. "I could learn if you taught me." "You've learned to beg. You've learned to steal, and I gather in the last year or 2 you've learned that, for you, begging is better than stealing, because you haven't learned to steal well enough to keep from getting caught. That stands you in good stead here." The mouth's corners rose again. Deciding it must be a smile, he tried a small smile back, an expression he seldom let hold his long, rough face for any time. "As I said, we're not out to change the fact of who you are. We only want to change that small bit of you grossly unhappy with that fact, all right? Do you choose happiness? You have only to say yes." He said, "Will it?" "Destroy your will? Oh, we don't do anything so simple or unsubtle. If you can make fine, fast, and fertile decisions now, you'll be able to make them afterward. You simply won't be inclined to make new kinds of decisions, at least without instructions." He said, "Will it hurt?" "Say yes. There's no pain, I assure you, either physical or emotional. After all, what did you come here for?" He said, "Well, yeah, sure, that's why I—" "Say yes. We need a voice print of the actual word. This is being recorded, otherwise it isn't legal." Which confused him. "Yes?" Yeah, but that's what and felt something terrible in him pull away or something gigantic in him vanquished. And its departure or defeat was a relief or a release which, because he had never felt anything before to such an extent, seemed more something that hadn't rather than something that had happened. Not an overwhelming occurrence to him so much as a total surround revealed or removed. He asked, because the question had been struggling with the back of his tongue and came out through momentum rather than desire. "When you going to do it?" "We just did." He really didn't want to know. "You, of course," the man laughed, "expected lightning to whip down from electrodes in the ceiling and crackle about your beleaguered skull. Really, we must do something with that ringworm. I mean, on a young man your age. Actually, we use mid-range gamma-ray lasers, but you wouldn't understand. Put your thumbprint here." From beneath the desk, the man took out a yellow cube, extended it. He reached forward to press the great sausage of his thumb on the transparent face. "There. That gives the RAT Institute license to sell you to a labor project that, in our estimation, will be both profitable and humane. Let's see." The man's other hand came up to scatter more cubes, clicking across the desk. Lozenges dipped to study the inscribed marks: turquoise, orange, lavender. "You had a vasectomy in the orphanage back when you were—" He turned one to another face. 13. Apparently a reversible one, should you or anyone else want to bother. Well, though you're not likely to initiate anything in that department now, it's astonishing how many people still try to use slaves for sex. And we haven't done anything that'll stop you from responding if your accustomed stimuli are applied. But that's no longer our concern." Lozenges lifted. Those over the eyes, purple left and green right, were transparent enough to see through to blinking lids. "You're as happy now as you can be, aren't you?" The silence, welling in him, obliterated any need to deny, and anyway, he had never been much for denying what was told him with sufficient authority. "But I don't have to say that to you. You know it, if you'll just go through there." He stood. On the arched door were the 3 hieroglyphs, radical anxiety termination. In his search for the Institute, he had finally come to recognize them, though he still could not really read them, if only because, as a number of people had explained, patiently or impatiently while he'd been searching, he could pronounce none of the 3 correctly, even after they'd been repeated to him many, many times. He did not think this as he pushed through the flap where, after waiting 9 hours, he was given a shower with some 15 or 20 others in a hall set up to wash hundreds. 3 hours later, he was given a shirt too loose over his shoulders and pants too tight under his crotch, both of them, as usual, ridiculously short for his long, long legs and arms. He was just shy of 7'4", and though on that world 6'8" or 6'10" was not unusual for a man or a woman, still all of that world's beautiful people, and the vast majority of its famous ones, were under 5'5". An hour after that, in a narrow room, he ate a meal standing elbow to elbow with a number of others, it did not occur to him to count, at a chest-high trough. On him, to his ribs' bottom. They ladled up metal cups of lukewarm broth, drank, then ladled up more, drank those, ladled up still more. Some wiped where the broth ran down their chins with the backs of their sleeves. He didn't, because they hadn't changed who he was, and he certainly wouldn't have otherwise. For 5 hours he slept in a blue dormitory with green plastic sleeping pads fixed permanently to the floor, in better condition than those at the detention house he'd been in 3 months ago, which was the last time he'd slept indoors. There, the edges had been split, the stuffing soiled, and lumpy. He looked at these, remembered the others, and was aware of no contrast. For 3 days he was transported in a freight car through underground tunnels, during which time he was not fed at all. An oversight, apparently, from the resigned humor of the supervisor at the other end who discovered it. "Look, if you don't feed the rats, they ain't gonna scurry." "It was an accident, man. Besides, I hear you can let 'em go 30, 40 days without food and they'll still—" Just do your job and feed 'em. For 6 years he labored among the dozen porters at a polar desert research station where, at the printed orders of the computer console in the research station vestibule, he carried small machines strapped on his side to an information relay outpost 14 kilometers away, and carried papers and tapes back to the research station in a dark yellow canvas bag with a dim picture of a lizard in brown and gold above the self-sealing flap. At the orders of the men and women who worked there, he dollied medium-sized machines up and down the station's underground refrigeration crypts, where his bare feet left wet prints on the frosted metal walks, where the thrum of some machine down one of the storage corridors made a purple tube light near the double doors flicker every time the mechanical hum suddenly speeded or slowed, and where the hanks of cable looping under the studded ceiling plates were knobbed along their length with glimmering transparent lumps called ice, which had something to do with water, though he didn't know what. Once he was told to make a special trip at 4:30 in the morning out to the relay station to pick up some readings, only the man who told him was new and pointed in the wrong direction. He knew it wasn't right, but he thought that's where they wanted him to go anyway. So he walked for 6 hours while the sky went from starless black to cloudy red in flaming streaks above the sand, brightening to orange and becoming hotter. And hotter. And hotter. They found him sitting, his feet moving a little, one, then the other, as if still trying to walk, his eyelids swollen closed, his lips dusted gray, cracked here and there, the blood in the cracks dried to black, and the black dusted gray again, his huge hand over the embossed lizard, protecting it from the sun. They had come after the bag, of course. It had a signal locator built in that let them find it anywhere, and it might have had some things in it they needed. No one had known for sure what it contained when they discovered it was gone that morning. They took him back, too. He lay on an old piece of canvas in the sun-screened rear of the transport with a wet rag in his mouth. One or the other of them took it out every few minutes and re-wet it so that he could suck it. No one ever asked him why he had gone the wrong way, though he could have told them. After that, they just said he was very stupid, even for a rat. One night during his 3rd year there, 3 of the porters sleeping on the sand beside him began to shiver, vomit, and make strangling noises. After 4 hours, while he lay awake watching, first 2, a few minutes apart, then half an hour later the 3rd, died. The next morning the woman first in charge of the station beat him with a steel pipe. "You brainless, moronic, worthless! Why didn't you come in and wake somebody up, you idiotic?" The man second in charge pulled her away by her loose, sleeveless shirt. "Come on now, cut it out." Whatever had been done to him 6 years ago, though it had stopped any necessity to respond to pain with expressions either of fear or defiance, did not make pain hurt any the less. "They only do what you tell them. Nobody's ever told this one anything about Q-plague." "Then what does he think the rest of us are all up here studying it for?" "I know, he doesn't think." Before her, plastic careened and swerved and rattled. "But 76 SI units apiece those 3 cost me, and they actually had some skills." By now, he knew he'd only cost 28. "Why couldn't he have gotten infected? He's been here longer than the rest. You'd think—" Then, not thinking, she struck him again on the knee, so that he finally fell to the mottled thermoplast flooring, one hand over his bleeding ear, the other feeling around his agonized patella. "Come on, now. Just leave him a— What I want to know is how the virus got out into the rat cage anyway. I mean, nobody was supposed to." Then she turned, flung the pipe away. It rolled to clank the baseboard, and stalked off. The man second in charge put him back to work an hour later, where he heard 3 of the other men talking outside behind the station. "Did you see the way she went after that damned rat? I mean, I was just up the hallway when she lit into him, man." Rat was what you called someone who'd been to the institute. Man was what you called someone who hadn't. "With a steel pipe. I thought she was going to kill him." "It's working for a woman, man, that's all. I just never was that comfortable working for a damned bitch." Bitch on that world was what men called women they were extremely fond of or extremely displeased with when the woman was not there. "It just isn't right." "Well, you know the boss. She's been under a lot of pressure right through here, and I've worked for worse." I know. Still, it gets me to see her go after somebody, even a rat, that way." Shaking their heads, they went on talking. Their lozenges tinkled. He took down the work gloves from the rack of gloves along the hangar door's back and pulled them on. One fraying pressure bandage deviled the bottom of his vision along his right cheek. The other was bound just a little too tight on his left leg. He rolled orange-rimmed drum after orange-rimmed drum to stand beside the lift rail of the 30-meter sled. "As soon as a bitch gets any power, man, and with a damned rat." He walked back for another drum and did not think. They talk of me as though I were invisible. But as he tipped the container to its rim, he saw the woman. Besides the woman who was first in charge, she was one of the two others, excluding rats, on the station staff, who directed the loading. She stood about 2 meters from the men, a hank of strings hanging from her fist. Threaded on each were the dozens of tiny cubes about which were glyphed the loading, packing, and shipping orders for the station. She had turned her wire mask around on her head so that the intricate plastic shapes, translucent and opaque, hung by her ears. Her naked eyes were green. In the lined flesh about them, she was not a young woman, but she must have been handsome once, for she was not above 5 feet tall. He read an expression he recognized as one that had, from time to time before all this, fixed his own face. Since the vestibule console had been dropping its oversized message cubes into his hands every morning, hieroglyph on one side, a simple picture explaining it on another, and on still others the totally mysterious alphabetics, he had been learning. For they had not changed who he was, and he had said he could learn things, to read. He could not have spoken what was written in her face now. "Hey, man," someone called to her from the corner of the sled. "You better check out your stacking schedule." What he did think was, a damned bitch, a damned rat. He watched her watch him. Slowly, she reached up. Strings swung, cubes clisked. Plastic clattered as she twisted her mask to place. She breathed out, making no sound, and taking a long time doing it. Then, wrapping the hanks of string efficiently around her forearm, she turned to go after 3 other rats struggling with a distillation unit just inside the hangar door. He began to roll his drum. In his 6th year there, an important personage came to inspect the station. He noticed, and did not think about the titters and whispers passed on station rampways and at turns in the halls. "I don't care how tall they look. You better stop talking like that, or somebody just might start wondering about you." The day before, the woman first in charge had suddenly resigned, and he had heard men talking in the corridors, behind purples and greens and blacks and yellows. She told him she was going back south and commit herself to the rat-makers. I mean, can you imagine someone who's reached her position doing that to themselves? She's got to be crazy, man. I always told you she was crazy, although you have to respect the bitch. And the other woman had left the station a long time ago anyway. That night he turned over on the ground, waking, to see the station's back door open on a silhouette in yellow light. Inside the station the halls were always illuminated with yellow tube lights during the hot polar winter. A body sheath of gold, possibly a silver that just looked gold in that mustard glow. A tall cylindrical mask, black and set with dozens of reception and projection lenses, black boots with decameter-thick soles. He did not know, nor did he wonder, which lenses worked. "Well," a short laugh was mechanically distorted, "I just thought I would come out and see for myself." Around him on the ground lay an oval of blue, which came from one of the lenses. At one edge was the foot of the rat sleeping to his left. On his other side was the blued elbow of the rat to his right. "I always check with the Institute before I embark on one of these expeditions to the outer reaches. Shutting down a station like this far away from civilization, is never pleasant. Still, you'd be surprised what you can find in the rat cage if you look. For example, the Institute told me before I came that you, yes, you and I, share complementary predilections that might have resulted in an hour or so of pleasure for us both. The mechanical laugh again. I'm afraid, however, I hadn't counted on. The glow around him changed to red. Nothing else happened. You're looking quite like that. Your face. Well, I shall simply retire to my rooms, and perhaps cut my stay here short by a day or two. Sorry to have disturbed you. Go back to sleep. The figure in the high-soled boots retreated, tottering, behind the door, and closed it. He lay on his back, curious at the warmth flickering low in his belly, in his thighs, a flickering which, as he recognized in it an almost forgotten arousal, ceased. He slept, and woke with a gentle shaking of his shoulder. He blinked in the orange dawn light. A thick soul rocked him back and forth. Above, the speaker-distorted voice said, "All right, up you go. Time to get up." The masked figure moved on to kick another rat awake, but gently, which was not the way they kicked him awake other mornings. "All right, everybody up. Well, rats, what do you think of the new job you're going to, hey?" The figure stopped to brush sand off the shoulder of one woman porter. "Think?" The figure laughed. "You can think, you know, though they don't encourage it in places like this." In the tight metallic suit, the man moved among shambling rats. The cylindrical mask revolved. Lenses retracted, lenses appeared. Then the figure paused. "Didn't they tell you yesterday that all of you had been sold?" One rat said. "No, they didn't tell us." The cylindrical mask revolved again. "I hate it when they treat rats that way. It isn't necessary. They could have told you. I hate it." A light behind one lens changed from deep red to green, but under the streaked sky it wasn't that noticeable. "Well, you have been sold, the lot of you. Most of you are going north again." It was another underground station with sandstone walls up to the wire mesh below the ceiling. The masked figure was with them. He stared at the lensed head mask, unblinking, not feeling any of last night's lust, but remembering it, wondering if it would come again. The creature behind the lenses didn't seem to notice at all, until the car roared up. "Okay, inside you go. Inside." And the little hand reached way up to give him a friendly push on the shoulder. "Sorry, Rat." Then the door of the transport shut behind him, and he was in the dark with the others. There should have been some lights, but they probably weren't working. He nearly fell when the car moved. Many hours later they shot from darkness into pale, blinding blue. With his eyes squinched against the glare, forcing them open, closing them, then forcing them open again, he realized that the curved roof and the upper half of the walls as well as large parts of the floor were transparent. Between the rings that every few seconds flashed back around the hurtling car, he saw cloud and, way below, rock. Here and there something flickered as though the stones were afire. Hundreds of meters or hundreds of kilometers ahead, a mountain wall drew closer, darkening. Red and brown rocks towered about. Moments before the car smashed into the stone face, he saw the hole, with still another ring around it. Another rat in the car mumbled, "Another world." They plunged into it. Darkness. He'd known his world contained cities and sand, but the canyon, with its rocks and rampant clouds, made him, though he could not have said how, change his vision of what a world was. After the ride there was another station, another shower. The man who ushered the hundreds of rats who'd been collected here into the hangar under water nozzles along the ceilings and walls stopped him long enough to say, "Geez, you look like you ain't been washed since you got to the Institute." The rat cage in back of the polar station, though it had been disinfected and deodorized once a month, had not had any water for washing rats. After the shower, they were issued more clothes. The ones he'd been given back at the Institute had, down at the polar station, come apart, bit by bit, first at the places they'd been too tight, then all over. Now a sleeve falling off, now a pants leg torn away. For the last year, he and the other porters had done their work naked. He was fed from another trough. Under girders and wires and behind round windows that distorted things at their edges, he worked for 3 weeks at the industrial yard before he associated the frequently repeated name mucked with the unknown hieroglyph above the doors and on the first cubes of all instruction strings, and stenciled in yellow over the brown and green enameled machines. There were 7 machines from which he had to clean the soot and soiled lubricant that blackened his hands and stiffened his clothes. Unlike the polar station, here he was fed twice a day, washed every 3 days, and his work togs changed bi-weekly. Around him, thousands of rats serviced the great city full of machines called mucked. The man in charge of him, and some 32 others, told him many things, now about one machine, now about another, told him the things softly, simply, clearly, told him to remember them, and what he was told to do he did. In 6 months he had learned how to drive 2 of the machines, and how to repair 4 others so well that frequently he did not see the man who was in charge for 3 and 4 days at a time. Sometimes the man came in to where he was working, with another man who himself was being trained to be a rat trainer. "Now who says they can't learn? Look at this one here, for instance. You just got to know how to teach 'em is all. They learn better than an ordinary man. I mean, you tell 'em to do something, they do it, and they remember it. If you tell 'em to remember. You just got to know what to tell. I always say to you new guys, you tell a rat to take a shit, you gotta remember to tell her to pull her pants down first, and then pull 'em up afterwards, or you're gonna have a rat with shitty pants." Most of the rats back at the polar station, and most of the rats at Mucked, were women. "But some guys don't have the patience. You gotta be patient with a rat." "Man, I can get these damned rats to do anything a damned man can do. I can even get them to do things you wouldn't think a damned bitch could do. Once I taught a rat to cook food for me, just as good as a man." "Oh, I know women who can cook." "Well, yeah, but those were exceptions," the trainer said. "And I mean a damned rat." "What else did you teach her?" The interlocutor's lozenges tinkled. The man in charge, who didn't wear a mask, like a rat himself, just grinned as they went out. Sometimes between work shifts, the man would sneak several rats into his own quarters and tell them to do odd things. Several times other trainers came and kidded him about it, or occasionally yelled at him about it. Sometimes he kidded or yelled back. But he didn't stop. "I mean," he said, "they all do it too, even some of the bitches. It ain't nothing. It goes along with keeping you rats in line. I mean, what's a damned rat for anyway? I ain't never heard one of you complain about it, hey, rat?" And he wasn't one of the rats the man took off with him anyway. He had a sleeping pad again. During those hours of the afternoon or night when his shift was not working, he sat on a long bench, watching a high screen on which were projected stories about men and women who wore the dangling masks. Somewhere before the end of each story, one man or another would rip a woman's mask off, and the woman would turn her face away and cry. If the wrong man did it, the right man would kill him, or sometimes kill the woman. A month after he got there, they fixed the sound on the projector. After that, the stories made more sense. He worked and watched stories for 3 years. Then one morning the man in charge came to kick him awake. He pushed himself up to his elbow. "They sold you." The man kicked him again, about as hard as he'd ever been kicked, so that he fell back down and had to push up again. "How you like that? They sold you out from under me. I've really worked on you, too, you mindless rat. You don't treat a damned man like that. You don't treat a rat like that, either." He thought the man was going to kick him again, but he didn't. "They said they needed some rats with some kind of experience down in the South. You didn't have no damned experience when you came here. You didn't know a thing. Now you got some you can use to do something useful, and they're going to take you off, who knows where, and use you for who knows what. It ain't fair.
Not after all the words I shoved into your dirty ears. It ain't fair."
The man went away, but that evening after work he came back.
"Come with me now."
So he got up off his pad and went. The man's quarters were not large. The other male rat and the 5 females they had picked up on the way almost filled the cluttered cubicle.
Okay, get your clothes off. Get 'em off now."
The man was tall, almost as tall as he was, and he put an arm around his shoulder.
"This is going to be a going-away party for our friend here. He's been sold south, you see. He's going away tomorrow, and it's a damn shame, too. It ain't fair. So come on, get your clothes off now. Put 'em over there. There are some masks. Put 'em on. No, on your head, shit for brains. Come on, you've been here before. You remember now. For next time. Put on the masks, then you can feel like real people for a while."
He scratched his ear.
"I don't think it does a damned rat no harm to feel like a real bitch. Excuse me."
To a rat who'd dropped her splotched tunic to adjust a wire head frame from which more than half the plastic pieces were missing.
"Or a man. Myself, I think it makes 'em work better. And it don't hurt 'em much. Don't care what they say."
That night he was told to do some odd things.
"I want you to do just like you'd have done at this kind of party before you come to the Institute. Exactly like it, you understand? You can use that one, or that one, or that. Only not her. She's my favorite. Right through here, you see? Unless, of course, she's got something you really like a lot."
The man in charge never did put on a mask himself. For much of the evening he made love to one of the masked women while the other masked male struck him on the shoulders and buttocks with a piece of frayed copper wire and called him a tiny rat and other things. There wasn't much he'd have done at this kind of party except sit, watch, and bite at his cuticles and nails. As a boy, he'd been to a couple like it. So that's what he did. After half an hour, the man in charge, who had spatters of blood all over his shoulder blades by now, looked up and noticed.
"Okay, then," he said. "I want you to play with yourself until you come. You too,"
which was to a female rat. So he did. It felt astonishing and surprising and pleasant, the most powerful thing that had happened to him since the moment he'd said yes at radical anxiety termination. When the man in charge sent him outside to go back to his sleeping pad, the female rat had not finished. The next day, some women in plain beige face covers got him and took him to another station where he was put on another car. Days later, he got out at a station with sandstone walls, wire mesh on the ceiling. Among the men who came to pick up the 6 rats who'd been delivered, he recognized one. And after a few minutes, while he was checking them for hernias and bad teeth, the man recognized him.
"Hey, this one was here 6 years ago," he said to his companion. "A real idiot. He couldn't do nothing right. I think they sent us the wrong rat. The order was for rats with some experience of what we were doing up here. But I didn't mean just any rat who'd been here before and couldn't do anything."
"What are you going to do, send him back?" "No, we can use him for porter work. That's what they used him for before." He worked at the polar station, which had been reopened, doing pretty much what he'd done, carrying the bag back and forth to the data station, for 7 years more. Lots of things were different, at least at first. There was another man in charge. Though he didn't know exactly what, the station was now studying something other than Q-plague. Now there were several large, spidery instruments that sat out in the sand with great arms yearning toward the orange sky, and the wall behind the rat cage had been painted blue. For a while the rats at the station were given clean clothes, each month or so, but they missed the laundry more and more frequently. One morning, when their clothes hadn't been changed for 3 months, a man came out to the cage.
"Okay, come on, take 'em off. We're going to go back to the old way. Naked's better than walking around in that stuff."
Feeding went back to once a day after that, too. Coming back across the sand by the power pylons, he saw the green transport sled and walked by its high, sand-scarred flanks into the station vestibule to lift up the lizard-embossed flap of his canvas bag and empty the elliptical spools of data tape into the receiving slot. About an hour later, someone called him and 3 female rats into the office of the man in charge. Years ago, it seemed, he'd been in the room to take out tubs of old message strings and bits of discarded packing foam. Today the walls were blue, like the back wall of the rat cage. A very tall woman sat on a cushion on the black-tiled floor, one sandaled foot on the desk's lowest shelf. Her heel had overturned a stack of multicolored cubes. Some had fallen to the ground. "You know that what you're asking is illegal." The woman made a barking sound, becoming a laugh that would have set her lozenges shaking, only for some reason she'd taken off her mask and tossed it on the tile so that the colored bits lay in a tangle. "You think a bitch like me doesn't know that? Do you think a bitch like me would come in here and ask what I'm asking of you if this station were 3,000 kilometers closer to the population belt?" She pulled her foot off the shelf. It dropped to the black, along with 3 bright cubes. She smiled, as if she knew that behind his plastic bits, the man currently in charge smiled back. "What kind of bitch do you think I am?" "I think," the man coughed. "Well, really, I don't know why I'm doing this. It's irregular." "I only said you should bring them in and let me look them over." She drew her heel back to the cushion and put her arms across her knees. "And I have." The man coughed again. "I have. There they are. But I don't know why I'm doing it. It's irregular, and it's illegal, and—" "I'll tell you why you're doing it." The smile softened on her dark face. "The economy in over a third of the equatorial geosectors is failing. Neither the political swing towards the extreme yellow, the insurgent crazy grays, nor the free informationist backlash is going to mean a return to the soft money economy that will benefit any of the polar projects, north or south. I took a look at the shape your rat cage was in before I came inside. Hot stars and cold magma. You men haven't been properly staffed in 3 years, and getting rid of another mouth to feed, even a rat's, is going to be more help than hindrance. You know it, I know it, and that's why you'll do it." He didn't know why she paused, but he expected her to pick up her discarded mask and put it back on now. That's what the women on the projection screen at Mucked had always done after they paused meaningfully. But that had been years ago, somewhere else in the world. This woman still smiled, face still bare. The masked man behind the desk took a silent breath. White hair moved on his chest under his shirt's soiled net. "You're quite a woman." "I'm quite a bitch." She threw back her head, and her hair, which was dark and wiry, did not swing. "That's how you will say it when I'm gone. Say it to me that way now." Behind the swinging fragments, the man coughed again. "Well, I guess you are." He rose, stepping from behind the desk. "A bitch. At any rate, these are the ones I can let you choose from." She turned on the cushion, rising to her knees. She had an expression of great concentration now, an expression the woman in the projected stories never wore. After seconds, she stood. "I told you I was interested in males." She touched her chin with her fingertips, moving them a little, as if scratching some half-felt itch. She was a good head and a half taller than the man in charge. "Well, we have more females here," the man shrugged. "These are the ones we can spare." She said, as though she knew that already. Then she said, "Which more or less limits me to this one. Tell me." She turned to face him. "Are you ready to come away with me to strange climes and stranger lands and be my slave forever, to obey my every command, to fulfill any and every whim and caprice I should articulate, no matter how debased or lascivious?" He did not know what articulate, or lascivious, or some of the other words meant. "Yeah." The man in charge coughed once more. The woman chuckled over her shoulder. "That was mostly for your benefit. He isn't exactly what I pictured, I admit." She turned back, reached forward, touched his naked cheek, grimacing, as if she questioned some terribly important point to which he was oblivious. "But you'll do.
You'll have to, won't you? It's cut into your brain now that you'll do what I say." Her hand fell from his face, a finger brushing his collarbone in the fall. "How much do you want for him?" She turned to the man in charge, and, stepping over fallen cubes in her scuffed sandals, took out a coil of silver string from her leggings pocket and began to unroll it, silent lips counting the evenly spaced black beads along it to which cubes could be clipped. The man mentioned a price so far above 28 SI units, he simply decided that they weren't discussing him after all. The woman kept wrapping silver around her fist, kept counting. Finally, she popped the credit cord, rolled it from her palm with her thumb, and put the SI payment on the desk. "You know you're overcharging me by even more than some black market slaver might in some mildewed equatorial bazaar." She still smiled. "You know," the man said, "the only reason I'm doing this at all is because you think you can get away with it." She put the remaining credit roll back in her pocket and bent to pick up her mask with a swipe of her arm. "That's why I'm doing it, too." Lozenges clicked and tinkled on tangled wire. "Would you like me to take him out the back? We'll attract less notice that way." "Yes," the man in charge said. Then he said, "Just a moment." He reached behind the desk, opened a lower file, and pulled out one of the yellow canvas bags with the embossed lizard. "He can put his things in this." He handed it across the desk. "Thanks." She took it and slipped the strap over her arm. "This way?" "Yes," the man repeated. He came around to the front of the desk to pick up the cubes she'd knocked from the desk shelf. He knelt. "The back way, yes, that would be best." In the narrow hall with the badly tacked-up roof repairs shredding above them, she asked, "Do you have any things to take with you?" "No." She looked down at the canvas bag hanging at her hip and shook her head. "The condition your cage is in," she gave a bitter grin. "I'm not surprised." She put one hand on his peeling shoulder as they walked out the three-layered hangings at the hall's end that kept in the cool air. Over hot sand the sky was a hotter orange. She walked with him through the heat. Sand streaked between the evenly spaced bolt heads. The transport's green metal wall dropped its shadow over them. She opened the door in the side. "Get in." She followed him up and closed the port. Tossing the canvas bag into the clutter behind them, she slid under the padded restraining bar and into the seat. She reached forward to rub at a smudge on the transparent sand shield with 3 fingertips pressed together. "Sit down." As he sat beside her, she asked, "Did you know you have to sit down in these things here before I start driving?" "Yeah." She sucked her teeth in mock disbelief, pulled some lever sharply down, kicked at some pedal under the instrument board. A motor began to rev, then, at another pedal, to rumble. "Have you any idea why I bought you from the station there?" She heaved the steering bar around. Outside, the world turned slowly, then began to move back. The transport shook across the sand in a direction he'd never walked before. "No." The seat shook against his back and buttocks. "Oh, well, you will." She turned in her plush seat to face him. "I think the first thing is to get you washed down. I read that if I got one of you from any but the big industrial complexes up at the equator, that would probably be the first thing I'd have to contend with." She frowned. "Tell me, do you know how to use a sonic cleaning plate? That's what I've got in the back." "No." Outside the plastic windows, long dunes shifted. Her look grew puzzled then, oddly, nervous. She gave a little laugh. "You don't?" The self-assurance from back in the station office had fallen away somewhere, as if in their short walk across the sand, pieces of it had shed onto the desert. "Well, do you at least know how to use a damned squat john? All I need is to have you pissing and shitting all over this hulk like it was your putrid rat cage." Suddenly, with the thrust rod in both hands, she leaned forward, her face between her arms, and began to shake. She took great breaths, and he did not know if she were crying or laughing. What do I think I'm... By the hot stars overhead, by the congealed magma, oh, geez. What do I think I'm... It's crazy. I can't, Possibly steered by its automatic mechanism, possibly not. The transport moved on. Yeah? She looked up. There were tears on her face, and great confusion under them. So he told her again. Yeah. The grimace again. Yeah, what? Yeah, I can use the John. She held the rod, looked at him, and finally took a long breath. But they didn't have one at the station, for rats, so they told us to use the cage. Then we slept in it. Geez, she repeated. All right, when you have to, she said with another breath. Please do. Use it, I mean. The John in back there. I know I've got to tell you everything, and tell you very clearly. For heaven's sake, I've got a whole carton in the rear compartment full of instructions on how to handle rats. And I've been afraid to read more than a cube or two of any of them, for fear I'll come across some incontrovertible fact that'll tell me this whole thing just isn't going to work. And then... She looked away, glanced back, looked away again. I've got this machine that's supposed to make all those instructions unnecessary anyway, or close to it, and... She took another breath. And I'm terrified. She blinked at him, dark eyes near the surface of a dark face, while he tried to remember which emotion terror was. I mean, if you could only... could you... If you might just put your arm around me, hold me, firmly, and perhaps even love me, just a... Love? Oh, what am I talking about? If you just wouldn't hate me. She stopped, amidst her uninteresting to him confusion, because he'd moved over on the bench, put his arm around her, and held her, firmly. Shit, she whispered. After a few moments, she asked, You don't hate me for making you do this? No. Outside the windows, near dunes moved quickly before distant ones. On the instrument board, red and yellow needles quivered on blue and black dials. She put her head against his shoulder, took another long breath, then raised her head again. Then I guess anything's possible in this man's universe, right? He didn't answer because, again, he didn't know. But she didn't hit him or yell at him, as had often happened back at the station and sometimes even at Mucked when people got upset around him. What she said finally was, Well, I guess there's nothing to do but get on with it. Apparently that meant, for the next 5 hours, driving over the beveled sands. 10 minutes into them, she said, gently, Take your arm away now and sit back where you were, please. So he did. An hour after that, she said, You know, even with 2 families in Kingston and 3 very fine jobs that took me back and forth over almost half this world, from Farrawan to Gilster, do you know I was miserable? Miserable. I thought about suicide. I thought about becoming a rat myself. I went to the Institute once, sat there for a whole day, watching one pathetic creature after another push in through that black leather curtain and not come out. I must have put my own number back and taken a new one from the end of the list over a dozen times before it hit me. I don't have to become a rat to solve my problem. I could get a rat. For myself. I mean, that would have to be better. For me, for what I wanted. So you see, and was quiet then, for more than an hour. Then she said, Look at the way the light glitters on the grains caught at the edge of the sand shield. She nodded at a corner of the window. And there, at the horizon, sometimes you get that same vaguely prismatic effect, a kind of colored glitter in the basic tan, like you do when the grains are up close. That's because human beings are the basic height we are. If we were less than 1 meter tall, or more than 3 meters tall, it wouldn't happen. And because this world is the diameter it is, so that the horizon is the distance away it is from people who happen to be about as tall as we are, and because the average sand crystal here is as big as it is, and because the atmosphere filters out the particular frequencies it does. One of the two great poets who came in the second colonial ship to this world noted the phenomenon, worked out its parameters on an early computer, and said in a beautiful poem that this effect would define the lives of humans here as long as we stayed. I suppose he didn't realize how fast there would be sandless cities all around the equator. You know, I learned the poem by heart when I was 10, but I never saw the actual thing itself until 3 months ago when I took this transport and struck off from the population belt here toward the South Pole. And now, though I remember the poem and the story about it, I can't remember either the poet's name or the poem's title. Do you know? But no, you wouldn't know things like that, not on this world. Still, it's a beautiful thing to watch and realize that someone else, 250 years ago, watched it too, and thought it was beautiful. And hours later, she said, "This is crazy. This is more than crazy. It's stupid. If they catch us, I don't want to think what'll happen. What I want, you're just not supposed to have here. I never thought of our world with its endless deserts and orange sky and multilayered equatorial cities and great canyons and underground waterways as coy. But it is. It makes slaves, then says that individuals can't own them, only institutions. Because somehow institutions make slavery more humane. Well, I want a slave, my own slave, to do exactly what I want, the way I want it done, without question or complaint. A slave to do what I want to make me happy. The Yellows are going to win this coming election. I know it. Everyone knows it. Well, we're heading for gray territory. We'll hole up there for 2 weeks. After the election, during the resultant confusion in the gray sectors, records will vanish, order will disappear, and who knows what moments of freedom might occur in the chaos, or for how long they'll hold stable. Happiness. Yours? She grinned at him. Mine? No, not yours, I guess. But if I could, I'd make you free. Before I made you serve me, I really would. Only I can't. So the only thing left is for you to make me free. She snorted. Or happy. Is it the same thing? Is happiness slavery? That's what they tell you at the Institute, isn't it? Slavery is happiness. Accepting slavery, becoming a rat, is happiness. Well, I don't believe it. I don't believe it at all. And even though you're a slave, I hope you learn that. Learn that from me. I swear, if I thought I could teach you that, I'd turn you loose this instant and be on my way. There are some things more important than I am, to me. Nobody else believes me when I say it, but it's true. Do you believe me? No, don't answer. I don't want you to say anything now. Later, she said, I have this machine. Have you ever heard of GI, General Information? Tell me, have you? No. Well, I'm not surprised. It doesn't really exist on this world. It does up on others, though. They've even got it on our larger moon. But they've legislated against it here, planet-side. Oh, there are other worlds where it's common. Can you imagine living on a world where, if you want to know something, anything at all you have to do is think about it, and the answer pops into your head? That's supposed to be how it works. Even our free informationists are scared to go that far. They think we'd slide over into cultural fugue in a minute. Well, we just might anyway, the way this world rolls. But you see, I have something that does almost the same thing. It's even more illegal than stealing you. They'll call it theft, you know, if we're ever found out. I had to come near killing 3 times to get it. And worlds with as many ways of killing the mind as this one has don't take kindly to killing the body. Anyway, around the population belt there are lots of computer-generated data broadcasts all over the place. Some of the sorting and decoding is a little difficult, but with some of the standard encyclopedic programs, and it's for you, you see? Do you understand why? No. Well, I suppose I don't either, really. But some people think that the only thing you lose at the Rat Institute is information, not just facts and figures. but information on how to process the information you have, how to deal with the new information that comes in, and if you can replace or supplement.
She stopped again. She looked at him a while. Then, without talking, she drove some more, like someone who'd been telling a very complicated story about themselves only to find in the middle they did not believe it either. Hours later, she said,
"When I was a kid, my family co-op broke up, and I got shipped off to a plate tectonics study group in the north, because none of the adults really wanted to take all those 7- and 8-year-olds with them. I've read that most worlds where humans live today are basically deserts of one sort or another like ours. Wet worlds are rare, and us human beings are supposed to have come from a world that was largely water. That's why, at least I used to think so when I was 9, it seemed the most colossal waste to live in the middle of a huge industrial tinker toy where every day I offered my minuscule help to the basic project, which was pumping millions and millions of gallons down into the fault lines in order to hydraulically relieve the pressures that build up and caused those catastrophic monthly earthquakes the northern mountains were so famous for back in the days of the first colonists. I mean, though we just about stopped the earthquakes, nobody lived there. Anyway, at night I used to ride out on a sand scooter from the compound into the desert, a very different kind of desert from here, with purplish rocks all over it, and little scratches on them that for a while made the geologists believe there might have been life on this world before we humans got here. In the north, sometimes you get breaks in the second-layer cloud level. And when it happens at night, you can look up and actually see stars, other suns, where you know, with some of them, other worlds are circling, where other humans, and maybe even aliens, are living in entirely different ways, in entirely different cultures. I would park my scooter in the dark, climb up in the headlight glare onto some slanted rock, lie down on my back, and gaze at a star. Even with the plate tectonics station relieving the pressure by pumping all that water, you still got little rumbles and quivers every few hours or so. Sometimes I'd feel one underneath me while I lay there in the night, and I would think, suppose the plate tectonics station just broke down, and there was a pressure build-up along some major fault line, and suddenly we had one of those giant earthquakes we used to scare each other with, telling stories about when I was a child at the equator. An incredible earthquake, where the whole skin of the northern desert was cracked up and hurled into the sky, and me, lying on my rock, I'd be hurled up with it. And suppose I was thrown so hard I went up into the night, all the way to one of those stars, one of those other, better, different worlds. At 9, I thought they all must be better than this one. I really used to want it to happen, in some kind of vague and awful way. And I also used to wonder, lying there, searching for holes in the nighttime clouds, if there was anything that I, 9 years old and alone in all that desert, could think or do that, without an earthquake, would actually reach one of those other worlds and change it, affect it in some way so that everyone on it would look up and realize that a world away something as important as a great poem had been written, or a new technological infrasystem had been solved. Poems and infrasystems, that's what we studied at the plate tectonics station when we weren't pumping water. At 9, I didn't even know that more than half the people in the population belt of this world probably didn't know what a poem or an infrasystem was. Today, I wonder what all that childish night yearning did for me. Gave me grandiose ambitions, I guess. She laughed. Only not so grandiose anymore. I don't want to make another world sit up and take notice, or even this one. I just want a little pleasure and satisfaction in my own world? Should that be the word for it? I don't think so. Maybe if I hadn't wanted so much as a child, I wouldn't have wanted, well, you. Today. This way. He didn't know what a poem or an infrasystem was either, but for some reason the memory of the canyon, with its rocks and clouds he'd once shot through, returned. He tried to put both words with the memory, as he had once tried to speak properly the signs radical anxiety termination. She frowned, possibly because his lips were moving, in much the way that, years before, his feet had gone on shifting in the sand after he could no longer walk.
She pulled the braking lever. Through the sand shield, brown and red evening reached into colored dials and switches. The transport stopped shaking. The desert stopped moving. "Well," she said for more than the 5th time, "let's get on with it." Sliding from under the restraining bar, she pushed some small bubble switch with a foreknuckle. Behind them, 6 metal bars fell into the floor, and the bottom of the left wall swung out an inch. Pneumatic arms on the ceiling flexed, and the wall swung up to make an awning over the sand. Heat slathered in over the top of his foot, flopped against his shin, slit in between his fingers spread on his knee. Then, under the awning's shadow, sand divided as though a blade, parallel to the floor, had sliced it. As some force shield went into operation, the regulator thrummed. Cool returned. "Come on," she said. He turned in the chair, not knowing where she wanted him to go. The wall-become roof shaded a flat of sand scarred on 3 sides by the shield's bottom. She walked to the cabin's cluttered rear, tugged aside one carton, pushed another with her sandal toe, stooped over a third, and pulled out a circular plate with worn straps on one side. Slipping her fingers through, she stood and walked back to the middle of the studded floor as, plugged into some many-jawed connector on the plate's rim, the pink cable dragged from the carton, flopping coil on coil. "Well, let's get—" She paused. Then, with a frown more to herself than to him, she said, "I mean, get up from your seat and go stand out on the sand there." He did. It was a jump. The sand inside the shield markings was cool. She came to the floor's edge and stepped down the half-meter, awkwardly, one knee stretching her frayed pants there, her other foot making a wide print, sliding where it landed. She walked towards him, fingering the plate. A coil flopped over the floor's edge to mark the sand. "This may tickle." She did something with 2 fingers at her wrist. The plate hummed. He watched her pass it over his shoulder. It more than tickled, it burned, for a moment, then reduced to a faint vibration in the skin. On his shoulder, where she'd brushed, was a streak of gray-brown powder, which she beat away with her free hand, revealing clean, red-brown skin and its feathering of hair. "My Lord, you are filthy!" She moved the plate down over his arm, around it, beneath it, brushing the powdered dirt and skin away. "That's amazing! I honestly hadn't realized you were that color." Her skin was brown, with little red at all. She rubbed the joint between his upper and lower arm, now on the blackened elbow, now on the crook where veins wriggled across the high-standing ligament, banded with paler creases, till, with the 3rd pass, it was all one color. She rubbed his hand, the back, the palm. It made the sides of his fingers itch. Once she turned the plate on its strap to the back of her own hand and took his 2 great ones in hers, stepping away. One arm glowed clean in evening light. His other was fouled grime gray that, since his return to the station, he'd never thought of as other than part of him. "Rats aren't supposed to forget stuff they knew before they went to the Institute. Do you mean to tell me you've never used one of these before?" "I didn't," he began, unsure if the question was about meaning, telling, or use. "Let's get on with it." "Your father never called you in from some social therapy group like that?" "Where I grew up, that always meant to a kid it was time to come in and get clean. With one of these." "No," he frowned at her, realizing she wanted something more. "Didn't have no father." But he wasn't sure if that would do. She dropped his hands, stepped up again, reversed the plate again, and moved it over his cheeks, his hair, his forehead. With a quick turn, she troweled its edge along the crease beside his left nostril, beside the right, now up behind his right ear, behind the left, across his eyebrows. "Close your eyes." He already had. Brushing off the slough every 2 or 3 passes. "Pay attention to what I'm doing, because I'm going to want you to do the same thing to me, later.
Having someone give you a clean-up like you were a little kid is the most sensuous thing in the world, I think. She passed the plate onto his chest, down his stomach, along his hard, dry flank. Does it feel good? Yeah. She gave him a grin and a small push on one shoulder. He sagged backwards a little and came forward again. So she said, I meant turn again. He started turning. Stop. With your back to me. No, like that. The tickling dropped down one shoulder, began again along the valley of his spine, then repeated down the other. It moved about one hip, circled on one buttock, and stopped. Wait a minute. She stepped past him. He watched her put the plate down on the transport floor and climb back in. Again she squatted in the shadowed clutter. When she stood, stepping back to the edge, she held a black, ragged glove. We might as well try this, too. She jumped to the sand with the awkwardness often shown by the very tall. Hold out your hand. No, the clean one. His knuckles were large as sun-wrinkled fruit, his wide nails still as gnawed as in childhood. Both forefingers in the wrist opening, she slipped the glove over his hand, not really ragged. It had been slit in a dozen or more places, the bands held here and there by lengths of metal fixed inside. He felt them slip over his fingers' broad crowns, his knuckles, under his palms callous. Elastic bits stretched. His hand distended the bands as far as they would go, so that what had been a glove was now a web of black ribbons across the rayed ligaments that ran from wrist to knuckles, or over the veins that rattled across them. Let me turn it on now, which apparently meant snapping the metal clasps together at his wrist. What happened next was fast and complex, but he followed its parts as though he were being patiently taught and rehearsed again in their workings by the most skilled mucked instructor. A pedal voice, stupid, 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 that had begun sometime in unremembered childhood, whenever he'd been asked questions he couldn't answer. That had continued whenever he'd been asked questions he'd had to answer no, and that had finally come whenever he'd been asked any questions at all, or even had to ask them suddenly became audible. A tiny voice. Still, it had insisted as relentlessly, and as unobtrusively, as his own heartbeat, at least since the man in a circular desk had told him to say, yes. But the reason he heard it at all, now, was because another voice, which felt and sounded and settled in his mind as if it were his own, but had to have come from somewhere else, suddenly took that small voice up and declared, "Stupid," on the beat, and then went on, off the beat and overwhelming it. Stupidity, a process, not a state. A human being takes in far more information than he or she can put out. Stupidity is a process or strategy by which a human, in response to social denigration of the information she or he puts out, commits him or herself to taking in no more information than she or he can put out. Not to be confused with ignorance or lack of data. Since such a situation is impossible to achieve because of the nature of mind perception itself, in its relation to the functioning body, a continuing downward spiral of functionality and or informative dissemination results, and he understood why. The process, however, can be reversed, the voice continued, at any time. The plate circled his other buttock. He felt her slide the edge between them. She paused a moment and said, "Geez, I guess they just didn't think about toilet cloths for you guys out in the cage." But what he was much more aware of was that they stood in some tiny shielded space of coolness on a scorching desert, over which, if you went long enough in one direction, you'd encounter a magnificent canyon, while if you went in another, you'd find a huge city with filthy alleys and deep underground passages, and the Rat Institute in it, while a journey in still another would take you back to the polar station. And that there were tunnel tracks between them. He knew all this because someone he didn't remember had once mentioned in his presence that his world was round, and knew also that he could go to any of them because he knew how to drive this particular transport.
Its controls were identical to one of the ones whose workings he'd been patiently and repeatedly taught, along with its care and maintenance, by the man in charge back at the Marq. Another voice, begun even further back in childhood, had, in the interstices of "stupid, stupid," been muttering, "I know, I know." And though the man at the Marq had reinforced the second voice by telling him, "You know this now. Remember, you know this," he had never really heard it before. But it too became audible, because the strange voice that sounded so much like his own took it up. I know knowledge, another process finally no different in its overall form from the one called stupidity. Information is not taken into the human organism so much as it is created from the strong association of external and internal perceptions. These associations are called knowledge, insight, belief, understanding, belligerence, pig-headedness, stupidity. Only social use determines which associations are knowledge and which are not. Only their relation to a larger, ill-understood social order decides which categories others or yourself will assign them to. And he understood that, too. Like a genius, he thought. And amidst this new, responsive excitement, the disgusted comment of someone to whose care he'd been briefly entrusted when he was 10 came back. "Well, he's sure no genius." "Genius," the new voice took it up, "is something else again." She said, "I guess it doesn't make too much difference, does it?" Her cleansing strokes against his thigh, his shin, were firmer. "No. Yeah, I don't know." He looked down at her bushy hair, on which was a powdering of his scurf. "I don't know how to say." Frowning, she sat back and looked up. "Not know," he said. "I know." It took an astonishing effort to put words to that internal voice while the other drummed, "Stupid, stupid." Meaningless now, yet no less insistent for its meaninglessness. An effort that made the back of his neck, his inner arms, and the rear of his knees moisten, not with the sweat of physical strain, but rather the sweat of fear, though fear, along with pain, was something he hadn't been afraid of since the Institute. No, he did not know how long ago now. Nor did he know how he might create that information from what, as yet, he had in mind. "I know," he said out of momentum, "but I can't say," though that was a response to something his mind had abandoned. Long ago, it seemed. Long ago. She sat back on one knee, with her powdered hair, looking at him with a series of slightly changing frowns, some of which called up expressions he'd seen on other faces from so long ago there was no way to remember what those frowns meant, nor what their order might signify, though their opaque suggestion, without resolution, seemed marvelous and baffling. "Do you feel any different?" she asked. "I don't know how to say," which sounded hugely and hopelessly inadequate. Stupid, stupid, so that he turned to some ancient feeling in him called rage that welled through his body, but, because of what they had done to him, connected with nothing, breaking instead like a water jet in some city fountain, reaching its height to fall in white foam, flashing drops, gray spray, and falling. Falling. Rage, which he could name now, had been erupting at least as long as the voice's drumming. Which was more guttural than the syllabic with which it was written. The words moving through his mind were all attached to a bevy of written signs. Radical, anxiety, he whispered, and took a breath. Termination, pronouncing the 3 words clearly, seeing the 3 supernumerary hieroglyphics that supplemented the syllabics and alphabetics which, till now, had merely been marks on cubes that danced on the fountain's ever-shattering tip. She blinked. "You mean that it really— Well, I guess the transition must be kind of difficult." He watched her decide she could not comprehend what he was going through. Those were the words that her frowns finally had led him to. She went back to cleaning his thighs, his genitals, his shin, his ankle. Transition, he repeated. What is... Stupid, 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 it roared, because he was asking a question. Not to know, to have to ask, was stupid. Stupid, even while the new voice explained, yet again, that that was knowledge. But, and this came with words too, whatever the glove had done had not changed who he was any more than the invisible gamma lasers had changed him years back. And, for nearly 15 years now, he had been a man who was not afraid of the most astonishing and monumental inner occurrences, including his incomprehensible stalling in the great desert of no occurrence at all. He asked, "What is transition?" "Change," she answered thoughtfully, though the glove had already told him. Running the plate's edge under the inside of his foot's ball, then the outside, then beneath his toes. "It means change. The change you must be going through is probably quite hard. I think your feet are beautiful." She brushed them off. "I've never been much of a foot fetishist, but I've known a few who were. Here, give me the other one." He did, and gave her also. "I have to use the words I already have to speak." He gave it because he heard silences around him in a new way now, as though voices moved and pulsed in them that wanted words. To listen to those voices and speak them was easier than remaining silent before the older ritual drummings. The new ones, like transition, take time to... She blinked, surprised. "Settle," she offered back. "Settle in place." She stood. Settle wasn't a word he'd used often, and not for many years. "To settle," he said. "In place." "I think she smiled. "Understand." Taking up his other arm, she passed the plate down it, and down again, now over, now under, brushing away powder, now brushing her own hair. Powder lay in a ring on the sand about them. "What is it," she asked, "that you want to say?" "Didn't have a father." He repeated because something brought back the words he'd said before, the momentum that had impelled speech since his arrival at the Institute, if not before. "I know, don't want to know." The doubled voice made a stutter in his mind, in the middle of which, between know and want to know, desire for knowledge bloomed and fountained an obliterated rage to which at the instant each question posed its interrogative tingle, the glove responded with a million tastes that, on no diet at all, he'd never known existed. He shook his head to get away from their overwhelming bitternesses, and sournesses, and saltinesses, and sweetnesses, and burnings. She dropped his other hand, clean as the one in the glove now. "What is it?" "I think," he said, "in this world it is very important not to have a father, if you want to know anything." She gave him her most confused grimace. Then laughter broke through it, while his own mind began to catalog reason after reason why his statement had been preposterous, meaningless, inaccurate, interesting, suggestive, insightful, right, wrong. She said, "I think that's very wise. Only I haven't the faintest idea how that could have come into your head. I mean now, here. Nobody mentioned fathers to you. What are you talking about?" But she was pleased. "Here," she said. "Please," slipping the plate off her hand. "Please, I want you to clean me now." She looked back and forth between his hands. "I guess you put it on the... Well, no, you decide." He took the plate and slipped it over his bare hand, recognizing and wondering at the approval that wrote itself from bottom to top of her face. Moments later he realized her approval was because she most likely thought the gross currents in the plate might have interfered with the workings of the glove, had he put it on the other hand. She had taken his choice as a sign of the glove's success. He felt a small surge of pleasure at her response, even as the glove informed him by a series of angular pronouncements and diagrams, slapped blindly across his mind, that she was wrong, The glove contained enough stabilizing circuits and bracing units so that it would not have been bothered by the plate's impedance at all. The pleasure was as unconnected as the still towering rage, yet he enjoyed it even if enjoyment meant as little as the rage did. He reached for her shoulder with the humming plate, brushed her shoulder with his other hand, but nothing much to brush, which made her laugh. Anyway, she'd brushed every 2 or 3 passes. "You do that very well." She closed her eyes. "Almost as well as I do. And that's nice." "Good," he said. In her smile and closed eyes there had been a request rather than a question he could not read, and for years he had been someone who'd feared questions and answered requests. "You're not the same rat I brought from the polar station." Suddenly she opened her eyes with a kind of delight. "You know that, don't you?" "I'm the same," he said, and was confused because that wasn't what she wanted. But what she wanted was not what he knew. He ran the plate's edge beneath her left breast, then her right. She took a surprisingly large breath and closed her eyes again. The strap was very tight around his hand. The upper part bare and the bottom part in pants and sandals, her body was oddly interesting. There was a small scratch on her ribs, and he realized he was unused to seeing scars on women's bodies. Certainly in the rat cage, and in the city, he'd seen injured women, but the women in the projected shows at the Marq were never scarred, so that the stereoptical view, and that was suddenly a concept he understood well enough to make a metaphor out of it, and metaphor was another concept, a stereoptical concept, which that gave him, blended to blur the real through the idealizations, flaws inherent in any representation. All sensations as well as the faintest memories associated with them were given a word and 3 written versions of it, in syllabics, alphabetics, and ideographs, each of which dragged behind it connections, associations, resonances. He'd known about the ideograms and the alphabet, but he'd never known his written language included syllabics before. The new condition was not so much an alternate voice loud enough to drown the voices of childhood as it was a web, a text weaving endlessly about him, erupting into and falling from consciousness, prompting memory and obliterating it, that was simply more interesting than the drumming voice asserting or denying ignorance or knowledge. She said, "Remember, you're cleaning a truly extraordinary bitch. I want you to do exactly what you'd do if a beautiful female asked you to clean her, before you went to the institute, I mean. Wait a minute." She reached down and unsnapped her pants, letting the flaps fall open, pushing them down her hips a little. "And you can pretend I'm wearing my face," which was what, in that language, the wire masks were sometimes called, though he'd never known that before. But the glove now told him. "Myself, I can't stand the things, so I don't usually wear." The feeling was in his body, and perhaps he moved his body, in the course of moving the plate over her shoulder, to locate the feeling more clearly. Discomfort was the word that joined it, followed by a correction, sexual discomfort. "Yeah," he said, knowing as he said it that it would also not be what she wanted. So he changed it to "yes," a form of the word he hadn't used since that day at the institute. She frowned at him. She, too, must have thought it odd. "Don't tell me you got to the institute before anybody ever got to you." She touched his face. "The scars there from the epithelial herpes, you must have had it rather badly. Frankly, though, you see so much of it these days, once the actual sores are healed, like yours, I find the pits and texture rather attractive." She paused again, dropped her hand. "How old were you when you went to the institute? I know they don't take you under 15. 19. He lifted her arm as she had lifted his to clean beneath. "Just how many sexual encounters did you have before you went to the institute?" She still frowned. The rush of accurate memories, enhanced by verbal tags, produced a strain he hadn't known since becoming a rat. 50. The strain made him speak slowly, while the figure was corrected within the muscle of his tongue. 150, which was obliterated by more fragment memories, averages, extrapolations, approximations. Maybe 250, maybe more. Well, she laughed, you certainly outdo me. I doubt I'm that much younger than you, and I think of myself as quite a sophisticated woman, with a mere 27 men behind me. I don't have to worry about your knowing what to do with a bitch. But the frown battled through. How many sexual encounters have you had since you went to the Institute? 1, he said after a different rush of words, of concepts, memories of the little man in the tall mask, the tall man at the muct, of approximations no less complicated than the others for all the difference. 2, maybe. You're maybe the third. Oh, well, like I said, I want you to do whatever you would have done in any of those situations. She closed her eyes. You can do what you want, anything at all. How does that sound to you? No, don't answer. He lifted her other arm, trying to understand, in the play of signs, memories, and facts that stuttered about the glove, what answer she might want. The silence that for years had hung about words uttered in his presence filled with ordered comprehension. Yet there was another silence, a cube bare of all inscription, outside the answer she'd made clear she did not need or want, that as clearly was wanted, was needed. Many people purchase slaves for sexual reasons, the man at the Institute had said. Recalling it now, however, was his new knowledge's result, not its cause. Do what you want, she repeated. You'd better do it, too. She closed her eyes again. Because afterwards, I intend to do just what I want with you. She opened them, frowned. He said, I'm not. The word rocking his tongue in his jaw's cradle was one he'd heard before, but, like so many, had never tried to say. Not heterosexual. As though the glove responded to his difficulty, a host of colloquial synonyms flicked up from his hand to beat about his head. A front face. He said that one, while the list continued. A quick in and out, which was a term he'd actually used before he'd come to the Institute, but was not one he would ever have thought of using to one of them, even a bitch. So instead he said one further down the list. Not a stiff stuffer. Yes, she said, blinking. Oh, shit. She took the smallest step backward, small enough so that the glove said it was the swaying of a larger-than-usual breath coupled with the slightest movement of one heel, but, because he had not changed, he chose to read it as a stepping back. Wouldn't you know? My luck. No, you don't have to say any more. Then she stepped 6 inches over sand toward him. He swayed, moved his heel, but did not step back. Look, she said, whatever you are, you still know what a dog would do. And dog was a term he'd occasionally heard that some women used about men when the men were not there. But of course no women had ever used it to him. You can do it. Sure you can. Go on. Here she grabbed her breasts and pressed them upwards, which he found both confusing and distracting, though moments later he remembered one of the projected stories at the muct, where a very bad woman had made something close to the same gesture. The glove had nothing to say. So he did what she asked. Surprisingly, it wasn't hard, as long as he stayed relaxed, and staying relaxed in the face of most things had been assured him at the Institute years ago. To do it, he just had to think about the same kinds of things, indulge the same fantasizings, the glove offered him as paraphrase, he would have with a man her height. Still, his erection was something of a surprise to him. Moments before he came, she suddenly pushed him off, rolled him over on the edge of the transport flooring, that's where they were lying, and demanded he be still, though he wasn't moving, while she unplugged the plate and hit him on the back with the end of the wire. What she wanted to do, it seemed to him, was not much different from what the man at the Marq had wanted done to him. Still, he did not find it pleasant, and it distracted him from all sexual thoughts, so that for a while he tried to stop thinking altogether. With the glove, though, that was impossible. She lay against him after a while, holding him tightly, which was uncomfortable because of the edge of the transport's floor under his hip. When she got up, she was breathing hard. "You can get up, too." So he did, and turned to her. Some of his blood from the little nicks had smeared over her breasts and down her side. She moved about uneasily, teeth now and again clenched. "No," she said several times. "No, that wasn't quite." And once, suddenly staring at him, "More than 200? I've only had a chance to do this maybe 3 times in my life." She took a breath. "So you can't blame me if I don't get it right the first time, huh?" After that she climbed back into the transport. He stood, looking out through the force field at the sand, smeared over in long streaks now, messy with sunset, till she called him inside and put down the wall. He sat beside her, watching the instruments glow, green on her neck, under her chin, on the roofs of her eye sockets. Outside, cloudy night rushed them, split by headlights, to slap at the side windows. He thought, "She's tired." He said, "I'll drive for you." She glanced at him. "You know how to drive this?" "Yeah." "Is that the glove?" She touched an auxiliary current knob, as if to adjust it, but didn't. "You're not supposed to have any skills at all," they said at the station. Those were the only rats they'd sell. Through wired velvet, dry flesh between, with wide fingertips, he felt his knuckles. "I can drive this kind," he said. "I learned before I came back." Then he said, "They didn't know, though. They never checked my records." Part of the Free Informationists' platform in the upcoming election is, "To be a slave is to be used inefficiently." She grunted. "Inefficiency. That's what they think is wrong with slavery." She pushed some pedal, some gear below engaged. "I wish they were more of a threat, but they haven't got a chance. I mean—" She paused long enough for him to decide she'd stop talking. Then she said, "I mean even me. I didn't want you here to drive. I don't need you for porter work. And if you hadn't put on the glove, you probably never would have said that much about yourself, and I'd never have thought of using you as a driver. I want you for one illegal, very selfish, and now that I know the kind of pervert you happen to be, very inefficient, I suppose, reason." In the dark she laughed. Green shook on the underside of her breast, a nipple, her collarbone, chin, lower lip, septum. She was like a city, entered at night, created of small green lights, which was a memory from age 14, when he'd been running away from some place or other again, a memory that had remained as the canyon he'd shot through had remained, but which he hadn't been relaxed enough at the time to understand because the man driving, as she drove now, had been so much shorter than he was. When he was 14, she said, shocking him because now he had some comprehension of shock's sexual nature, "I wish you were about 2.5 heads shorter. They say all bitches ever think about is sex, you know. Think about, and never do. Which is what everyone else says. Well, there is one other thing I want you for." The bits of light on her changed position hugely as she yawned. "One other thing," she repeated. "Before I let you drive for me, maybe this is just as inefficient. But since that damned glove works, I might as well." She made a gesture with her chin over her shoulder. "Back there I've got a carton of catalog cubes from the Intersector Broadcast Library." She laid 2 fingers on his gloved hand. "Thanks to that, you're tuned into the compressed textual band. Do you know what that means?" "No." She snorted. "What are the 4 largest geosectors on this world?" "Abned, Rhyon, Koganak." He paused to question why she wanted to know. "And Emanog." She answered.
That's the sort of question any bright 12-year-old in this world, with the right education, could answer. Though he probably wouldn't have given them in ascending order of size the way you did, but in the order they were established.
But you asked which were the biggest.
Which are the 4 smallest?
Meseton, Hebel E, Tenert, and
Udo is the smallest,
she said, while he said, Udo. She said,
Everybody knows Udo's the smallest, of course. Don't ask me why, it's just one of those facts. But I don't think anybody but a professional geographer could tell you the other 3. You see, in terms of data at hand, right now, you're on a par with the Skahati Library itself.
Which, when her tongue lifted for the initial sibilant, he had never heard of before, but which, by the time it fell from the final vowel, he knew had been founded in 12 in Lower Koganak, back when it had still been officially a part of Abned, before the severance decision of 80, which was when the Yellows had won their first major electoral victory.
You're in touch, she explained, at this point, with a good deal more information than I am. I certainly couldn't have told you the 4 smallest. Anyway, I figured we'd put all that to some use. Like I said, the carton's filled with catalog cubes, about 500 of them. They're not there at random. They're all texts I've wanted to read but never got around to. There are more than a few in it I've discussed in great detail with various people, just as though I had read them. There are a whole lot that I've read the first chapters of, and have meant to read the rest for years. And there are lots I read when I was much too young and have been intending to reread. Oh, yes, and there are about 10 or 15 I've read and reread a lot, and just like a lot. Anyway, the instructions on the box your glove came in say that I, ordinary mortal that I am, can only absorb texts from the broadcast band at about 1 every 10 minutes. But as you may have figured out by now, I'm a lazy bitch. It says that if you've been through radical anxiety termination, you can absorb them about 1 every 0.32 seconds. That's without turning your mind into wet sand. You see, what I want to do is talk to somebody who's read everything I should have read. I want to control such a man, make him lie down in the sand and lick my toes.
She grinned in the dark.
The glove will give you the texts verbatim. On hot, hazy nights, I'll let you recite choice passages to me so that I can pick and choose. I can always get them myself with the glove later. But I think this way is more useful, more interesting.
She pushed another pedal.
Don't you?
Yeah.
Go in the back, she said, and read a few dozen books, then come up here and we'll discuss literature while I decide where to drive us tonight.
She pushed a switch on the dashboard. A pale ceiling plate behind them put hands of light on her shoulders. I don't read too good.
She smiled. Yes, you do. Now. In the dim cabin, her lips were still underlit. Besides, all you have to do is read the titles. The library broadcast takes care of imprinting the text on your mind. In half a second. Go on.
He moved from beneath the bar and stood slowly. The transport's shaking was mostly in his knees. Turning, he walked to the back. The carton was obviously the open octagonal one stuck about with packing tape. Upside down against it, flap open onto the floor, the lizard-embossed bag leaned where she'd tossed it. He squatted, knees winging either side. With his gloved hand, he held the box's ragged rim. With his naked one, he pushed down among the dice and pulled one loose. The cubes were not smaller than most people's fingertips, but they were smaller than his. He turned the smoky die between his great crowns with their bitten nails and read, "The New 7 Poems." The collected poems and poetic fragments that a male routing engineer, Vro Merivon, had stored over many years in the unused New 7 memory bin of her communications department computer, perhaps 70 years ago now. Their wit, their bright images of wind, cloud forms, and various structural materials for highways, all used as metaphors for certain highly abstract mental processes, he learned about from the introduction. But the more than 700 poems themselves, ranging from a few lines to many, many pages, well, somehow he realized, as the cube fell back into his hard, dry palm, he had suddenly read them. Understood them? Perhaps some phrases here, some few lines there. But he had read every word of the carefully chronologized and annotated, by Marivon's nephew, text. He blinked. The cube fell from his horny palm back into the carton. He stuck his hand down inside to retrieve it, to find out what it was indeed he had read. The cube he pulled out now announced on its black faces in white hieroglyphs, the Mantichorio, the epic narrative whose origin had been a subject of scholarly debate since the first incomplete copy had been discovered by the second wave of colonists in an abandoned outpost on the site of modern-day Kingston Prime, left by some of the first colonial wave 60 years before. Again, the 30,000-word introduction. Were its great battles between the winged monsters and the children, its radioactive treasures in the sunken red-walled caves through which rushed foaming black rivers, a fantasy of this world, or a more realistic narrative surreptitiously brought here from some other? The 207 cantos of the poem itself? Cantos 199, 201, and half of 202 had been irretrievably lost in the early Atman devastations. Cantos 71, 72, and 73 only existed in the prose summaries that had survived the censorship acts of '87. What he knew, however, was that out of the 137,000 lines of alternating heptameters and hexameters that were now an immediate part of his memory, the new Seven poet had consciously, or unconsciously, rewritten more than a dozen phrases from it into her own poems. He scrabbled for another cube, hoping he'd find the first one, but pulled out instead the Cherokee years, a compilation of letters, documents, and diaries of people around the outlaw Kai Cherokee, who had roamed and robbed the disputed territories between the Forb geosector and Highcore Canyon. From its description, it must have been the chasm he'd once shot through. The 260,000 words of biographical commentary that Rhyonon, who'd compiled and edited the 3 volumes, had interspersed among the documents, told a jaw-dropping tale of the exploits of the 5-foot, white-haired, 17-year-old Cherokee, who'd amassed her gang of 7- and 8-foot criminals from the rejected dregs of several cloning projects that had been instituted in the early days by the Yellows as part of a later abandoned population push. Cherokee herself, illiterate, probably psychotic, though in the last months she had sent more than 3 dozen extraordinarily eloquent letters to the Pharaoh Senate, which she had dictated to the second-rate poet, Sebvoy, who had recently joined the gang and who, numerous commentators still felt, was the actual author of at least some of them. Had finally been captured, had been tortured, had been ultimately killed at age 20 by the Yellows' Grey Group, though for years afterwards a myth had persisted that she'd been torn apart by her own rebellious gang before they scattered among the new cities, a myth that had only been exploded by the researches of Sargu IV, Rhyonon immediate predecessor. When he plunged his hand in again, he was looking equally for the first-rate Vro Marivon as for the second-rate Sebvoy, but came up with the lyrics of Megal Bieber, which baffled him because they were brief, beautiful, elegant, and more or less comprehensible, with few words or references he did not understand. Because the last 3 tomes he'd managed to absorb, which were also the first 3 things he'd ever read which were not delivery instructions, had, among their thousands of sentences, managed to use most of the same words and grammatical constructions. He still found himself catching his breath. The scant 60 pages of the 97-year-old Bieber's lyrics, in that tense and quiet voicing that seemingly made any object named shimmer so in his mind, were the most beautiful things he'd ever read. And he had read so much. Another cube. He read through the classic stories of Relkor, with their astute observations of technocratic life in the Jamed complex, and their underlying note of surreal horror. Another. He read the Metropolitan edition of the novels of Snai Artif, Wind, 15, Road, 17, To the Black River, 20, in Chapter 7 of which he learned in the conversation of the tall girls and short boys who defied their teachers to indulge in long, drugged conversations behind the plastic sand carts in the evening, that though many people talked about it, unlike him, almost no one ever actually read the whole of the Mantichorio. Sand, 22, Air, 22, and Time, 24. Snai Artif, he learned in the afterword to the first novel, the fact then repeated in the introductions to each of the following volumes, had eventually committed suicide by burying himself in the dunes of the Nurthside Range, before what turned out to be a futile and easily repelled attack of the Mayeth in 28. And the next cube was, oddly enough, Kaizu Jerzakai's The Sands, a famous memoir written at about the same time as Artif's Sand, but on the other side of the world, about the exploration of the intra-geosectoral divides, during which some of the most famous technological infrasystems had been discovered, some of which, they afterward explained, had been recently disrupted because of later human development, as the equatorial population belt had begun to close on itself. He read the 7-volume psychoanalytic biography of Hardeen, the legal philosopher whose work had been so influential in the organization of the Vresht Federation, which only 30 years ago had included 12 geosectors. Toward the beginning of Volume 3, Years of Noon, 92 through 01, he learned the full story of the deep friendship between Hardeen and Vro Merivan. It had been Hardeen who had, after Merivan's death in 95, rescued the poems from New 7 and overseen their first publication. He read Oak's incendiary odes of jealousy and ennui, Hermione at Buthrat, apparently written off-world, which had supplied as many allusions for Bieber as the Mantichorio had for Merivan. He read the complete extant work of the 22-year-old prodigy Steeble, her 5 multi-character dialogues, the handful of papers on algebraic agrammaticalities, the surviving fragment of her journal for the 88-89 concert season, and the final impassioned letters sent from her deathbed in the disease-infested Jabahaya prison complex to her old teacher Seb Voy, the same Seb Voy who 10 years later would go off to fight alongside Sherakik between Farb and the High Corps. He read Gorbar's 13 dazzling sketches, and read, in the introduction to that volume for perhaps the 5th time now, somehow it had come up in the introductions to a number of other books as well, about the 9 other volumes of verse Gorbar had published, all of which were completely pedestrian and without writerly value, which only made him plunge his hand down among the cubes again in hope of finding one of those 9 so that he might read them for himself. And came up instead with Burns' Marking Making, her 750,000-word experimental novel, a cascade of names, numbers, isolate phrases, and single hieroglyphs that created a kind of hypnotic, sensual experience in itself, unrelated to anything he had read before, but which, as much as any other effect now inscribed behind the bone of his forehead, had been clearly produced by the reading. Blinking, he placed that cube carefully back in the carton and picked up Weaven's classical cycle of 26 novels, written over half that number of years, until her death by fire in the printing plant where she molded cold type. Scenes on the Capitals. The opening 3 books, the introduction informed him, had been widely popular since their initial publication, though the middle cycle of 7 were as unread as any great works from the Mantichorio to Marking Making. But one after another the tales inscribed themselves across his mind's eyes, ears, hands, volume on volume. In 6 of them, he was surprised to find the tragic hero or heroine ended by going to the Radical Anxiety Termination Institute, and the narrative of the 3rd from the last turned on the abduction of a young man who was illegally made a rat and then rescued by some well-meaning social workers 3 years later. He read DeMaisy's series of tender and distanced novellas, and a collection of the first 3 powerful novels by Horeb, who he knew now from some other introduction was a pseudonym for Saya Artif. A second cousin of Snai, though they had never met, a younger disciple of Burns. Indeed, he found himself recognizing, in her stripped-down sentences with their sudden grammatical lurches, was this an analogue of what Steeble had meant by agrammaticality? The same sentence forms that had run through marking-making. There, of course, almost wholly a-referential, in Horeb they were used to describe, with glimmering exactitude, dawn forays out from the early spaceports across the equatorial dunes, or evening fires below the awnings of the dark transport machines parked about the newly sunk foundations of the Velm chain of urban complexes. For almost 3 decades in the previous century, the introduction commented, Horeb could arguably have been ranked as the most popular writer in this world. While he put that cube down to pick up another, he wondered if the similarity marked the success or the failure of Burns' experiment. He had just finished a 6-volume set, Classics of World Philosophy, selections from the major works of Tondi, Fortescue, as well as the complete proceedings of the Vedrick School, seminars and publications for the years 82 through 89, when she said, "I know you can do it, at that speed now." He looked up because she had touched his shoulder. "But I want you to stay sane so that you can appreciate some of the things I want to do later." Her fingers moved against his neck. "Stand up now. Come. Come with me." He stood, the pains in his knees that came with squatting over the last years still surprised him. Had it been days he'd squatted? Or hours? In the dim light she looked at him with a kind of bland approval. Suddenly her face twisted, her full lips puckered. Pfft! Saliva struck his cheek, the corner of his lip. At the same time she grasped his shoulders, thrust him out, so that the back of his heel hit the carton. He heard cubes fall over cubes. Then she pulled him against her. "Yes," she whispered. "Yes, the look on his face, your shock, your shame, your humiliation, your revulsion, your astonishment. I don't know. It does something to me, breaks my heart, I suppose." He'd felt no shock, no revulsion, only the mildest of sympathetic pains above his buttocks at the sudden standing, the slightest surprise at her action, the faintest curiosity at her motivation. Over her shoulder he reached up to wipe his jaw with the hard heel of his hand. "Come." She released him, stepping back. "No, don't wipe it off. Let it dry there. Come. Come with me now." Holding his wrist, she led him back toward the instruments. "Tell me, what have you been reading at so diligently for the past 3 minutes?" Perhaps, unlike the Institute's gamma lasers, the glove did change who you were. He certainly did not feel like the same person he'd been 3 minutes ago. Years and monsters and ages and cultures and kilometers and feelings ago. "I read Sand and the Sands and Lyrics." And when he'd recited a dozen more titles, she stopped him with a laugh. Sitting in the driver's seat, she lay both hands on the thrust rod. She must have stopped the transport while he'd been crouched at the carton. Outside on low headlights lay dim orange over sand and pebbles. "What a strange view of world culture you must have." She leaned forward and shook her head. "When I was packing those, I called myself taking all the important, profound, and indispensable titles I could. Nearly filled the box. But one of the more eccentric librarians at the internment compound I'd gotten permission to riffle had put up a whole shelf full of cubes of women writers, or texts about women. She was convinced nobody could be truly educated unless they'd read them, though nobody I ever met had except her, maybe. Anyway," she pressed another pedal again. Outside headlights brightened. "I decided I might as well take those too, as a lark, and loaded the box up with cubes from her special shelf.
I'm afraid they were the top 3 inches in the carton. From the titles, it sounds to me like that's what you got stuck in."
"But," he began. She pushed the thrust bar. The transport lurched on into desert night. "But Horeb, Saya Artif," he said, "was the most famous writer in the world," he added. "For almost 30 years, and felt odd making a contestatory statement about his world. Till now it had never occurred to him he'd had one.
"She may well have been," the woman said. "But that 30 years was many years ago. You can be sure most people today haven't even heard of her, which I suppose was my eccentric librarian friend's point in putting that shelf together in the first place. You say you can drive this? I want you—" She leaned forward and punched a lot of buttons below the E output meter. "To get me to these coordinates."
She frowned.
"Can you?"
He leaned forward to look at the numbers that had appeared on the locale screen. No. The coordinates were 6-figured ones, and the only system he was used to from the Mukt was the 2-figured one for finding your way around within a city. But certainly it must work more or less the same way as the 2-figure system. Yeah. Coordinates were coordinates. He could figure them out. I can.
Good. She slipped from her seat. Then I'm going to sleep in the back.
He slid over onto the driver's plush cushion and, with gloved and naked hand, took the bar. He drove for an hour or more and did not look back because, finally, he had not changed very much from who he had been before. Then, once, he did, because he was curious about where she was sleeping, and curiosity was, in itself, a curious emotion, and now, nowhere near as frightening as it had once been. She'd pulled out a piece of canvas and lay on it, on the plastic flooring, snoring, one canvas corner pulled over her shoulder. A bed, he thought, harder than sand. The town was one of those old-fashioned attempts at ecological self-sufficiency in a world with no ecology to begin with. The description was not his, but had been written by an off-world woman 100 years ago to describe her entrance at dawn into a town more than 4,000 kilometers east. Recalling it, however, made him want to look out the transport window more clearly. It also made him want to return to the carton. This town was 5 observation towers, and places where no doubt a 6th and 7th, now fallen or pulled down, had stood, with forests of gray-green elephant lichen between. Dawn streaked green and blue behind them under a dark red sky, still awaiting day's orange. On the locale screen, the first 4 mobile coordinates had closed with the Stassel ones she'd punched out last night. They rolled in on a worn road walled with wire mesh to hold the lichen's wrinkled hides back from the shoulder. He watched the delta discrepancy in the last 2 figures decrease. Above, on high trestles, great translucent plates would cast down their blue or red or green light onto the rippling vegetation later in the day. He had seen them as a child in the great city parks in which, from time to time, he'd slept. It was only a little surprising to look at them now and know, for the first time, because Seb Voy had once explained their workings to Sherakik, what they were for, though now the light slipped under them, rather than fell through, to put copper trim on the rattled edges of the barky growths. Delta dropped from 12 to 11, which meant their destination should be visible in another minute. Through the side window they passed a yard stacked with wrecked transports like the one he drove. Out the window across he glimpsed an acre-wide silt vat, through which crusted mixers spattered back and forth in the organic slush. He rolled over a stretch of road gouged about with kids' graffiti, as were many roads in the southeastern geosectors. He had seen such things before, old transport yards, roadway graffiti, in the much larger cities in which he'd grown up. But now Because the new 7 poet had written a poem comparing the passion of young love to a blind child's exploring such a junked transport lot, and because the villain of Sand had drowned the enraged clone dogs in such a silt vat, and because Fortescue, on a dawn not so different from this, when hiking out of Kingston, had stopped to talk to an adolescent girl busy cutting graffiti in the road, just like the ones which moments ago had made the transport treads go thump, and from the encounter had begun to construct her time and text theory that had dominated, well, not all of world philosophy, but at least one narrow academic strand of it for nearly a century. He saw them not as so flat and so unknown you could not even call them puzzling, but rather as historical and curious, specific and resonant. The delta dropped from 2 to 1 and began to roll down through 0.9, 0.8, 0.7. The plaza entrance he pulled through was littered with desert slough, even this far in. Acrylic greens and yellows chipped or lapped loose from peeling advertisement statues. The transport halted on asphalt covered with large red circles, indicating parking. At Mucked, it had been small white ones, but that was in another geosector, in another part of his world. He sat a long time, looking out the scarred sand shield. A bank of mobile lichen furled and unfurled slowly before the chin of a woman's giant head, cast from some sort of flesh-toned ceramic. Panels of colored metal hung before her. Now and then one, turning on its cable, revealed a smile's corner, a great nostril's curve, an eye's iris. A tall old man stood in a doorway whose metal hinges even from here looked loose. His naked chest was snarled with white hair. His brown head, within a circle of white, was bald. Over the next 10 minutes he picked and prodded and pulled at the wires that, twisted together, made up his belt buckle, till his pants fell to his ankles. He stepped from them, looked till he found the green rag he must have hung on the door-handle minutes before, and tried to tie it across his face, stumbled unsteadily across the yard to disappear among the signs. Minutes later, 2 astonishingly short men, in thick-soled wedgies, hurried across the yard, plucking at their masks' clips behind their heads, one laughing as he came away, the other bumping one shoulder into some stay wire supporting an old sign for soft drinks. The sign swayed. He watched the yard a long time before he heard her turn over behind him, dragging canvas. He did not look. Canvas fell on plastic. She grunted. Then her hand fell on his shoulder. "We're here," she said, recovering from a yawn as, now, he glanced up. "So, you actually got us here. That wasn't too hard." Outside, 2 very short women with elaborate head masks ran into the enclosure, giggling and poking at one another, turned and ran out. Crossing the yard, one either side, a very tall man and a very short man, both with naked faces, glanced one at the other as the other glanced away, the both of them elaborately feigning not to see each other. They walked perfectly in step. Holding his shoulder, she frowned. "What is this place?" He said a slang word that, before he'd come to the Institute, had been a frequent part of his vocabulary, though he had not used it since. "Oh," she said, while he reflected that in the whole of his reading only the new 7 poet had used the word, and that only once, comically and obliquely. "You mean," she said, "here we've driven over 3,000 kilometers in a night to some little belt border town to wind up in a—" She, he noticed, mispronounced it. "I guess you about-faces are all over the place." "Well, it makes sense. We're fugitives, and when I bought my fugitive coordinate pattern, I guess I should have figured the people who did the kind of traveling we were going to do would use this kind of place as a stop point." She gave a kind of laughing snort. "I'm going to punish you for this." He was curious why, but did not look at her curiously. "I mean," she offered in nervous explanation, "here I am indulging all my kinks, and I intend to keep right on.
You might as well indulge yours." Then she humphed, or coughed. 3,000 kilometers in toward the population belt. All you expect to do is just brush civilization's rim. And here I am, stuck with a microfile in the middle of an aerodrome. Microfile and aerodrome were technical words whose meanings seemed not so much concerned with their referent as with the gesture of her using them as compensation for the slang term with which he realized she was far more uncomfortable than he. "Just as if we were in central Kingston." "Get on out," she said, and reached over his shoulder to press a button. He couldn't remember, he thought with some distress, if that were the switch that released the transport's side or not. Catches on the single door fell away. The door swung out. He stood up, looking at her. She said, "Go on, get out there and indulge your foul and unspeakable desires." She gave him a quick smile. "When you get back, I'll indulge mine." He smiled, knowing he wouldn't have a day before, but that was because, in his reading, he'd found the word indulged nearly a dozen times, and recognizing it felt, well, good. He walked toward the entrance. "Really do it," she called after him. Humor and nervousness tripped over each other to get control of her voice. "Do it, because the punishment will be exquisite." Without using his hands, he shouldered out the door, as if it were some institutional hanging. The morning was warm and dry. He stepped down on the powdery ground, scattered with gravel, plastic bits, and the tiny black grommets, whose source or use, for all his reading, he did not know any more than he had before the Institute had shipped him from the city years ago. He walked across the clearing, pausing to look back, but the sun, still low, put a red glare over the darkened glass so that he could not tell if she watched him or not. He went first to the doorway the old man had stood in, and was surprised because it was locked. He dropped his hand from the circular entrance plate and looked down at the man's discarded pants. One brown leg dangled across the entrance sill. He turned and walked back. The archway stood behind two statues. A new one, a great sphere in luminous blue, whose hieroglyphs advertised some drug he had never heard of, and an old one behind it, a peeling red and orange bucket that told of a distant water station. The arched darkness glimmered along its edges with some sort of weak energy heat shield. He stepped through onto downward stairs. Somewhere in the wide, dim corridor water dripped. Shafts of light fell through the high hall's cool, dusty air. Near the steps' bottom, a very short man, wearing, well, it was like a wire head mask, only there were not dozens but seemingly hundreds of colored pieces. Some of the wires curved as far down as his ankles. Naked beneath it, the man danced slowly, alone. Which was when he remembered it was after sunup in some tiny town at the very rim of the population belt. Few men were likely to be out at this hour. He might as well turn around and go back to the transport. He didn't. And the men who were out, well, over the next 3 hours moving around through the dark rooms, he had sex 7 times, twice with unexpected satisfaction, and 4 times after that with an indifferent adequacy that slipped him into adolescent memories, undisturbed for years. The last time was with a man taller than himself, a partner he'd never have considered when he'd been a child. But the encounter proved to have a gentleness and satisfaction that drew his second orgasm of the morning up from behind his knees to rage like a large lake filling below his belly, while his shoulders shook, till, unmarked time later, with words whirling and falling in his head, the wonder, pulsing and pulsing from spine to genitals, settled slowly into the wordless memory of wonder. "You look like you haven't done that for a long time." The man rubbed his shoulder and held his face close. He said, "Not for a couple of hours," and patted the high shoulder back, clumsily, with his glove. The little man, who'd stood near watching,
lifted his immense contraption of swaying wires back onto his head, and again began to dance. So he left. He came out behind the water station sign, stopped to take a deep breath, and started across the grommeted dust. The single door to the transport stood wide, the diagonal rod at the corner in place to hold it open, which was not, he tried to reason why, the way he'd have expected her to leave it. But he was still not really used to reason, hers or anyone else's. He stopped, moving his hand to the side of his face, to scratch some itch there, which became a conscious curiosity at how best he might move the dark cloth first from the tip of one finger and then another to bite on the nails there. Still wondering, he stepped inside. The cabin was empty. What he did next had the same insistence with which, for years without thought, he had raised one finger and another, thumb and little, to pick and chip with his big teeth at crown and cuticle, or indeed the insistence with which, for 3 hours, he'd stalked from encounter to encounter, while all thought had been toward leaving in a minute, in 3, in no more than 5. He went to the octagonal carton, squatted, plunged in his hand, pulled out a cube and read 7 comic dialogues by Sher Ag, most of whose humor escaped him, but which, especially in the 4th and 7th, managed to pass through some jarring and bizarre social configurations that caught up all his thinking, and tossed that back and pulled out the long story Mutations, which, the afterward explained to his surprise, had been written in collaboration by 2 women, one of whom had been a rat, and put that back, pulled out the next, and, to his greater surprise, reread the Mantichorio, marveling both at how much he remembered and how much seemed wondrously new, as familiar characters who, in his mind's eye, looked entirely different from memory, engaged familiar battles, and said familiar lines, their motivations and arguments so changed, so much more, indeed, like his own might have been, now, here. Still, it was amazing how the black ripples under the children's long oars on the underground waterway were lit, this reading, by torchlight of such a different gold. Then he read an anthology of poems by women connected with the Tarkarto publications, and for the first time found himself responding to individual lyrics as good or bad, instead of simply comprehensible or confusing. Minutes, seconds, ages later. He was in the midst of a huge desert-like novel, subtly contoured with the palest shifts in tone, as satisfying as a walk on warm sand at night, partially because it dealt with the Tarkarto itself. Its secondary heroine was one of the more eccentric poets whose work, so recently, he'd read. Then, through the half-consciousness in which his perceptions of the transport cabin around him hung, he heard a footstep, several footsteps. Then, "Yeah, that's him. Get him." The leisurely narrative resolved with its closing meditation on the dawn time of a young world. Someone grabbed him by the shoulder and spun him back. He lost balance, went down on one knee. His other struck the carton, which overturned, spilling cubes. The cube in his hand fell among the scatter. His buttock hit the plastic flooring, and his gloved hand skidded behind him. He looked up at baggy beige suits and at official beige masks. One of them said, "And get that thing off his hand, will you?" That's when he saw the canvas bag with the lizard on its flap hanging over the small one's shoulder. His first thought was, how odd to find such a carrier this many kilometers across the sand from the polar station. Then he realized there was no bag lying beside the carton. The two thoughts interlocked to become recognition of how they'd come looking for it. The first man in beige, who had bent down while he was thinking all this, jerked his forearm up, hooked a forefinger under the wrist of the glove, and yanked. Cloth and small metal links tore. And his world, and all thought about it, tore from his great hand. Qualitatively, the feeling was somewhat like being in the midst of an involuted argument, with a particularly complex point to make, only to open your mouth and forget what you were about to say. Quantitatively, it was so much more intense than simple forgetting that anyone who'd undergone the experience would probably question the qualitative as a metaphor to convey the quantity of that shattering erasure. For what had been stripped, wrenched, excised from him at that tug was all in him that could have understood the very description of it. Left was only a tingling that worked through every cell of him, more completely than her plate, whose name he could not remember, when she'd cleaned him. Breath came out slowly and continuously, as though hands, huger than his, had taken him up and wrung him. For moments air caught in his vocal cords. For moments it slipped through them, unvoiced. Sometimes it stuttered between the two. There, the man said. He looked at the black rag with the bits of metal in it, turned his fingers down through the ribbons, and jerked his elbows apart. More ribbons and wires ripped. One asked, "Where do they get these things, anyway?" The short one with the bag said, "I wonder what she did to him." From the voice it was probably a woman. The tall one said, "You'll never know. I mean, a damned bitch. That's what gets me. With a man it doesn't seem so weird, but I can't stand it when a damned bitch does something like that with a damned—" "Hey, watch your language, man," the one holding the ripped glove said. "You don't have to talk that way in front of the kid." "Oh, yeah, man," the other one said, and to the young woman, "I'm sorry, man." "That's all right, man," she said. "I just wish I knew what she did to him." She reached down, got a hand under his arm, and tugged. "Come on, Rat, time to get up." He slipped so that one knee went down to the floor on a cube's corner. Pain shot from knee to thigh, as the woman said, "Oh, geez, look at those cuts on his back, will you? Maybe it's just as well we don't know." Leg throbbing, he stood. The tall one said, "Can't we find anything to put over his face?" The one with the ruined glove said, "You don't need to do that. He's just a rat." "I know," the other said, "but a guy with a face like that, those scars on it, I got some of them myself. It ain't right." "The cuts on his back?" the woman said. "Do you think she beat him?" "With perverts like that," the one with the glove said, "they'll do anything. You just be happy it's against the law to ask. A damned bitch." "Come on now," I said. "Watch it." "Oh, yeah, I'm sorry." "It's all right," the woman said. "Can't we get something to put over his face?" "Let's just get going." They led him outside, into the rubble-strewn yard. Now the square was almost filled with people in beige, some standing, some strolling in pairs. They led him, "No, this way, you stupid rat," to the entrance and out among the lush, gray vegetation, where a smaller transport waited. In the back, through the grilled window, he saw her. The woman's arms were strapped to her sides. There was a large bruise down her cheek. Blood had run from her hair. A rag had been tied decently, if haphazardly, across her face, but there were no eye holes. "Come on, get in." "Shall I strap him up?" "Nah, he won't do anything." They put him in the front seat, then slid in beside him. One began to maneuver the controls. One said, "Hey, that thing you took off him, does that really make you know more stuff?" "Nah, it just makes you think you do. It can make you real sick, too. You see the way he was when I took it off him, moaning like that?" "I didn't hear him moaning," one said. "What do you mean?" One said, "Can't we get something to put over his face?" "They told me back at headquarters," the one who still held the ragged glove said, "if it was a normal man or woman, you couldn't just take it off him like that. It would probably kill him. Something in the head. That's how bad it is for you. But with a damned rat, it don't do that much." "I don't know," the other said. "I'm not from around here like you guys. I just can't stand it." He found a piece of blue oily cloth under the transport seat. "Let me get this on him, huh?" After that, he couldn't see where he was going at all. "You understand, a woman like that could have been dangerous," the man in charge said with a harshness that had grown each time he'd told the story of the way he'd tricked her into taking the carrier bag with its signal generator 3 times now. He picked up bits of foam, torn paper, crumpled lengths of red packing tape, handfuls of orange sand, discarded cubes, blue shreds fallen from the peeling walls and ceiling, putting them all in the triangular carton, while they went on talking, and he paid almost as little attention to them as they did to him. "Still, I couldn't just let her take him off like that without doing something." "You had to do something," one man said. "He's been back 3 days, huh?" said another. "I wonder what she did to him." "Well, I guess we'll never know. That one's too dumb to tell us, even if asking was legal." "Dangerous," the man in charge repeated. "You never know in a case like that." "Well, she must have done something," a newer man said. He had taken his mask off of his clean young cheeks. "It's like he's just not the same rat anymore." "What do you mean he's not the same rat?" another asked. "He looks the same to me, man. I worked with this one before she stole him, and I've been working with him since we got him back." The new man, 6 months, was short, brown, and smooth-faced as some bitch, and oversaw the worst jobs at the station, always going around without his face like a damned rat himself. "He's doing all sorts of dumb things." "If it's the rat I think it is," another said, "he ain't never been too smart, you know." "You mean this one here, now?" "I don't mean dumb stupid," the unmasked man said. Many of the other men didn't like him. "I mean dumb crazy." "Like what?" the man in charge said. "Well, you know where they have the work equipment all racked up along the inside of hangar doors? They got the work gloves sitting up on a rack of pegs so you can just take them down when you need them. Anyway, I was reading over my packing orders while about 6 rats were unloading supply drums. But I had to go get a replacement string from the vestibule console because the computer had messed up the printing on one. I guess they must have finished up the first tier of loading. When I got back, he had them rats all standing together in the hangar doorway, and he'd put one work glove on each one of them, on himself, too. Just one, you see. And they were staring across the sand like they were waiting for something to come over the horizon." "Man, I think you better put your mask back on," one man laughed. "You've been getting too much sun." "No, I mean it. You should have seen him. And he was right there at the head of them, in his one glove, with this funny expression on his face. If he was a man and not a rat, you would have thought he was going to cry." "I've worked places where they don't let rats run around with their faces all naked like that. Why don't we—" "How'd you know he was the one who did it?" "I asked. A rat don't lie, man. Least if he understands the question. Look, I've been here a lot of years now, and when I got here, I used to do the same job you're doing, back when we were studying Q-plague. First of all, I never seen a rat, dumb or smart, pay attention to no other rat, much less give him a work glove. Second, that rat, and I worked with him back before the station got closed down and opened up again, that rat is the last one who'd do something like that. Like I say, man, it's as if he wasn't the same. When he got taken off, something happened. He come back different. I don't mean he's turned into an ordinary man or anything, but I mean it. He's different. If you used to work with him, you could see it too, I bet." "Ah, come on." But he was finished cleaning now, and dragged the 3/4 full carton behind him out into the station's low-ceilinged hall. Over the next few months, he did a number of things equally stupid. One afternoon the rat keeper went to kick up a shift from the cage and found him missing. He was already at his station working. Once, instead of getting his carrying orders from the console, he pressed some other buttons and got some other random cubes and was found standing before the station computer, turning them over in his great, fouled hands, with a puzzled look on his long, pitted face. The other things he did, however, were all just as harmless. and as they occurred less and less frequently, they elicited less and less comment. Things happened at the station. During the election, the station's men cast their votes through the station computer, but he never learned who won, yellows or grays. Shortly, the station changed over its function once more. New equipment was shipped in and set up. New staff came. Some old staff left. They got 2 new rats. For a time, the cage feedings were dropped to once every 2 days, and the new man, who was actually pretty bright, was promoted to second in charge and wore his mask more. But these things did not noticeably affect the rat. For the next 7 years he worked at the station, doing much the same as he had always done. One evening during a dark red sunset, one of the women at the station, there were 3 on the staff now, told him to take the lift down to the sub-basement refrigerated storage crypt and bring up one of the new machines, a Model 184. He didn't know what Model 184 was used for, but it had a lot of mechanical claws dangling from it, and many little lights flashing about it. It weighed some 26 kilos, but though you had to carry it up steps and over the ice-clotted thresholds, it would follow you along any smooth surface if you threw the toggle under the red flange circling it. Behind him, 184's treads had just gone thump again on another door-sill. As he turned to free it, there was a huge roar. The strip lights along the ceiling went out. Suddenly he was thrown to the chill steel mesh flooring, scraping elbow and hip. Metal grated on rock above him. The temperature rose 20 degrees in 10 seconds. In the dark, something fell over on him, pinning one leg. Something bigger and heavier than 184. And, in a conflagration that lasted some 17 hours, all life on the surface of his world, a world whose name, in all his 41 years, he'd had less than a dozen opportunities to speak, a world he'd known only from the most impoverished perspective, a world whose coordinates in the Webb's Encyclopedia of Habitable Worlds he had never even heard, was destroyed. Monologues. Visible and invisible persons distributed in space. Chapter 1. From Nepiy to Free-Kantor. The first I heard of Rat Korga, or the world Rhyonon, look, listen. Large and blue, a woman who tended to come apart into jelly-like pieces only to flow together about the translator pole, my current employer once said, "Thank you. Thank you, industrial diplomat Marq Dyeth. Thank you for delivering these heteromer sheathing samples." Heteromers are very big, very broad, very flat, and in places very active molecules. But it had taken me the first 3 days of the journey, with all my delivery ship's GI resources hard by, to get even that far. They are also very difficult to put together from just a recipe, unless you actually have some of them against which to check off the million-odd atoms that comprise them. Thank you for delivering them to this beleaguered geosector of this wide world, this world of Nepiy. She went from pale sky to indigo. Within many-layered transparent gold gloves and something filmy that seemed like a parody of the alien bubbling about the pole, the other woman, this one human, stood off beneath the dripping roof stones and looked on with intense approval. My employer, 1, said, "May I ask you a favor?" "Well, Please, Marq Dyeth, please. Your shuttle flight does not leave for some time yet, not for a while. I want to explain something to you. Then I want you to explain something to me." Well, feeling uncomfortable, I smiled my most diplomatic smile, fairly sure what was coming. You must understand that an industrial diplomat often finds herself. "I want to show you this most recent atrocity in this atrocious fugue." I was right. "Because you're not from around here, not from our world, not from our geosector. I merely thought you might take a certain understanding, a certain knowledge, certain information away with you." The assumption is that because you're not from around here, On such a cosmic scale, you couldn't possibly know what here is like. Always true, but it means that after a while an ID has seen more of this sort of thing than anyone could care to. "My friend will take you in the skim car," she indicated the other human woman. "He's a careful driver and can answer any questions you might want to put." The he made me flex an imaginary lip bone, which, a human myself, I do not have, but I've known lots who did. "Very well," I nodded, wondering what a nod meant on this world, at this spot on it. The human stepped forward, and we started through damp veils, streaked pink and blotched brown, along the entrance, while my employer, one, came apart and collected herself behind us. As we came out under the loud, dark sky, she said, "He's quite something, isn't he?" The second he made that imaginary lip bone of mine unflex. "If you knew even a tenth of the work he's been putting into our emergency situation here, you'd be awed. We've had to go to the stars when we can't even get help from geosectors 5 or 500 kilometers away." Oh, in just the day I've been here, I've been able to get a rough idea. I think she looked questioningly at me on the word day, but I'm not sure. "Yes," I said, "she's quite a woman, and you've got quite a situation to deal with here. All of you." The dark sky crackled with red lightning, and a moment later thunder, which had punctuated my stay almost every 20 minutes, trundled across the low, ragged peaks. "Is it always like this?" I asked loudly. Trailing gauzes around her, she glanced at me, her face glimmering as through washes of human blood. "Oh, we have whole 50- and 60-hour periods when the lightning is blue." "I mean, over all of Nepiy?" "Oh, no," she answered. "You only get lightning here in the western equatorial band. 1,000 kilometers toward the poles in either direction, and you don't get any lightning at all. Just black." We climbed into the car. Strung into the pilot's net, the woman pressed and pulled and pushed. The car broke through the power shield into the hot, dark, ululating silt. "Do you have anything like this at home?" Now she wore lots of layers of lensing plastic over her face. "No," I said, thinking of our southern hot wind season, which comes close. "Not really." "There," she said suddenly, pointing through the grillwork over the window plate. "Can you see it?" I couldn't, which is pretty usual in such situations. "Over there?" After a few minutes I thought I could, which is also usual. General information got me through, though. Apparently those dark, fuzzy slashes were where kilometer after kilometer was a crawl with a rugged, rotting vine that decayed into polluting vapor, whipping about the strong wind in yellow blades, like my home world's -WRS gone wild. The vines had been intended as high-yield bean bushes that would bear 7 distinct types of bean, each with a distinct and different flavor. But as the genetic designs had been shipped from world to world, star to star, somewhere along the way a few triplets had fallen into the DNA specifications that, in conjunction with a high-sodium environment, upped the possibility of viable mutation. And this particular bit of Nepiy desert had been all salt marsh sometime before its very superficial planoforming. The triplets hadn't been detected, or rather hadn't been recognized for what they were. At about the 5th generation, the bushes had suddenly metamorphosed into this lethal and virulent sport. "Within 30 kilometers, there are 3 urban complexes that are on the border of starvation, with a combined population of 12 million women, of both races," my driver said glumly. "I see." Outside the window, the fields were dark and dim. Still, I find it a little hard to understand how 3 whole cities are dependent on a single product, to the point that its failure threatens them with starvation. She glanced at me through many lenses. "It's more complicated than that, of course. But you have to leave in a day. Do you have time to hear the last 50 years' history of this geosector? Of the last 80 years' history of the Quintian geosector grouping, of which our sector here is the smallest, or of the 212 years' history of Nepiy's whole colonization? Given the time we have, I probably wouldn't be able to follow it. History is one area that general info is notoriously poor in imparting, I reflected, while I made a mental request from GI for any special usage information about the word day in this particular area of Nepiy. And I wouldn't be likely to remember it for very long once I left. Then you'd better just accept the simplified version. The beans don't grow, the cities starve. Day, GI informed me, while still part of most equatorial Nepiyans' vocabulary, has become largely a literary word due to the overlying cloud layer and is seldom used in ordinary conversation. Compare the silent polar fields, whose famous opening line, "Alone here, she turns under day," is frequently quoted over almost the entire world. The more usual reference to time units is in periods of hours, their number usually divisible by 10, with 20, 30, and 60 the most frequently mentioned. There was a little mental bleep, which meant that the last GI program I'd summoned up hadn't been completed yet. I acknowledged mentally and learned that the original genetic designs for the bean bushes had been prepared on the north of a world called Velm, which happens to be my home, though I come from the southern reaches and have spent almost no time in the north. Diplomatically enough, I suppose, I didn't say anything. My driver looked uncomfortable, but, knowing its codes, its historical complexes, she could see more on her world than I could. I heard there was some similar problem about 3,000 kilometers to the north, with the genetic designs for some mineral pulverizing viruses that didn't work. I wonder if they are connected, although those designs were put together right here on Nepiy. It's possible, I said. They could both be similar manifestations of a worldwide informational warp, though it would take a lot of work to find out. And the fact is, it's not likely. But I'll make a note to report it to the web, and they'll at least have it on file, if they don't already. A few days ago, my friend was up on the moon, where he heard a perfectly horrible story about— My driver stopped, as though it really were too horrible to go on with. She grunted. By Oak, what a world this is. We looked out the glass at our little patch of what, GI informed me, was a good 180,000 square kilometers of this one, and I smiled to hear that most familiar exclamation in this most alien environment. The skim car skimmed. The clouds hovered. Listen. Look. 2. If you're hungry, my employer, 1, said, I'd be highly complimented if you'd eat some of me. Indeed, if there's any of you can spare, body hair, nail parings, excrement, dried skin. Really, our two chemistries are very similar, notoriously complementary. One speculates that it's the basis for the stable peace that endures between our races throughout the lowlands of this world. I'd accepted such an offer when I'd first come. I would accept it again before I left, as GI prompted. But now I was told to ignore it as a phatic exchange that required no more than a nod to avoid offense. Oh, I nodded. And after a moment of blue self-collection, she went on, What I would now appreciate, what you could really do for me, what I so deeply desire— Blue bubbles broke in my employer 1 around the vibrating translator pole— is for you to explain this spreading horror, this war with no sides, this disastrous ruination of the quality of life that brings pain and desperation to all women. The fugue, the human who'd driven me said. That's what he wants to know about. Gathering up her veils in her gilded gloves, she reached up to rub her upper lip with gold fingertips. We all want to know. I can tell you this, I took a breath. Though it may seem to have aspects of cultural fugue to you, it's not the big C. They both waited, breathing, bubbling. You have a catastrophe here, a real, desperate, and life-destroying catastrophe, but it's not cultural fugue. If it's fugue at all, it's fugue with a very small f. I wondered what the translator pole did with that one, since this was a world where, as G.I. had reminded me already on several occasions, writing was only a tertiary method of text production.
"How do you know?" my employer one asked. "Can you tell just from the feel of the sky above you, from the lowest frequencies in the thunder's rumble?"
"I can tell because the web's report on information deployment for your world is open to me through G.I. There's not one sign, but at least 175, that would be visible if you were moving anywhere near a CF condition."
"The violence, the death, the anguish on our world, not only here, but many, many other places, have been immense," my employer one said.
I said, "I know, and I don't blame you for asking. But you should know this, too. In the many, many worlds I've visited in my capacity as an industrial diplomat, where there was some problem that stretched from horizon to horizon, if you talk to anyone in the middle of it, among the first things they'll want to know is if their world has gone into cultural fugue." I smiled. "It's little consolation, I know, but horizon to horizon, which is hard to remember when you're standing on the surface, is still a very small part of a world. A whole world, that's a big place. For a world to go into cultural fugue, for the socio-economic pressures to reach a point of technological recomplication and perturbation, where the population completely destroys all life across the planetary surface, takes a lot of catastrophe. There are more than 6,000 worlds in the Federation of Habitable Worlds, and cultural fugue is very rare."
49 times in the last 280 years, the human said. "And our years are a bit longer than old Earth standard," said the alien. "I was up on our moon only days ago," she went on, "when I heard that a world perhaps a third of the way around the galactic rim was just destroyed. There were hardly any survivors."
"Look.
Listen. Did you catch it?"
I didn't. The reason, I suppose, is simply that I'd have thought someone in my profession, one, would have known about that already, had it really happened. But there, on alien Nepiy, I'm afraid I read it as something between a glitch in the translation and mere myth or misinformation, to be expected in the general anxiety among women under such pressure. "Were they with the family or the sign?" I asked, and I'm afraid I smiled when I asked. "Or were they just unaligned in the web?"
"They didn't say," said the alien.
"They didn't say," said the human, which only confirmed my suspicion. And I thought, as I had so often on my own world, when women of different species say the same things, you are most aware of their distinctions. An hour later I was on my shuttle flight towards Free-Kantor, listening to the thrum of ion pulsars beyond green plastic walls. 3. Free-Kantor? In terms of light years, it's not so far from my home, but that doesn't make it notable now. Free-Kantor is a world in itself, I've heard spiders say. But it's not a world. At all. One of 30 information nodes built as free data transfer points about the more heavily inhabited parts of the galaxy. Free-Kantor began as 3 ice and iron asteroids herded together and locked in place by force fields, so quaintly called, webbed between with numerous tubes, girders, and strutwork scaffolds. One is some 19 kilometers in diameter, another 26, and the third 9. They circle a star with no planets to speak of, and, though I've been through it a dozen times, I've never managed to find out its sun's name. Coming into them on an ion shuttle, watching from the simulated view windows, I've often thought of a cluster of dill nuts with their pitted hulls and feathery sheathing, hanging in the dark, sun-reddened on one side and webbed with sharp shadows, among which, now and again, some polished plate, catching the proper angle, flares with starlight. We hung about in an invisible cloud of ships for almost 4 hours, waiting for a landing slot. When Kantor was built 300 years ago, there were not yet 1,000 inhabited worlds. One suspects that an odd and old argument had, well, not raged here so much as it had been mumbled and muttered over most of that time. Freighter ships were just not Kantor's first priority, so that if dispatch were needed, they could go someplace else. We waited. There are other free transfer points, of course, but none of them were really any more efficient. So if I was going to wait, I might as well wait here. Myself, I've always suspected it was part of the general web strategy to discourage interworld travel. We landed. 3 hours later, I was sitting on a bit of frozen foam under a transparent blister shadowed with girder work, half the night blocked out by a mini-world hanging a few kilometers above me, pricked out with lights and blacknesses, waiting for connecting passage with my home world, which Ship GI said was going to be nearly 20 hours late. My thoughts not so much ahead on home as behind on Nepiy. I had been on Nepiy only a fraction more than a day. That is, a 30-hour period. Chances were I would never visit it again, as I would never revisit more than a fifth of the worlds my job, one, took me to. A geosector of Nepiy had been ravaged by its complex misfortune. That I only knew about in a simplified version. I couldn't have charged them full direct line energy costs and full information exchange rates, which was why I was returning home via Free-Kantor now. There are more expensive ways to travel from sun to sun, world to world, and an ID usually takes them. But after all, I'm a woman. The romance of a free data node, and I suppose the reason why I finally consented to come this way, had to do with what was Kantor's first priority: information. GI on Kantor dwarfs any on any given world. To walk in the weak gravity by the great aluminum and ceramic banks in hot and cold storage is to walk past macro-encyclopedias, encyclopedias of encyclopedias. I recall my first time through, when I stood on a plane of scarlet glass under an array of floating light tubes and thought out, what is the exact human population of the universe? And was informed, for answer, in a universe of about 6,200 inhabited worlds, with human populations over 200 and under 5 billion, population itself becomes a fuzzy-edged concept. Over any moment, there is a birth-death pulse of almost 1 billion. Those worlds on which humans have the legal status of the native population, and little distinction is made among all these women, present statistical problems from several points of view. Thus, exactness below 5 billion is not to be forthcoming. Here are some informative programs you may pursue that will allow you to ask your question in more meaningful terms. Does Free-Kantor, or indeed any free data transfer point, contain all the information in the human universe? Far from it. On such a scale, data quantity itself is even more fuzzy-edged than population. But in the way that an urban complex soon becomes a kind of intensified sampling of the products and produce of the geosector around it, so a free data transfer point becomes a kind of partial city against the night, an image of a city without a city's substance, gaining what solidity it possesses from endlessly cross-filed data webs. On my hard foam, still puzzling over Nepiy, I thought to question a bit of curiosity that had tickled me since I'd left it. What there did that unseemingly he signify? On any world which took Arachnia with it from the web for its basic tongue, language often changed, and changed quickly under the pressures of a new environment. It was easy to see how, with foreign global conditions, the term might enlarge or shift its semantic category to include, say, certain postures of respect, certain social hierarchies, or even personal affection. I put in my mental GI request for Nepiy language patterns, Arachnia linguistic shift. What's the special meaning of he among the women of that part of the world? Surprisingly, I got the hiss of mental white noise that means, as a compensatory message confirmed seconds later, all information channels are currently in use and are overloaded. Please stand by. Well, it's happened before. but the brainy hum that makes it too hard to think too much about anything went on and on and on. With that roar in your head, you lose concentration. I could have disconnected, of course, but that requires a complex set of access codes, one of which I wasn't sure of anyway. You'd usually get it from GI. But I kept thinking it was going to end in another minute. That was the state in which, quarter of an hour later, I wandered around the black and silver partition into the sloping hall with its arched roof, lit by small orange lights down near the floor. Walls and clear roof converged in the black toward a worldlet a few kilometers off. Wandering over the dark rug, I realized where I was when I saw the women standing a few meters down from me in the dark. Perhaps it was because part of my mind was obliterated by the overload. Perhaps it was simple curiosity. I wandered on. Both human, both female, shoulder to shoulder, and with bright squares of red glass taped to their foreheads, two women strolled up to me.
"I think that's him," one announced.
"Perhaps for you," said her friend.
"For me, while she's quite a pleasant-looking male."
"I'm complimented," I smiled. I nodded. "But while I'm indeed male, this woman is going to refuse your proposition."
"Me? Propositioning you?"
said the first. She laughed again, a little sadly, I thought, shrugged, and turned to leave. "Tell me," I asked the other, "who is that over there?" Faint light pulsed around an immensely fat woman in a black jumpsuit, sitting by one of the belts that lowered little trays of warm, boring food curds down from the darkness into the fluted plastic flange on the carpet.
"Ah, a sad story," the remaining woman said, "and I don't want to tell it. Why don't you go over and ask? I'm sure she'll give you some information."
So I did. Was it the hum in my head that made me act so strangely? She turned up a huge face, large pores about her nose, and above thin, oily eyebrows. "What are you doing?"
"Eating myself to death on uncooked food," she whispered.
In her hand, with its depressed knuckles and upper finger joints twice as thick as the next ones down, she held a paring knife, with which she seemed to conduct unheard musicians.
"Oh?" "It will take several years. I'm in charge of the whole station, you see. Its administration, that is. I stay in the pits between the worldlets. Never go down in any of three possible directions. This is where I work."
2. "And the overload?" I asked. The face was too thick to register with any precision the expression bone and muscle within pulled and pushed it towards, but I think she was surprised.
"Overload? What, another?"
"Yes," I admitted, and wondered if my employer, one, back on Nepiy, had been as odd a woman of her species as this woman was of mine. "It's going on right now." I rubbed the back of my head, as if to remove the hum. Perhaps she guessed what I was thinking.
"At home, this behavior that you no doubt find so strange would be most ordinary, even unto my protesting its ordinariness."
She speared something off a rising tray and nibbled at it.
"I'm very competent at both job 1 and job 2. It's just homework 3 that defeats me."
"You're not connected to GI?" I asked.
"Oh, good night, no."
She nibbled from the knife.
"No one is who actually works here." "Let me have him."
Two hands closed on my arms from behind, warm and calloused. I looked at them, large, engagingly grubby. They belonged to a smiling male, with yellow hair that lazed over forehead and ears.
"There's been one overload condition or another 4 or 5 hours a day now for months. Come away to my little world to see if we can find an hour or so of pleasure for us both."
And I thought, he's not so bad.
Take her," said the obese administrator. "Let me get back to my debauchery."
I took his hand. "Hello, my name is Marq Dyeth."
"I'm 7. 46 of us were cloned during a population drive on my home world, A to Z, AA to MM, and 1 to 18. Would you believe not one of us works at home anymore? I'm an electrical mechanic. So were most of my sisters.
Talkative, friendly, he took me along the dark corridor, where I glanced about at various sights within and without the transparent covering. Marvels of architecture hung like some intensely alien statuary along one of my own world's runs. Gravity shifted. Instead of bounding lightly uphill, we were leaning back against the faintest slope down, artificially maintained, till he led me off into some hangar's gigantic workroom, hung with odd-looking torches and grapples. The smell was interesting, but sex, as it so often turns out with such folks from newly and intensively populated worlds, was a hopelessly complex affair involving so much equipment that by the time he was a crackle with sparks from the low-amperage, high-voltage electrodes that he had me play across his handsome, lithe body in its various manacles and restraints, I was more working off the overload than against it. All I can say is that, like some diplomat himself, he was as obliging to me as I was to him, with only one or two quizzical and good-natured inquiries, while I managed to drink his semen and induced his rectum to drink, as it were, mine. He held me with hard arms and legs and said, "Oh," and minutes later, "You're a very interesting woman." "So are you," I said, though it was more camaraderie than critical judgment. "Have you ever thought how vulnerable we are here?" she, as I could only bring myself to call her now, asked, coiling up wires and pushing machines about the partitioned flooring. "This isn't a world, you know, though we all try to pretend it is, but it could go up like that." She touched an electrode to some metal plate so that it sparked and snapped. "And we'd all be gone, except the dozen or so of us who could get to the nearest ship." She pulled the strap of her coveralls over one hard and dirty shoulder. 10,000 people gone, like that, with only a few hundred getting out. "Yes," I raised an eyebrow. "Do you see, with the frequency of such speculations, why I discounted those of my employer, one, on that other, what was its name? Yes, Nepiy, world. I suppose. And yet," she stood, "we never do. It's probably because here we have no family, no sign." "You know," I smiled, recalling how worried the women of Nepiy and 50 other worlds had been, "for cultural fugue to take place, you have to have a culture." "True," she offered. "I bet you grew up right in the middle of the family." "And your world was a sign world, wasn't it?" "True," I returned, "at least my part of it." While both of us wondered how we knew, she went with me to another well-lighted corridor in the rhizome of corridors that webbed Kantor's 3 little worlds. "Odd," I said as we walked, "but just a while ago someone mentioned a whole world to me that recently got destroyed. Just a few women survived." "You've been looking. You've been listening." "No, I knew neither Korga's name nor his worlds, yet I had heard of them, and had already passed the information on." Said my tall mechanic, as if she'd been given something fine to eat. "Was it a family world, or with the sign?" "They didn't say," I said. We turned another corner. So she said, "This will take you back where you want to go." Then, with only the goodwill and self-confidence people can show who know for sure they are largely liked by lots of women, she said, "A whole world." Then she made a funny little hand motion, which I suspect would have meant the same as if I'd shaken my head and turned away. Broad, breezy, full of detours, underpasses, and overhangs, the hallways I walked back down to ground level through were an allegory of the informative complexities that Free-Kantor both was and was made for. And the overload hum was still going on. That I've never known to happen. Information overload in a major GI sorting system is something that's supposed to stop after a second or two, maybe 10 at the very most, certainly no more than 10 minutes. This jam finally concluded with a sudden burst that brought me up short over the large red and blue plastic panels of the water fountain where I'd just been to drink, with the declaration, "In Arachnia, as it is spoken on Nepiy, she is the pronoun for all sentient individuals of whatever species who have achieved the legal status of woman, the ancient dimorphic form he once used exclusively for the general indication of males. Compare the archaic term man, plural men. For more than 120 years now has been reserved for the general sexual object of she during the period of excitation, regardless of the gender of the woman speaking or the gender of the woman referred to. Which is to say, on Nepiy, he meant exactly what it did on my own home world, or indeed here at Kantor, far off it. But somehow during the overload, the question had become misfiled or misplaced in my own mind, so that for a moment I felt as if I were being given the answer to a perfectly irrelevant query instead of what, an hour before, I'd asked. The disorientation, even more than an hour of oppressive hum from the overload, completely struck me away from the feeling that, I realized as it ceased, was probably the reason why I'd come to Free-Kantor in the first place, braving all her inconveniences. Here I was in the center of the night, which now, while the water bobbled slowly over the huge plastic sheets, changed to the conviction that, lost in darkness eternal, I was, at least for the moment, nowhere at all. Chapter 2. The Flower and the Web. One of my earliest memories. But I must interrupt to ask, does the above disorientation and estrangement return me to this early moment in the mode of terrified retreat, or do I come to it through a broad and relaxed sense of disinterested aesthetic contrast? Both terror and aesthetics no doubt fuel memory to spear night and time to that morning 30 standard years before, but in what form? Combination? Interplay? Perhaps the answer is in the account itself. Or is it likely that women are just more complex than can be made out by starlight alone? The memory. Crawling the soft nursery loam between the furry bodies of my schoolmates, some of whom were beginning to get dark scales on their backs, being licked a lot, and occasionally licking, though it struck me even then as silly. I wondered at all those tongues that spoke so much better than mine, but said such silly things. The sunlight falling, oh my goodness! You're not a shell, oh! A house? Never! You're not my goodness either, ha-ha! Never will you taste like a shell, or good either. That's called laughter, and this is sun, and this is sand. How many dozen Velm playwrights have used the speech of the nursery to lend poetry, poignance, and whimsy to politics and passion? Crawl a little, sniff a claw or a hand, sit back and laugh. Listen, look, crawl. For all our world, I suppose we looked, as real adults of both species are always pointing out, like innumerable miniatures rehearsing the movements that will go into future homework. 3, along the corridors of some shadowed run, trough to trough, statue to statue. Finally, I got to an area where a naked, like me, human, like me, male, like me, was kneeling in the dirt. Through the leaves above the nursery's plastic roof, Rhyonon light dappled the unfamiliar figures. Differences between us? Well, the child was 2 years or so older than I, and at that age such seems an eternity of wisdom and power. The hair was yellow and smooth, mine rough and nappy, the color of wet sand. The face was round, with bright brown eyes, not deep at all in the friendly face. Mine, the lightest tan. They peer from non-epicanthic caves. As I watched, he, and I can say that honestly now, dug up handful after handful of dirt. I remember thinking how pale and strong his hands were. Perhaps 6, maybe 7. Myself, I couldn't have been more than 5. The child was an appalling nail-biter, which is a habit humans can have, and Velmi, as far as my experience of their claws goes, cannot. The dirt had darkened his knuckles and put a black line about the wrecks of those nails, harried back from the grubby crowns toward cuticles that had thickened in defense against even more gnawing. He looked up and smiled. I smiled back and watched, fascinated, while he patted and pawed the hulk of some marvelous sand-castle to shape. At that age, I did not know that at one time perhaps a fifth of the human race had such pale skins and such colored and textured hair, and were called Caucasian, nor that over the 6,000 worlds today well over half have such marvelous eyes as his, once called Mongolian. The other children, some human, some Velm, whispered and gamboled around us. Sometimes I think I watched him only a moment. Sometimes I think I stared at him an age. Then a black claw descended, like the huge limb of some mechanized sculpture falling into activity. The youngster looked up to grin at some hovering parent, like mine, rough and grainy, where they emerged from the bark-black hide, becoming metal smooth as they curved to needle tips. Iron-colored talons spoke only to me of distance, but not of specific origin. The child reached up. Claw and hand grappled. I couldn't have watched that juncture more than a moment. Even then I knew the tussle of a parent picking up a child to go off somewhere into the city, home for me. But for him? Really, then I knew little of the two kinds of flesh joined there, or of the disparate organic body chemistries that, some places on my world, sunder the species, and at others are the parameters about which everything that is human and everything that is Velm are in play. They were gone. I was left, amidst the other children, furred or fleshed, fingered or clawed, to tell myself endless stories over the next years as to why, for a few hours, that child had been there. The most obvious answer? He and a parent had been passing through Morgra, and the child had simply been left off at the nursery to play a while. But not a year's standard has gone by when, in some lone moment, I haven't enhanced on some recomplication of a human child's and a black-scaled beast's adventuring together across my world, during which, momentarily, I glimpsed an instant of it. Their joined hands within a strange nursery, under leaf-shadowed light. 2. A grandmother of mine was an industrial diplomat. So was one of my mothers. But though two of my female siblings share the vocation, I am the only male of my ripple to take on industrial diplomacy as my primary profession. A profession, one, I sometimes slip into thinking of as the Death's traditional calling, now for 3 of our 7 waves. And suddenly this memory, recent, adult, insistent, yet trivial. Walking across the green terraces, home from some job, one or other, both eager to see them and uneasy over the prospect of all that food and fellow-feeling, as the Eastern Court's black and silver wall rose on its humming treads to reveal some visiting aunt, who turned ponderously behind the Death's Home amphitheater's ornate railing, a long fork waving from one mid-claw, to call first with one tongue, then with another. But of course, going from vibrant basso to treble. I know you. You're one of my marvelous little human relatives. Now you're... and couldn't remember my name to save herself. But with this interruption, among all possible streaming memories, I find myself turning to another, again earlier. The true possibility of my becoming an industrial diplomat, Marq Dyeth, Auntie, Marq Dyeth, no doubt goes back at least to the year I spent off-world with my grandmother Xenia. Well, under 1% of the population of any world will ever set foot on any other. Voreen tours satisfy the wanderlust of the rest. Still, we could, and she thought it was a good thing. So, we went a star away, and I waited on the wet moon called Cynthi, of a gas giant that itself had no name, but only a number, while Xenia snarled and unsnarled herself from the web. And I mooned about the rust-blotched plates of the administrative hangar's tall doors outside the new spaceport, mumbling over lessons fed directly into my mind by a voice with a strange accent, and prompted by visual aids, the image of some locally engineered amphibious kangaroo stopping you on the crumbly black path, whose colors always seemed too intense for the green clouded horizon against which they were projected. A year later we were back on Velm, in the Fain Vialu at Morgra, Zhenya happy to be home and angry at web policies that had made the return so precipitate. And I settled into a more usual routine, usual for someone like me, in a situation like mine on my particular world, in my particular place on it. Only now I'd had a year to see how unusual, in universal terms, my usual could be. Certainly such knowledge ripened me for the memory I wish to recount. 12 years old then, and studying with the tracers, I find this persists as strongly as the memory from the nursery. An apprentice, I was assigned to accompany some older cadets down into one of Morgra's lower interlevels. I remember cables moving above us. I remember echoing breaths and wide wings. I remember mica glimmering in the rock walls under the burning purple of the shoulder lamps. A manufacturing union had used the upper shelves of this space for storing several tons of corrosive muck that should have been carried out to the desert months before. Turned out to be more corrosive than they'd thought. Next thing, the report arrived that it had dripped, trickled, then poured down through the eaten-away container bottoms and shelving onto some V-lifts, ratchet diggers, and transport sleds stored below. Most of them had been ruined, and tracers, one, roused from their sleep before dawn, had come in, tasted, tested, and foamed the place with black lime to neutralize the corrosion. Now our group of tracers, 2 cadets and 1 apprentice, me, were coming to dig out what had to be dug and send what had been tagged with little green plastic discs swinging off on the salvage lines, thrumming in the dark. 2 males, both of us human, were among the winged females and neuters that day. I guess people notice such things, but where do you learn it's not necessary to comment on them? Not, apparently, where the other human male was from. This one? About 25, possibly 30. It was certainly old enough to me, and the behavior was that which I would later come to associate with many humans from my world's north. A tracer, 1, this male had taken a temporary job, 2, here, while traveling in the south. Oh, there was much of making it clear that our friend's sexual tastes were for the greater winged neuters, with much bantering apology to the smaller, gorgeously winged females, allowing how, on the part of our world, she came from, couture, interracial heterosexuality was indeed the most prevalent perversion. But she was different, and liked them big. At the same time, demonstrating much parental affection for me as a young human. Hugs, jokes, her rough black gloves with their simulated steel claws on my shoulder a lot. She'd had scales set permanently into the flesh of her muscular back, which, as I had never seen that before, I found it both intriguing and mildly repulsive. Boisterous, bumptious, and, to perhaps a third of the women there, charming in one way or another. Still, as far as anything I might have considered true intercourse, there was nothing for me. In purple glimmer, we found the mucky mess. "Here, yes, you little one," the woman in charge said with one tongue, and with 2 others. "You hold this, Death. I mean, hold the light here." So I did, leaning against some unsteady slab of peeling plastic, while the rest slopped forward among sticky industrial units. The foreign male pulled off her gloves, which chittered up to her belt on little chains wound into spring pulleys there. Then somebody knocked against something. Something started to topple. "Catch it! Hey, watch! What the? Hold it! Hold!" From a good many more tongues than cadets. My beam was focused on tight, and it swung up to catch claw after claw, reaching to hold back something large, metallic, and filthy. Among the claws, slipping and pushing, a pair of human hands grasped the riveted edge. Big, soiled fingers. Another nail-biter, he. Wouldn't you know? I thought it just like that,
the shift in pronoun coming just that simply, with a warmth and pleasure flowering in the danger that had already begun to resolve. "Yeah, steady, steady. We got it. No, just, there now. There it is," in multiple languid bassos, with the occasional human pitch cutting through. Among the Velmi claws that moved about his, yes, that's what I thought, over his, or that now reaching for another grip, his moved over, one claw had 3 of its talons smashed from some former accident, so that they were just splintered bits of horn sticking from the black hide. It kind of made me wince, and I wondered which of the women that claw belonged to. As they settled back upright, whatever it was that had almost fallen, I twisted the light beam into a wider circle, so that it expanded to include the dark-scaled heads, the rearing arms, the wings, the mid-legs supporting the metal further down its runny side. And suddenly I stopped, thinking, breathing. Something unquestioned and headlong within me had come up short. The human hands were not the foreign male's. Who was standing, I saw now, a little ways away, head shaking, neck rubbing, the gloves back on, as if replaced to fend the anxiety of nearly being crushed. A muscular human female, whom I'd hardly noticed among the several in the group, let her big hand slip from the dirty metal plate to laugh with relief among the rest. And the claw with the broken talons belonged to a wingless male, who backed away on hind legs now, turning a bony head and tasting the air with this tongue and that, the 3 sections of her black-scaled chest heaving, the front forelegs peddling the darkness among the gesticulations of the other tracer, 2 cadets. The foreign male stood, grinning, dirty. In a kind of shock, I waited with them while they dug out machines and muck, while they pulled weighing scales up. I helped position refuse crates on them till I was told I was too young to do that and had better just watch. And come on, Death, hold that light up now. Later, I went to the run I'd frequented since I'd been back home, because it welcomed both youngsters and oldsters, and stalked those dim halls the whole evening with a desperation I've heard adults say is common among the excitable youth, though I've never felt it to the same extent before or since. I searched up and down its 1.5 miles for hours, and only stopped when I found what I assumed, from their dirt and day kits, to be some returned dragon hunters who'd come here and had, drugged on what I didn't know, fallen asleep in an alcove. The human male in the party, who I rolled over on his back, was stocky, like me, bearded and hairy, like I would someday be, and not much taller than I was, with thick hands still stained with the sands from outside the city. When I finished with him, only half responsive in his interrupted sleep, he folded those hands around my chest, and I slept against the stranger for an hour while claws patted about us, a tongue now tasting my foot, my ear, my hands, or his. And all that watched us were the statues' faces, some with eyes, some without. When I got home, I did something I've done only perhaps 6 times in my life. I cut my nails, usually a normal length, usually clean, like now, as short as I could, till the nubs hurt, some of them even bleeding a little, and squatted on the green flags to rub them painfully in the dirt beside the pool in the front yard before our yard, till my mother, Max, came out to ask what in the world I was doing. All I could do was say that, honestly, I didn't know. I wanted to tell you just of those 2 images, you see, the hands, human and Velm, I saw in the nursery, and the hands, Velm and human, that I saw struggling together in the interlevel in my beam. The curve those fingers made, those talons formed, were parentheses marking out something I have always felt totally within me, solid as home itself. Yet what is between them works to disrupt that totality, both from home itself and from worlds beyond it. The same goes for what is outside them,
Why, for instance, are they split by the memory of that aunt, if she was an aunt, who could not remember my name? Perhaps because, with the family trying to establish the dream of a classic past as pictured on a world that may never even have existed in order to achieve cultural stability, and with the sign committed to the living interaction and difference between each woman and each world from which the right stability and play may flower, in a universe where both information and misinformation are constantly suspect, reviewed and drifting as they must be, constantly, by and between the two, a moment when either information or misinformation turns out to be harmless must bloom, when surrounded by the workings of desire and terror into the offered sign of all about it, making and marking all about it innocent by contamination. 3. Which brings me to the second time I heard of Rhyonon, or Rat Korga. Jump weeks, worlds, stars away from them all, my home, Free-Kantor, that plain of rotting vines. The new job, 1, was herding machines up and out of the frozen ammonia sludge of southern Yidris, across 1,700 light-years to the butane winds roaring about the canyons of northern Crush. What kind of machines? The large mechanical sort, with moving parts and switches you couldn't just talk into opening or closing. In my tiny cell of the tremendous stellar freighter, I suddenly began to receive those distressing messages that basically suggest that the job, 1, is being woven through by all sorts of restraining strands from the web. Finally, there on some station hovering among Crush's 6 moons above that deep green disk, a coppery sand, not vegetation, much to the blustering frustration of my new employer, 1, somewhere down on that heavy world below, the whole thing was called off. Spiders purred. When you began, the sign was up and the family down in that geosector of Crush, but since then it's reversed, and I'm afraid the conflict has necessitated terminating your project. So, despite all my descriptions and redescriptions, the hulking, clanking, greasy cargo was shunted off toward Crush's hot little sun, into which it would never actually fall because it would have already vanished, blown away as so much scalding mist. Then the so-friendly invitation from a high-ranking black widow that you cannot afford to refuse if you want to stay in my profession, 1. By Oak, I think you should come to a little conference the Webb's holding out about 7 light-years in toward the center. We can bring you up to date on what's operable and what isn't in this particular cluster. It's good business since they have to pay the kill fee on the job. It changes so rapidly in this situation. The situation, of course, is the conflict between the family and the sign, in their differing methods of preventing cultural fugue. Largely on worlds, as more than one commentator has noted, where it wasn't very likely to happen anyway. Still, as the interstellar agency in charge of the general flow of information about the universe in many places, the web is near to being torn apart by the fracas. The first ripple of deaths sat just on the edge of that fracas, watching. Yes, but, according to one version, completely above such adolescent hugger-mugger, or, according to another, that you have to go rather far afield of any death to hear, green with envy that we were not in the center of those romantic schemes. After all, my 7 times great-grandmother, Gilda Death, worked for the family potentate, pontiff, and poet, Vondramak Oak, doing for her, I like to think, much of what I do now for employers, 1, all over the habitable worlds. Common sense, however, tells me it must have been a much darker enterprise she was involved in. Vondramak herself, with her own dark beginnings and darker demise, was at one point sole ruler of 17 worlds, 4 of which destroyed themselves in cultural fugue, and that's a lot, while the sign, in those pre-web days, was the most famous institution in the worlds. That's real wealth. That's real fame, of a sort that simply can't exist today. The web won't let them, thank all the star-flung night. At any rate, You go off those 7 light years to some glass and plastic L5 station, some baroquely subterranean conference center. From inside you might confuse either one with the corridors of Kantor, and you don't see much outside these days, and attend seminars and discussion groups and rapid briefing sessions and everything from local ecologics to interworld legalistics, all spiced with endlessly varied teaching aids and opinion nudgers. You absorb and file away and forget vast amounts of data about what information is, in certain situations, as well as what information is or is not acceptable in this or that part of this or that world. It was at one of these that I struck up my acquaintance with Clem. I question now if it was desire that first made me notice him, the bald little gorilla with the tattoos. Perhaps, despite those leafy emblems above his collar and below his cuffs, it was just easier, in an alien field, to want someone with ankles and cheekbones so much like my own. When I first noticed him, he was deep in conversation with a very tall woman whose epicanthic folds flattened a brown, round face. She had a broad nose and an awkward, animated air. They sat together in one of the apricot lounges, gossiping softly, leaning together, smiling a lot, his short muscular body all in black, she towering and shirtless, wearing a skull cap tight enough to suggest that underneath she had as little hair as he did. The only phrase I actually caught from her was, "By my roots on yerd, Skycheek Clem," which suggested that she'd spent time around the family. Well, I thought, if I had, I wouldn't advertise it at an official web function. Then, only hours later, she passed me in the hall. Her green metallic pants were probably meant to suggest she was with a world-based advisory group connected with, but not of, the web, which also seemed incongruous. On a chain around her neck, hanging on the bony place between her breasts, she wore a sank. This one was a 2-centimeter gold bar with a tangle of gold wires at one end, on each wire's tip, a ruby. Well, she could be a member of the sign. It all seemed ludicrously contradictory. More, it seemed rather naive, if not impolitic, to flaunt emblems of either, not to mention both, mutually antagonistic faction on what should have been neutral territory controlled by an adversary, the web of both. But I was talking of Clem, more out of boredom than real lust, for his hands were just like mine. I finally announced, "Yes, I believe I would like to make love with you." He had the learning booth just behind mine, and we were always bumping into each other, literally, when we reported for briefing sessions. Mine the usual trepidation about approaching sexually someone from probably a highly different culture. Clem refused, politely enough, I suppose, but he also became far more friendly over the next few days. It was he, finally, who suggested we take a shuttle off somewhere else, anywhere else, during the next break. "Why don't we go hit rock?" was his quaint suggestion. 4. The landscape we ended up in was all red sand and brown stone. Minuscule atmosphere was kept over us by obviously artificial means. An indigo glow ribboned the horizon. A sun was about to rise, or perhaps had just set. We must have been on some large moon, or small world, awaiting planoforming, but I honestly don't remember which. "I do believe," Clem sighed, heaving back his shoulders in their tight black covering, "that we're actually out of web security. Isn't it nice to know nothing you say here will be used against you? That's assuming both of us can be trusted." But I smiled when I said it. Clem glanced at me with very blue eyes. A flower tattooed on his cheek pictured some exotic bloom in different greens with red and yellow highlights. The faint perfume about him, he'd already told me, was the Crenna-blossom's scent, implanted in his sweat glands at the same time the image had been inked under his skin. "I know you're an ID, so you probably have your problems with our data-spinning hosts, too. I doubt you'll be offering them more information than they ask for." I've said the web discourages interstellar travel. It also frowns on excess interstellar imports, which means such importers' minions, industrial diplomats, are considered a necessary evil, and there are days, if a job, one, is stymied the way my last one was, when I think of the web in much the same terms. But probably for that reason I hadn't mentioned my profession, one, at the conference so far. "And what do you do, one?" was all I could come back with, while I wondered in which folders and fiches he had gone prying to find out. "I'm a free-agented professional, one," Clem said with a businesslike smile. Sporting spiky leaves, the stem of the crenna went under his jaw, down his neck, and disappeared beneath the black collar. "What the good women of this universe would call a psychotic killer." How fascinating. Well, he was not the first I'd met, and I assume that while I'm in the profession, one, I am, he won't be the last. I wondered if his friend knew. "When's the last time you killed somebody?" "Really want to know?" Clem scratched his ear with thick fingers. In orange, black, and gold, a multifanged beast's head ornamented the ham of his thumb. The creature's neck wrapped his wrist to disappear under his cuff. "You remember, during the morning session when I slipped out of my booth for a few minutes, presumably to go to the John?" I nodded. Yes, with no memory of it at all. Clem nodded back with deep and knowing seriousness. "Oh." When caught in the pleats, snags, and politics texturing the surface of a world, the family sign feud can get intense. I've said my 7 times great-grandmother possibly shared my profession. One. In soberer moments, I assume what she did for Oak was closer to Clem's calling. At least you folks only do in 1 or so people at a time. Part of a diplomat's job, even an industrial one, is to be able to say something nice about everybody. Not so long ago, oh, very far from here, someone was telling me about a whole world they thought had just gotten done in. Of course, being in my profession, one, I didn't really believe. "You mean Rhyonon?" Gold nap hazed Clem's roundish skull. His hand went up to scratch it. "In the Tyon Omega system, the 7th world out. Rhyonon." Was that its name? A moment of Nepiy's loud desolation was superimposed over the quiet waste before me, bright as some GI prompt, while the possibility of belief organized itself uncomfortably. The women who mentioned it to me didn't say. They were too concerned about the possibilities of cultural fugue on their own world. I wonder if this Rhyonon had gone with the family or the sign. Clem looked at me strangely. "Then you don't know anything about it?" "No, I don't, really." I'm sure I looked pretty strangely back. "A world is a big place," Clem said, sounding like a GI prompt himself. "I was on my way to do a little job there, right when Rhyonon bought it. For the next month of my life, it was all I heard about, talked about, or thought about. It's a little odd, not a month after that, to meet someone who doesn't even know for sure if it happened." "You mean it did happen?" I got chills. While on Clem's blondly hairy foot, a mechanical beetle with copper pincers crawled amidst tattooed green and yellow crenna root hairs to disappear under his pants cuff. "You were there? When was it? What happened?" "What can I tell you about Rhyonon?" Clem shrugged. And I thought, as I always do when someone begins that way about a world, what can you say that's not contradicted or obliterated by any given continental plate, geosector, county, horizon-to-horizon bit of beauty, monotony, or horror? "It was a sandy world," like most, with a double rotation axis, giving it an irregular day-season alteration. Rare, but after 6 months the inhabitants don't even notice. As well as a hot, fairly consistent temperature over the whole of it. A few canyon systems gouged about in it. Most of the population was concentrated at the equator. Lots of geological activity in the north, mainly earthquakes, that were kept down by a number of strategically placed hydraulic stations. Nothing but sand in the south, 2 moons too small to see from the surface, and a dust layer, rather than a cloud system, that reddened the day and blotted the stars at night over most of it.
No indigenous life, though in the north there were the usual signs that possibly there'd once been biogenic activity, but nothing so conclusive as a fossil. There was the usual genetically tailored imported lichens, mostly grown in the cities. And the deserts were rife with the usual atmosphere-generating bacteria that had been brought in to keep the sulfur and ammonia down and the oxygen up. A conservative, moderately populated world, it wasn't on any important data lanes. It didn't have much to offer in the line of information for anyone else, and it responded by claiming not to want to know anything about anyone else. They wouldn't even allow a GI system on surface. Only a paltry one they let the web establish on the larger moon. "I'm just curious," I said. "Had they aligned themselves with family or sign? I guess one just likes to know these things." "They were still in interplay." That's the official name, in case you're wondering, for the state in which a world is making up its mind. When the first troubles were beginning to get out of hand, some conservative political party, called the Crazy Greys, which had just won a landslide election, had summoned in the family, and immediately a radical group known as the Free Informationists began to explore the possibilities of the sign. That's why I'd been asked to come there, actually. "You mean they'd been alerted to possible cultural fugue condition, they'd called in both family and sign, and they still did themselves in?" "I can only tell you what I saw." "Tell me what you saw," I said, wondering where exactly one stands to see a world destroyed. "You understand I never set foot on the place. If I had, I probably wouldn't be here. Everything I've told you up till now is just for my GI prep on my way there." Clem took a breath. "I was coming in on a slow shuttle, looking like your usual flowered businesswoman, aiming to land on a moon. We were in the viewing lounge when a very large, very black woman stood up and pointed through the bubble dome at the planet, with its tan tea cozy of dry mists. Only there were burns, glowing red, patchy, slowly pulsing, glimmering all across it. You could actually see them moving over the planetary surface. We all kept trying to translate that motion across the visible disk into a wall of heat rushing across deserts and canyons at hundreds of kilometers a second, and didn't have much success. Then, of course, there was a swarm on general info, which, as you might imagine, was in chaos by now since, as I said, it was based on a moon. At last, one of the ship's captains was finally able to get through. She read out the GI report as it came over. About 12 minutes before, in the neighborhood of the equatorial complex of Gilster, a sudden flower of flame had bloomed to some 300 kilometers in diameter. Within minutes, fireballs were springing up all around the equatorial band, with incendiary sheets rushing north and south, burning the surface dust itself. Fireballs? It wasn't something as primitive as atomics? Ah, but you're not letting me tell you the most interesting factor. I frowned. The Zolv. My frown deepened. What do you mean? Ever heard of them? Clem smiled over a leaf. I suppose some movement in my cheek, or knees, or shoulders, or perhaps the breath. The Zolv? I breathed through that vowelless clutch of frigatives, let him know I had. That's the other race besides humans who've developed interstellar travel. Clem nodded. A fleet of Zolv ships had been circling the equatorial belt of Rhyonon at perhaps 150 kilometers altitude. As soon as the conflagration started, they rose to 3 times that height and continued their circle. The fleet, apparently, consisted of 360. When Clem was silent for seconds, I asked, 360 what? That was when general info cut off. So we don't know. One assumes it was 360 out of their mysterious alien ships. The Zolv are truly alien. In this epoch of brilliant translation devices that have broken through to hundreds of species on dozens of worlds, no one has managed to establish any firm communication with the Zolv. Though it may have been 360 million. But for the next 17 hours, general info was open for no questions beyond elementary multiplication tables, and what is the time at 15 degrees longitude on Hephaestus 7, while Rhyonon burned itself out above us. Presumably they were still giving out basic navigational data.
Presumably, though from then on in, the trip to that moon was so bumpy, I wouldn't be surprised if the captain was navigating us in by hand.
Were the Zolv responsible? I mean, cultural fugue is one thing, but for another species from another world to destroy—
Clem's shrug, and perhaps his expression, halted me.
A day later, I was holed up on a very hysterical moonside with a very strange planet lighting up our sky. Which is to say, it looked pretty normal again. Everybody who had been heading for her, of course, was held up in a kind of limbo-style detainment. Everyone had the same question you did. But when GI came back on, however long it was later, any request for information about the big round world up there, who named it, when it was settled, what its population was, or the Zolv, got you nothing but an all information pertinent to your query is undergoing extensive revision.
What do you think must have?
In the Tyone Omega system, where Rhyonon was the one habitable planet among 12 ammonia-covered, super-large, super-hot, high-G gas giants, all information as far as I know is still under revision. And if you were to request any information, any place else in the known galaxy, about Rhyonon, you will get a really astonishing runaround of cross-references that, as you go pinning them down, will finally result in your question being declared nonsense.
You're telling me all references to an entire world have been removed from all the general information systems on 6,000 plus others?
I can't believe all 6,000 plus have general info, but on the 12 I visited since Rhyonon that do, which are pretty widely flung worlds at that, it seems to be the case.
Amazing, I said. I'd be curious to see how they've set up the runaround circuit. I've seen some that were really quite clever. They're frowned on by the web, but sometimes are necessary with information the kind of commodity it's become. I think when we get back to the conference center, I'll just casually put in a request for data about—
Don't!
Clem gave me one of those strangely inappropriate grins that are the hallmark of his profession. 1.
I've been called in now more than once this month to dispense a couple of folk who, among other things, did. When you do, anywhere in the known galaxy, your security status automatically changes in your web dossier to one that, even if it doesn't get you killed, will probably make your professional, 1, life difficult, to say the least.
I frowned. Clem, are you telling me something I don't really want to know?
Clem shrugged. You brought it up.
During the silence I wasn't saying anything in, Clem squinted off into the indigo, took a few steps forward, shaded his eyes, and turned his head left and right, for all the world like some dragon hunter out of my childhood on Velm, radar bow on shoulder, scanning the dawn for the flights of the more beautiful beasts. He was probably checking out some satellite schedule. I watched him with nostalgia and distrust. Since I couldn't say, "But why are you telling me all this?" I asked instead, "What about the survivors, Clem?" His head swiveled back to lock my gaze with sapphire eyes. "Clem, a world is a big place. Agents are carefully programmed psychotics, hyper-rational on all macro behavior, but, when push comes to shove, crazier than any number of coots. I mean, somewhere across Rhyonon's entire surface, some shuttle boat must have just been taking off with half a dozen passengers for a moon. Someone must have been at the bottom of a mine shaft and sealed in, only to be clawed out by a web rescue team in low heat suits. Someone must have been hauled up from the bottom of an ocean in a research bathysphere that happened to have its own air supply. Rhyonon had 3 extensive artificially maintained underground river networks, comparable to seas. Their coverings were blown away, and their contents were boiled off in the conflagration. Their basins are now craters of fused and bubbled slag, as is about 30% of the planetary surface. I lowered an eyebrow. I thought you said General Info was dead on the subject. We are both. Clem gave a little snort that sounded like my favorite younger sister's nervous laugh, which still gets on my nerves. In professions, 1, where information leaks,
The survivors. Why don't you tell me about a survivor?
Well, I frowned, wondering what exactly he meant. Like we said, worlds are big. You say moderately populated, but I have no idea what Rhyonon's population was. 1/3 of a billion, if it was an average industrial world around for more than 8 or 9 generations. A few 100 million, if it was still being explored. If it was just an experimental station, it could just be a few thousands.
It wasn't an experimental station.
All right, I said. Your average survivor on your average world, she'd be about 40 or 45 years old, your normal 5th generation. I stopped.
No. Clem's eyes were bright, sharp.
I have this sudden picture, this image. She'd be the lowest of the low, the person most people would think the least likely to survive such a catastrophe, perhaps some kind of mentally retarded idiot who only came through because of some fluke that happened to... Then I laughed. It may just have been embarrassment under Clem's bright, narrowing gaze, because I realized another image was fighting my imagination. Another possibility. She's a great sage, a genius, a hermit, a woman who's fled the coils and toils of her society, living alone in some burning valley, or on top of some freezing mountain, at any rate, somewhere as far away from the population centers as possible, busily devoting herself to the acquisition of spiritual knowledge, who, long ago, because she saw through the sham of her society's pretensions, sequestered herself. And now, all at once, flames on all sides, above her, below her, around her, and somehow, miraculously, she remains untouched. I faltered, feeling the frown at work through my features. Clem said,
"None of us knows anything about the survivor."
I said. "There's only one?"
"Look, listen. If there's 1 or 100, we don't know anything about her, or them. And yet, notice how we go on talking as if there were, as if there had to be."
"But to imagine the population of a world completely
Exciting, isn't it?"
Clem's hand suddenly came forward to touch my neck. His voice dropped.
"Within 72 hours, my friend, if we still know each other, I am going to take you by force, chain you in a special chamber I have already equipped for the purpose, and do some very painful things to your body that will possibly, the chances are 4 out of 5, result in your death, and certainly in your permanent disfigurement, mental and physical.
We live in a medically sophisticated age. You have to work very hard to permanently disfigure anybody."
"I've done some checking on you, and found that you are a strange human being, at least to me. Your sexual predilections run toward only one gender, and only of a few species. You make distinctions between pain and pleasure that are both baffling to me, yet highly interesting to contemplate violating. You've informed me of the nature of your desire for me. It is only fair, I feel, to inform you of the nature of mine toward you. You are, of course, free to absent yourself from my company. But if you do not, what I speak of will happen. Though another woman, male or female, or any of several species of plants will replace you if you decide to leave. These are distinctions you make in your desire and pursuit of the whole that I, fortunately, am not encumbered with. Do you understand?"
"Just tell me," I said, my throat dry, suddenly uncomfortably so. "Is this part of your job, 1, or just your way of being friendly?"
"Though my sexuality is not part of my psychosis, they have been integrated carefully by some very clever people."
She moved one and another finger, and from then on, she was the only way I could think of her, against my carotid.
"As of now, the distinction between work and pleasure is one I do not make."
"Oh," I said. 5. We got back to the conference with no further breach of politesse, at least as far as I could tell.
I asked for an immediate transfer to another section of the seminar, meeting some 60 million kilometers away. Minutes later in my room, my call box beeped approval. As I was hurrying down the hall to catch my shuttle boat, a tall figure, suited from feet to face in scarlet, ran up to me. "Scry, Marq?" She made a few wriggling motions, and scarlet fell away from her black cap, her silver-shot eyes. Contact lenses? Corneal tattoos? Her neck, her shoulders. Scarlet peeled from breasts, arms, sides, and belly, to float out about her waist like a bloody crenna. "Scry, Marq, have you seen Skyna Klim?" I didn't recognize particular honorifics. Worlds that have them by the dozens. But whenever you come to an official web function, there's usually a note somewhere among the cards, tapes, and fiche crystals they present you with as you arrive, asking you please, while in web territory, not to employ them at all. "I really must find Skan Klim. She's such a fascinating woman. I am totally fascinated by her, you know. I only hope she is as fascinated with me." She dropped her head fondly, and a bit quizzically to the side. As red petals began to close about her, I suddenly touched her arm. "I'm sure you will, but you must ask her to be very clear about her intentions toward you. Remember that. It's very important." "Oh, Skyla Marq!" Apparently my status had changed. Perhaps after one has answered a question? "Do you think he really might? That someone like Skoy Klim might even—" "And the star-flung night alone, and maybe a population of 60 or 70 million, knows what a Skoy might be." "This whole experience here in the web has been so thrilling, so expansive, so growth-provoking." Her filigreed eyes widened above an open smile. "And by ancient Yerd, to think that someone like Skyatchet Klim might even be interested in—" Red sealed in it, and her sank. "No one likes advice. Still, remember mine, please." I suppose I had been overcome with an image of the naive worldling lost among such intrigues as bloom and blossom in the web. Clearly, she'd been displaying every emblem she could think of to impress the spiders at their spinning, while understanding none of those emblems' import. "Take care of yourself now. Take very serious care. But now you must excuse me." Then I went 60 million kilometers away, and wished it were 60 million light years and in another sun system. The weeks passed. The seminar ended. Then light years finally obliterated mere interplanetary distance. What can I say? Things like that happen in my profession. 1. I don't mean worlds getting destroyed. I mean encounters with the odd creations of our epoch, like Klim. I know about security reclassifications. If I couldn't check out general info about Rhyonon, then there was nothing to do but put it out of my mind. Sort of. Chapter 3. Visitors on Velm. Which is what, sort of, I did. Until I got home. Home? It's the place you can never visit for the first time because by the time it's become home, you've already been there. You can only return. You can never go home, only go home again. My home? Star system. Rhyonon Prime. Yes, a double. World. Velm. No, we never have two solar blobs high in the sky. Rhyonon is our sun, and sometimes Rhyonon Prime is a blazing star that blues a few degrees of the night, or, during some of our days, puts a nova point in the greenish blue. Rhyonon has two more worlds beside Velm, a large one and a small one, neither good for much. Rhyonon Prime has a single ball of iron and ice swinging around it called Nepiy, into whose interior have been sunk a few research stations, and Velm's got two small moons, like Rhyonon. Geosector. M-81. What else? Well, we call it the Fain Vialu, locally, after the two large plains, one raised, one not, which makes up most of it. It lies surrounded by Velm's southeastern mountains and mineral oil swamps. Urban complex.
Morgra. The 7 levels of the city, 4 of them underground, are sunk between a hot-WR and a valley in the Mayaluth range. The upper levels, irregularly spaced at different heights, with their great pylons supporting one atop the other, are recreation areas, spacious parks. Morgra. Let me tell you about Morgra. 2. Among urban complexes, it's the 3rd largest in our geosector, which in world terms makes it an astonishingly unflamboyant place. If you come expecting one of the great cities of the north, Melchizedor, Aran, Katur, with its grand triple run, Ebli Velma, or even more southerly, Farkit or Hanra Ash, you'll be disappointed. I don't know where the basic design for our world's urban complexes came from. Still, the notion was that, given a certain amount of successful planoforming, the complexes themselves should be ecologically more or less self-contained, which means they could be sunk just about anywhere, and over most of our world they are. But Morgra's site was chosen with some care. Where the red rock drape forms of the Mayaluth Range end, a ribbon of hot swamp, the height-WR, winds out onto the pitted Vialu Plain. Dozens of species of indigenous gnats, gold, black, and red, swarm above the height's brackish sludge. During the day, the blue erupting fumes are visible for kilometers. Years before Morgra proper was sunk, several furniture and tool-making collectives organized themselves along the height-WR's eastern bank, then called Morgra. Oh yes, for reasons no doubt lost in colonial archives, our world has 5 points on its compass: north, east, south, est, and west, instead of 4 or 6 like most others. The industrial collectives used the swamp's natural heat to run their machines, while the Tolgoth trees, closer to a kind of cactus, foresting the height-WR's north shore, provided their almost unworkably hard pith for lumber. Processed by an ore-smelting co-op 10 kilometers up the narrow Mayaluth Pass, sponge copper and heavier metals were worked into blades, wires, switches, and chips. Chained to their slip pads, with the old-fashioned black flat-sided links, the orange ingots had been hauled in along a monoline running part of the 300 kilometers in from Helcom Port, where the space shuttles still come in on the lavid plains that hold the circular ridges of ancient craters eroded away over most of the rest of the world. The old monoline's pentalons have been down for 50 years, but their star-form supports are still clamped, in clusters of 5, to the pebble-pocked rock sheets. As children, we used to scooter out over the sarvgrass and silvagorse, mortaring the porous stones that footed the Mayaluths, and, wandering among them, guess at what those meter-wide claws grasping the ground could possibly have been, while the black and green coaches of the present monoline whistled above us on humming cables down into the city. The nematode farm at the southern edge of present Morgra claims an unbroken line in their service cooperative going back well before the sinking of Morgra itself. Its founding year is proclaimed in silver letters over its gates, 2521 Web Standard. Silver is common on Velm, about as common as calcium was supposed to be, according to family historians, on Earth. For years, 2521 was the most repeatedly mentioned date in Morgra's local fact ribbons, which, after the 6 o'clock, 2 o'clock, and 10 o'clock shift breaks, twisted and blew along the edge of the ground-level alleys where the workers, too, discarded them, wafting toward the gulping grills of the quietly bellowing cleaners, for all the world like the blue smokes curling over the height. When I was 10, proportionately more stocky, substantially less hairy, I joined a chemistry study group in which 2 of my older groupies worked on the worm farm with their parents. Soon half the kids in the group had trial jobs, 2, there. For me, it was sorting spawn samples into glass vials on a dusty plank table, while the shadow of the window pole, from Velm's larger moon, swung across the floor to give way to the dawning light of first our larger, then our minuscule sun. I thought then that the huge cooling pits outside,
the racks of 10 and 15-meter strainers casting checkered shadows over the broken fields, and especially the dirt clotting the underground support beams holding up the roofs of the kilometers on kilometers of catacombs where most of the adults worked, must all go back to the founding. Everything, including you, stays so dirty on a nematode farm, which to a kid like me from Death's home was half the fun. Later, as a teenager, I saw some pictures of the original farm co-op, about 2,521, a bunch of grinning, grimy women, some human, some Velm, in odd-looking work outfits, bare chests, oddly paneled skirts, toiling on land a 50th the size it is now, using hand strainers and pickaxes on a bit of yield soil the size of the skeeny in the Death's home amphitheater. Such violence to the known turns home into history. What actually brought Morgra here, however, was the retreat of the Arvin. I've never thought of my world as one where the family had real influence. Yet I know human, family adherents from the north first came to the sparsely populated south and built their retreat on the site where a few local Velmi vaguely thought an ancient temple may once have stood, which is the family in a dial hull for you. Its glassine cases housed the gold inch, the silver meter, the platinum centimeter bars, the vibrating quartz crystals measuring out nanoseconds and standard years, the plastic molecular models of human DNA, all lovingly imported, supposedly, from world to world, their origin supposed to be the original old Earth. Completing a swing that had already finished in the north, and that had no doubt driven those settlers here, the religious revolution, which made the sign the official dogma of this world, arrived in the south, but it was carried out in our area fairly peacefully, well before anyone thought to construct a city. A bunch of locals, some concerned Velmi, some enlightened humans, came round, so goes the tale, and said with lots of tongues at once, "Get this tasteless garbage out of here!" And unlike some places throughout the 6,000 worlds I could name, there were no staunch objections. The riots in the polar caves of Minjan 9, the burnings, the mass slayings among the floating labyrinths on the magma fields of Nok Hardrada. Of course, the sign wanted to find the name of the deity, or dedicatee, of the temple on the original site. Arvin is Velm's smaller moon, which by night looks no larger than Iriani Prime by day. And Arvin was the best they could come up with, since concepts like temple, deities, ancient, dedicatees, and even name just didn't fit into the local Velmi culture at the time the way humans might have expected. What replaced the imported holy objects in the newly renamed with its more or less old name, Retreat of the Arvin, was, among other things, the earliest Vaurine library in the area, where 250 years later I went to see the old projections of the worm farm actually. Indeed, some of the original measurement standards, in their original cases, say the little cards under them were eventually returned to the museum. Since the sign is concerned with preserving the local history of local spaces, the family occupation of the retreat was now part of that history. So, there you are. Indeed, I only learned the dogma actually practiced there was part of the sign after I'd spent that year off-world with my grandmother Zhenya on Senthi. The long, thin parks with their sudden curves at the end, where the pock-marked fisherwomen, waiting for work, walked up and down, under the high transparent roofs, stained a perpetual brown by Senthi's rusty rains. There I had seen rituals, sanks, and services so vastly different from the ones here at home as to be unrecognizable. Then the return, to discover that the sign itself, which is only a name, pronounced 1,000 different ways, spelled differently in 100 different languages, was all it was. But one of the sign's most widely spread tenets, and, like everything else in the sign dogma, it too, no matter how wide, does not obtain everywhere, is that history is what is outside, in both time and space, the current moment of home. And without history, there is no home. A second tenet that usually, though like all else not always, goes along with the first: when you go to a new world, all you can take of your home is its history.
And if you are a woman, your choice is to take it knowingly and be its and your new home's silent friend, or to take it unknowingly and be its and your new home's loud slave. And slave is one of those words in Arachnia that, amidst a flurry of sexual suggestions, strongly connotes the least pleasant aspects of master. But even compared to other spots on Velm, our sign retreat here at Morgra was quite modest. Our local Arvin produced no famous mystics, no writers of profound tracts, no multi-voiced orators, or even 30-tongued preachers, and few brooding sermons. But it served as a cultural and social center for the Morgra area when there was nothing here, beside the Height-WR, but a loose association of labor communes and cooperatives nestled at the foot of the Mayaluths. Still, many of the primitive statues in the Arvin's meditation gardens, rich with wood, pith really, metal, and local gemstones decorating the basic plastine forms, made up in invention and passion what they lacked in sophistication. The itinerant Velm and sometimes human artists who traveled from retreat to retreat in those days, leaving a sculpture here or a net tapestry there as offering for their fare and lodging, had a sense, the best of them, of what would widen a local's eyes. When the retreat was moved 300 meters south to make way for the sinking of Morgra proper, only 2 of the meditation gardens were reconstructed on the new site. The statuary from the other 3 is now at Death's home. In my own 2 infrequent visits to the Arvin, where it currently stands, its pale blue walls, set with carved portrait faces, licked over with reddish schist moss, gazing out onto Morgra's South Plaza Market, I doubt I've ever seen more than 6 people at a time using either one of the remaining gardens for actual inward communion. But tradition has it that, in the early days, area meetings were held there in which 400 or 500 workers, 2, would come to vote and discuss local and geosector policy and offer replacement ones. Presumably hundreds of them stayed to meditate, though where hundreds might lie down to pray, even in 5 gardens, always puzzled me, since I could visualize no more than 20 people at a time using the ones they still had. The 7 levels of Morgra were sunk into the scrumbly stones of the Vialu in 2,588 Webb Standard. Its northern edge just touches the 3 artificial spurs that had been dug off the height. The Mayaluths to the west offer substantial protection from the hot winds that tear over most of 3 months through the otherwise balmy climate in this geosector, bringing scalding grit and the stench of acetone all during the season of the pearl bats. Hot winds make the above-ground parks and recreational levels of a number of the larger urban complexes further east and north pretty much a joke. 500 kilometers away, in Farkit, they put out warning signs half an hour before a blow is expected, and everyone goes underground. Here in Morgra, because of the Mayaluths, with goggles and a good sand suit, humans for an hour and Velmi for 3 can actually walk around in one, though it's not fun. And in the same year as the sinking of Morgra, on what is occasionally called Death's Rise by Whitefalls, one of the 3 waterfalls the sign was able to coax from the underground water springs about here, whose streams join in Morgra's Central Park, to flow away and finally mingle with the hot oils of the Height, at the end of the path of polychrome clays, flanked with topaz cactus, Mother Death, who had just resumed a job, 1, as a foreman at one of the furniture communes, and taken a job, 2, as a spiritual advisor at the Arvin, instructed the great off-world ships and cross-country transports that sidled up beside the already bustling cranes and diggers and crawlers and loaders furiously laying in the underground levels of Morgra Complex, and the ships and transports all bore the insignia of Vondramak Oak, to erect the astonishing gift she had been presented with, a gift so large its implication may never really have penetrated to the folk with whom she had worked in this area 5 years before. But that's to get away from Morgra proper, and turn to the castle going up, and down, by the waterfall to the east. And though that castle, Death's home, is my home, that's not yet my plan. 3. Just off Fane Run, centered in Morgra's 4th level down, Dial-Leaf Crescent has got to be the dingiest street in the city. Up between slanted black columns, high ceilings had once displayed elegant frescoes. But during a long-forgotten industrial overflow, a union lower down had requisitioned the roof for storage space, bolting up their ribbed and rickety gondolas. Eventually some of them had been removed. Some had simply been emptied, but still hung there. A lot of the frescoes had come down with them, so that blotches of dirty yellow plaster now patched what was left of the gray, green, and gold. The street cleaners must have been on the blink again, because fact ribbons had been trampled into mulch and kicked against the stone walls, too wet and wadded for the air currents to lift and carry toward the waiting grills. Sometime soon, tracers, too, would arrive with their wide blades to scrape them away. I ducked through a stone gate, a head too low for me. And I'm not tall. But the gate had been put up generations ago, when it was just assumed no human would ever live here, though once, on a labor, sabbatical, I'd had my living room only meters away. In the dusty floor, 6 Lyman plates made a hexagon. Overhead, 4 of the 6 viewing lights worked, thrusting misty pillars down from the darkness. I stepped onto one. "Santine," I called. "Are you at home?" At home, my own viewing light wasn't working, so I couldn't see who was at my plate. "Santine." "Oh, just a second, will you?" "There." And I felt the sensation that is something like rising, but more like falling, in a column of light. "So," Santine reared up on her hind fours and dropped her black, scaly head to the side. "You're back from gallivanting about the stars and have decided to pay a world-bound friend a visit." "Actually, I've been back for 3 days, but my job, caught me up immediately out at the home, and I've just only been able to try any new tastes since this afternoon." "Well, come in, and I'll find us something interesting to suck on." I stepped off the plate onto the gray and blue clays that stretched off to the hedges of silver gorse and on for desolate kilometers toward the middling cliffs. At the horizon was Morgra, in which I had been only seconds before. The city lay, like a toy of girders and plates, dark and miniature in the west. The sky to its left was still copper. Under indigo air, pole lights stood at half illumination about the semi-tiers of stone into which Santine's room was hewn. Out of season, 5 or 6 pearl bats flicked at the tallest. Outside on Dial-Leaf, there'd been the warm bellow of the street cleaners. Here, there was natural breeze. "Sit, sit!" With bluish claws, she plumped a pile of cushions covered by an antique webwork tapestry she'd brought with her from Hissiopi in the north, years before I was born. "All safe for you. Sit." I went over and dropped on the soft seat, while she went to rummage in the white cabinets that stood about the room. "So, you folk out in the prestigious rim of the city have decided to pay a visit to the center. Ah, riches. Ah, poverty." "Oh, come now," I said. "Someone of your profession, has been many times richer than I 5 times over. Santine was a tracer, and the exchange was one of the rituals that had grown up here in the South to integrate the human concern for wealth with a culture that had no concept for uneven distribution of exchange power. So that it took its neuroses out in much more interesting, to humans, ways. I've been meaning to pay you a visit ever since I got back, and now I have." Santine found one stone on one shelf, licked it, then found another. Tried that one. "How are the rest of the worlds in the universe rolling along?" "Oh, well enough, I suppose, though a month or so back I was on a world called Nepiy." But Nepiy took me to another world that no longer existed, and that I didn't want to talk about. "Well, they had their problems. But then why talk about unpleasantnesses here? Popping around the universe the way I do, the only thing that still surprises me is that there are so many humans in it." "Billions," Santine said, picking up a third stone. "Over how many worlds?" "Thousands of worlds, you told me once." I leaned my elbows back on the cushions. "The truth is, Santine, I don't have any real concept of how 1 billion differs from 1 million. Or 1,000. At least in real terms, no human does." "I've heard,"
Santine turned on her hind legs now, flavor stones on all four foreclaws. "That other than by abstraction, none of you can really count above 3. "I don't know about that," I said, "but just for an example, I've walked into the Death's Home amphitheater when it was 3/4 full, and then again when it was 4/5 full, and had no immediate sense of the difference. The amphitheater at Death's Home has 99 tiers of seats rising about the central skeiny. I looked about the 11 tiers of stone that rose around Santine's room, on the bottom of which I was sitting now. Crowds, large numbers." I shrugged. "They're mostly things one finds today doing metaphysical work in bad poems." "I suppose it's because I'm one of those," she said with one tongue and with another, "women that humans fascinate, in all the ambiguity the phrase allows in our languages." She added the plural with still another tongue Velm usually only used for tasting, then picked up the sentence with still another, whose relation to the first I could no longer figure. I'd blinked. "And it still, after all the intercourse between our cultural discourses, does, and with another tongue, doesn't it?" and concluded with the traditional tongue for endings, "Yes?" Then she laughed. "As a foreigner to this city, I know there is a grammatical mistake in there somewhere. Here, my young friend, taste." With the deep disturbing rumble that was Velm laughter, she came to me. I kneeled up to lick first one stone, peppery, with an aftertaste of mint, and another, the cool inertness of most rocks, and another, the ashy saltiness, not of sodium chloride, but of some potassium substitute. Santine gave me the fourth to hold and taste at my leisure, and I leaned back on the cushions, much more relaxed now that I had experienced some kind of familiar greeting. "Santine, you know what I heard not so long ago? In the play of the universal machinery, another whole world has met its destruction. So much for what one doesn't want to talk about. A whole human population, somehow I just assumed it was an all-human population, was annihilated." "Yes, you humans do that to your worlds from time to time, don't you?" Santine mused. "Were there any survivors?" She moved off again to her shelves. "There had to be some," I said. "1, or 100, or 1,000. I adjusted myself on the cushion. "Isn't that an awful thing to have to think about while you're gallivanting about the stars, as you put it?" "It's not a terribly pleasant thing to think about while you're bound to the surface of a single planet," she said. "Sometimes you do it to other people's worlds, too." How happy I am that the processes of thought are so different between my race and yours. We love you." "We love you, too," I acknowledged. Another ritual. Indeed, I'd never questioned what it meant. But it always made me feel good. "How long has it been since I've seen you now?" "Not long to me. Years. Standard." Santine, instead of sitting, was pawing about in another set of shelves. "And not many of those. And in that time I have been looking over the book you lent me." I frowned. "Book?" "I suppose I shall someday become accustomed to," she declared with one tongue, and with another, "the religions of you humans. They fascinate me. Only," and a third took up, as she turned from the shelf with a familiar object in her mid-claws, "the book you lent me has little to do with religion. It seems, from all I can find out, either from it or from general info, to deal exclusively with art and life, which, as I first said to you when you were a 2-year-old doing knee paintings on rough fabrics about your mother's claws, I do not understand your race's concept of art, nor am I that secure about my own race's notions on that intriguing topic." "Vondramak oak," I said, because I recognized the leather, glass, and aluminum volume in Santine's claws. "I remember loaning it to you. You said you were interested in Vondramak's religious thought, so I lent you her poems. I just suspected you might find something in them to illuminate her theological notions. I've always felt the poems provided an interesting commentary on her religious period." "Nothing." Santine clicked her bluish claws on the bluer clay. Where she came from, that was an ironic sign for negation, though Velm in the very far north make the same gesture for intense agreement, while those who grow up near Morgra don't make it at all. "They suggest a virulent critique of everything religious, yes.
I laughed. Well, I said, for humans, the declaration God is dead is just as religious a comment as I believe in God, and the infant, innocent of all theology, seems as holy as the studied saint. Do we humans have a broader notion of religiosity than you? Merely less refined. Santine arched her upper gum ridge, which was a smile. Vandramak intrigues me because she had tasted the bitterest sins. Such flavors authorize the highest, the deepest, the widest religious feelings that pull us away from all social centers. But these poems, as you call them, are things made with the taloned claw rather than the perceiving tongue. I think, and laughed, while both I thought and said it, and so probably distorted both processes, that because you Velmi have more tongues than fingers, or taloned claws, you will never understand us humans, really. And that is why you humans kill us in the north, Santine declared. Ah, yours is a political statement if I ever heard one. Well, your Vandramak was a mistress of politics as well as art and religion, yes? But in those two fields she leaves me far behind. I didn't say, indeed, I probably didn't think, that's why we're killing you in the north. Rather, I found myself simply uncomfortable with this from one of my oldest friends. I was about to question this discomfort as diplomatically as I could when Santine lunged forward. Here is your book. I pushed myself up on one elbow, took it, and reached for the chain hanging from my waist. Thank you. There was a ring on one side of the volume which I snapped to the ornate clip at the chain's end, and thought of a row of small yellow lights in the distance. Oh, Santine said. She had obviously thought the same thing. I think you have a photo call. Excuse me, I said. I stood up from the cushions and looked about for a stone wall. Near the wall, connections are always better. I walked toward the mound of schist beside the lowest tier of seats and thought through my reception code. Oh, Mark, my mother, Vivish, clasped her foreclaws and declared with two tongues at once, Where have you been, Mark? Where are you, dear? Please, the Thants are here, and we don't want to insult them. I took a deep breath. Is it formal? Oh, no, just come home, please. We don't ask much of you, but we love you. And with another tongue, and we'd love for Santine to come if she would. I'll ask her, I said, then tried to change my voice a little, which is a habit we single-tongued humans here get into in childhood, but which, except when talking to my parents, I've mercifully, almost, broken. And I'm on my way. I turned from the wall as Vivish vanished. They want you, don't they? Santine said. Do they want me too? They do. Will you come? It's an informal party for some off-world friends, the Thants. But I know you've met them. If it's an informal affair, I'll be along in an informal amount of time. Tell your parents, won't you, to expect me? Yes, of course. Good. And with her broad, beautiful wings unfurled and boisterously beating, she shooed me toward the entrance plate. Get on with you, then, she cried, and with other tongues, Get out, get out! And with still another, You'll see me later in the evening. I look forward to seeing you at your home. Yes, Santine, I said, as the night breeze and the air from her contracting wings, in the midst of the rising fall, joined the roar of dark dial leaf's cleaning winds. 4. Up a level across the park, down one run and along the rollerway, which once had seats but now only has the worn pentagonal spots where the cleats had been removed, thoughts while rolling through my hometown. On Morgra's lowest level there are, today, 12 and 20 rack vegetable farms with huge metaquartz light conduits leading down from the overground parks. There are distilleries for the liquor we make in a number of Velm's southeast geosectors from the wild sarb grasses. There are swimming pools, design mills, a dozen fine cheese houses, which still make their various wheels and stars of green, yellow, and orange-rinded cheese from the fine nematode milk the out-city farm produces. There are ceramic works and aquaria, and what has slowly gained a reputation as the finest manufactory of personal electronic musical instruments in the hemisphere. The biannual music festival held at Morgra, in which composers come from all over our world to have their works performed, was one of the joys of my adolescence. On ground level, and the first subground level, 3/4 of the population still lives. Wide alleys twist between up and down the roller ramps and stairs about them. Those who live above ground mostly have skylights in at least one of their living rooms. Those below, I've always noticed, have so much more varied holoramas outside their window walls or in their surround rooms. Rolling walks take people beneath the girders supporting the parks above, past the various outlets of the various service unions. Broad lifts are always going up and down, their rails sliding closed, and the young and old women of both races are always disappearing up into or appearing down from the upper vine-hung parks. It's more or less inevitable. Those who work, too, in the out-city communes and co-ops ringing an urban complex always feel themselves slightly superior to those who work, too, within the complex itself, especially when the out-city co-ops are so old and well-established as the furniture factory, Death's home, or the farm. Yet there are so many advantages to life within the city. More parks, more runs, more pools, more dancing areas, more and more varied kinds of sex, greater varieties of social and cultural stimulation, more adventure, and more play, that the twin pulls of prestige in one direction and excitement in the other keep the general population moving both ways. In an efficient bureaucratic anarchy, our most common form of government on Velm, there are very few jobs, too, that one keeps for more than 5 years. Your job 1 is another story, and since your job 2 is pretty much the one that determines where you live, a good third of the population is constantly moving out to live in the outskirting co-ops when the outer city jobs 2 open up, or, by the same cycle, are moving in to sample center city life. And it tends to be a different third all the time. Still, I was no more than 13 and a year back from Cynthy when I first realized that somehow those in my home, Death's home, were exempt from this cyclic flow, though I'm sure the council board who, 7 generations before, had authorized Mother Death to accept the gift that Vondramak had offered her, saw it as nothing more than a large out-city commune, even if the idea of a commune that was nothing but a work of art struck them as unusual, and might even have aroused downright hostile suspicions in that board's ancestors on their other worlds. Myself, though I've lived in Morgra and other urban complexes on Velm and off many times, indeed loved life in the inner city with the passion of a youngster loosed from the toils of tertiary homework. 3. I was always on a labor 2 sabbatical when I lived inside, never on a job 2. My friends there tended to be others with as much free time as I, though they might have been in all or any other jobs 2, inner or outer, only weeks before. All my jobs, too, have ended up in the out-city communes, where, frankly, I feel more at home when I'm working at anything other than my profession. 1. Diplomacy. I'm not the only Death to whom this applies. Because of this, from time to time, close friends, like Santine, have remarked I have a different manner about me, something other than just my being human. They more or less find it amusing. When I was younger, I would look within myself when women said this, to seek out the pains of being different, and to wonder how I'd been wounded by my isolation in the outer circle's older labor co-ops. Yet off-world folk like the Thants take the same manner, which for us Deaths marks a hurt, a failure, a deprivation, and read it rather as a mark of privilege, which in turn makes us find them somewhat amusing. Among its 3 freestanding 200-meter multichrome walls, their transparent panes gone dazzling at Iriani set on the eastern rim of Morgra, just beyond the blue tiles of Water Alley by Whitefalls, rise the courts of Death's home. 5. I rushed up the steps across green flags, wondering where the Thants had been on their way to that had allowed them to stop off at southern Velm for a visit. You understand their world is very different from ours. Their sun system, Korga, their moonless world, 6th out, Zetzor. Their city, called 17, is blasted among myriads into the rock wall of a 3-kilometer-deep canyon that worms and branches and doubles back and rebranches for several thousand k's about Zetzor's permanently dark North Pole. Yes, Korga is about 68,000 light-years around the galactic rim from Iriani. I've said that interstellar travel is expensive. To promote cultural interchange, some of Zetzor's larger geosectors finance one of their reproductive communes to unlimited fare for travel anywhere about the galaxy. Myself and every other ID has to get a job 1, where fare expenses are taken up by the employer 1 requesting the import. Once I had made the mistake of asking Thaddeus Thant how she and her spouses and her offspring had been chosen for such an honor. Somewhere behind careening metal she laughed. "Well, considering that we're chosen from the population of an entire world, you can be sure the selection isn't entirely fair." I raised an eyebrow and, diplomatically, changed the subject. At some point in their random travels, they'd met my mother, Egri, also an ID, just before she retired about 10 years ago. Striking up a friendship, they've been dropping in to see us once or twice a year standard ever since. A visit from the Thants at Death's home, Dyethshome, Death's home is how it's still pronounced, though vowels have shifted and in the last 100 years or so, space and punctuation have fallen out, is ebullient goodwill, lavish and humorous gifts that the Thants buy or have made by the by after they get here. The importation of off-world gifts, even their lavish geosector government can't afford to go that far. It's Thantish awkwardness, if not downright insincerity, growing from their reception and friendship with a stream so old and so august, at least the way it tastes to their tongues, as death. "That," Alsrod Thant put her small brown hands behind her, gazing up at the crystal column, "is your grandmother, your 7 times great-grandmother, the source of your stream, Gilda Death?" I chuckled. It's what they used to call a simulated synapse casting. All the soft lights and multicolored flashes inside supposedly reproduce her personality in crystalline form. The glimmering pillar rose from its ornate metal pedestal to soar beside the wall decorations next to the blades of the door, till it disappeared into the equally ornate capital, one with the quartz roof, where silver tracery pictured what one Velm artist had thought she'd seen in our stars. "Shall I tell you the story connected with it?" Alsrod's hands came before her to clasp in mimed ecstasy beneath her brown chin. I put my hand on her shoulder. Mother Death lived well into the 4th generation of her children. The casting was taken right at the old lady's demise. A decent length of time after her bodily passing, when it was turned on, so we've all been told, the Capitol speaker up there announced, "Now I'm a mechanical reproduction. Not the real thing at all. I know it. You know it. You were fools to get this thing made in the first place. Frankly, I'd turn it off if I were you and let me stay dead." Which was so uncannily like Mother Death in life, everyone was quite astounded at the synapse caster's skill. "Did they obey?" I nodded. "I don't think there's anyone among us who knows how to turn it on today, though when I was a child sometimes we would stand around, my sisters and I, and all try to put our arms around it, not quite able to touch." "Telling me this," Alsrod said with, suddenly, a very pleased look, "you're just doing your job, too, aren't you?" "Yes," I smiled, a bit puzzled. "I am. That's by and large what I mostly work. At. Does that mean that you don't really want to tell me such things?" "Ah," I said, "but I like my work, 2, as well as my work, 1. And I like my work, 1, a lot." Then added, because this seemed the moment to do so, "Perhaps we should go back to the others." I turned with her to walk toward where her sisters waited on one of the stone benches, while talk trickled about in the hall behind them, between my parents and theirs. Alsrod Thant, the youngest Thant, 14 standard years now, bony, brown, and delicate-eared, her head shaved, really a rather genial child, and this was her first trip to another world with her parents. She'd assured me, with studied modesty, that she'd been to moons before. No, not Zetzor's. Zetzor doesn't have any. Though she knew us, and we knew her from numerous Varine projects, still it was the first time we'd met her in vivo. I'd found her charming. For all the circles in dull aluminum that hung around her neck and waist and shoulders and calves, I couldn't help thinking of her as a younger me. I sat. Alsrod sat, between her older sisters, Fibermitch and Nepiy. My sisters, Alexander and Black Lars, came up at that moment to sit by me. A little ways off, George Thant scowled, arms folded over her big metallic chest, like some colossus from an artistic tradition I wasn't quite familiar with. Across the room I thought I heard Thaddeus declaim, "A world, you see, called Nepiy," and my attention turned. But Fibermitch brought it back with a continuation of some conversation which we'd apparently joined. "Let me tell you." Her brown hand hovered and quivered like an object intended for steady focus, but which, because it held too much energy to remain static, kept blurring into a faster time frame. We were on Bregenvold in some northern geosector. Incidentally, they really don't think in geosectors on Bregenvold, because the political alliances are between interconnected and interwoven nets of city-states. The blue net, the red net, the green net, the orange net. Well, there we were in the capital burg of the green net, kilometers underground, and with the capitals of the red, white, and Tyrian nets less than a day's work away with a jackhammer on 3 different sides of us. Oh, they are labor-intensive in those underground caves. And the people in hand-arm-intensive societies look so different from those in leg-foot-intensive cultures, don't you find? As we rode down the city's central canal, there was a circular facade carved into the rock face itself, maybe 75 meters high. Painted above the narrow door slits in the local color code syllabary, "Do not profane your origins on Eld Earth." Fibermitch and her seated sisters rocked in unison, laughing their different laughs at their different pitches in their different rhythms. "And once," declared Nepiy, recovering, "we were on a world called Kra, where in a particularly depopulated area they had just put a legal limit on how much material an architectural structure could employ." She looked about us at the sprawling levels of our ball court where so seldom these days anyone danced. Her hands, sheathed in foil and joined in her lap, tried to tug from their nest in her thighs. As she spoke, she leaned to the left, tug, to the right, tug, tug, tug. They did not come loose, though I felt that the roofs themselves might peel from the sky if she overcame her own gravity. There in the desert, tug, tug, we saw the rim of an overgrown crater where we'd heard the family'd been established. Sure enough, the flame speakers around it were blaring, both in the high musical code as well as the low, ironically pitched 2 octaves above the high one, "Lest I forget thee, O Earth." They laughed, they rocked. "And on a moon once." I suppose Alsrod had some previous knowledge of the conversational path pursued by her sisters, but frequently with the Thants, if not all folk in stressful situations, I get the impression they never say anything new. "Once." Alsrod's hands were clasped on her knees. She swayed forward on the bench like a figure of struts and ropes, invisible thermofoils yanking at her shoulders as some undetectable hot wind whipped them back and forth, pulling her about as they whirled and snapped, collecting their energetic bounty and directing her intense movements below. "Once on a moon, I passed a tiny office in a narrow corridor, through the transparent wall of which I could see it was all staffed by the local aliens." Fibermitch, Nepiy, and George all turned to her reprovingly. "May the ant and the worm take dinner in my vitals, I speak the truth," Alsrod protested. But one hand came loose from her knee and raised before her face as if to protect herself. "Go on," my sister Lars said, perhaps as a representative of our own local aliens, and arched her lip bone. But I don't think Alsrod saw it through her spread fingers. Her eyes were closed. "Staffed by local aliens," she repeated in a voice respectfully devoid of emotion. "And on the wall, written clearly in incised letters—" Here her hand returned to her knee, which had jackknifed up to catch her boot heel on the bench's inlaid edge. "Fail not the eternal presence of Yurd." Her eyes were still not open. They laughed. We smiled, which we assumed they would take as a comparable gesture. If they asked GI about such things, they frequently did. "On Zetzor itself, in the south, there used to be a whole museum complex. Took up half the city of Q.
Had folks handing out little cards on the cross corners of cities all over our world from 17 to 70, from A to R. Visit their paltry showing, and it stated in woman-high letters sunk into the piazza before the main rotunda, "Forget not your debts and beginnings on earth." And they meant, you know, the famous earth, the sixth world so named after old Earth itself. I'd never heard of a particularly famous earth, sixth named, but I didn't interrupt Gleaming George, who'd stepped up to join the conversation. "We had the complex shut down. That is, Eulalia did. Thant Eulalia." And without unfolding her arms, she nodded in the direction of the jeweled extravaganza, her mother, across the room by the sculpted half-walls, surrounded by our and her other parents. "That's what we think of the family on Zetzor, and their countless corrupt slogans." The three seated howled wildly, swaying with the precision of three broad leaves of sarb grass in a single breeze. A scowling brass giant, George watched attentively over their performance. "Now, of course, you can't set this against the problems of Nepiy," I heard again from Thaddeus. Indeed, hearing the name before, I'd assumed it was just a trick of the ear. Even now it occurred to me that, with 6,000 worlds to choose from, it was more likely that they were discussing some planet with a similar name than that they were discussing the actual world I'd so recently visited. The evening drifted by. I drifted by people. People drifted by me. Then Santine made her entrance on a rag-rope platform that creaked, in ancient gilt fringe, down from the informal stars. She stuck out one of her tongues to receive me, and I thought she said in one of her voices that I happened not to recognize, "Do you really enjoy these affairs?" I grinned and was about to say, but it was not Santine aping a human voice. It was Alsrod Thant in her aluminum circles who had just stepped up beside me. I said, because frequently the truth provides the most diplomatic answer, "I don't believe I've ever attended one since I was your age where I didn't feel, beforehand, an oppressive dread at the isolation that can reign in a large enough group of even the most intimate friends, much less an admixture of intimates, acquaintances, and strangers. Still, so much of my social education has been affected in such gatherings, so many true friendships have had their beginnings in meetings much like yours and mine, that I feel these affairs must not only be endured, but negotiated with a certain energy, if not commitment." I dropped my head a little to the side and gave her a grin. "They can be fun." Alsrod just looked at me. Below her shaved scalp and high forehead, brown eyes blinked. The pupils were large enough to suggest either drugs or the slightest genetic divergence in human evolution. Suddenly she raised her hand, palm facing me. Before her face, brown fingers spread. "Oh! The force of a criticism whose reasons I can no longer spelunk throws me into the neotenous posture of the tadpole, the caterpillar, the newt." I had never heard of any of these beasts, and neotenous I knew from nothing. I opened my eyes rather wide, but I guess I was still smiling. Alsrod dropped her hand and grinned back. "There!" Suddenly she pointed to my thigh. "What's that hanging by your leg?" "This?" I ran my hand down the chain from my belt. 3 tongues out, and one of them, I knew, tasting the taints and feints that humans could communicate through body odor alone if our olfactory systems had not fallen by the evolutionary wayside, Santine regarded us with the steadfast attention it had taken me years to learn did not, when she did it, mean offense, and to which Alsrod seemed all but oblivious in a way that made me wonder about her. But she was from another world. This, I turned the leather binding over to the ground glass screen. On the back was a set of finger tab switches set within gemmed circles, is what they used to call a book. It was a beautifully worked object, well read. The leather around the controls was worn smooth, and no bigger than my palm. "My friend Santine here just returned it to me earlier this afternoon." Santine nodded, licked, and watched. Alsrod blinked at me some more, considering, I suppose, whether to go into another song, another dance. Finally, she said, "I know it's a book. We have a whole library full at home. What's it a book about? Unless," her large eyes lowered, I have broached yet one more of the infinitude of topics my ignorance of your laws, land, and life would bar to any polite transgressions from a poor—" "Oh, now," I told her, "of course it's all right to ask." A library of books on Zetzer? This one was an odd off-world object that had somehow gotten into a basement at Death's home. I'd found it as a child just back from my first year off-world at Cynthy. As far as I knew, it was the only book, at least of this particular techno-type, on my world. It's a volume of Vondramak Oak. The poems, not the religious tracts. Apparently, she used to joke that since nobody ever took the poetry of political rulers seriously, it didn't matter what language she wrote it in. So she used her own made-up one. This book contains all her privately published volumes of verse, a selection of her letters, her complete private journals, about 6 contrasting critical studies, and an official biography, as well as a lot of allied papers and documents that don't get too political. Alsrod stepped around me to see. I touched a playback button. The screen became pink haze, above which formed the most frequently reproduced holo of Oak. 67 standard years old, tall, black-skinned, and gawky. She wore a maroon cape, blown back from a naked shoulder. Her breasts, emptied with age, hung against her ribs. Belt aslant, sharp hips, she stood in dark pants and darker boots on a lime-pocked ledge, gazing pensively and poetically down on some absent landscape, one hand on her waist, one lost in the red folds of her cape, jaw, ear, one shoulder, and belt-buckle rouged by a sun thrice the size of Kwarja or Iriani. From what I've studied of your local culture, however, in preparation for my coming, one hand holding her opposite elbow, Alsrod gazed at the 25-centimeter figure glowing above the book plate. I would have thought that this was a piece of theater, or perhaps a sculpture, if you hadn't told me, that is, it was a book. That made me laugh. I hefted the object in my hand. The image above it stayed steadier than its projector lying in my palm. I can see that. It does have a stage, I suppose, and half the statuary you see about today is some kind of image projection, but this is just one of the book's illustrations. Besides, it's not a techno-fact of our world. At least it's not common to this area of it. And I never knew Oak wrote, Alsrod added. I mean poems. What an interesting-looking woman. And you must think so, too. She blinked at me rapidly. I nodded. Most of the holograms we have of her come from the years she was in exile on Britannia. Like this. Once before, one story has it, she actually ordered all visual reproductions, of anything, destroyed over a whole world. There were too many of her, and she didn't like the slant of her nose or something. Or maybe she just felt she'd become too recognizable. Another ruler would have dealt with the situation by having her own features altered, and she did that too from time to time. But on Britannia, when it seemed, at least for a while, her political career was over, apparently she stopped caring who took pictures, and wrote her baker's dozen greatest poems. It's easy to read in that image the aging poet pondering the coming stanza of one of her brooding crepuscular Singaneds. The biography, however, tells us that the 15 planets she had finally annexed 3 years before had, through the successful revolt of the Rigunyi, just dropped to 12. She was much more likely contemplating the coming Battle of Granger 9, where, in a 6-month interstellar encounter, the Britannia exile would end and she would sweep into her grip 5 new worlds, one of which would destroy itself in CF within the year. I wondered what Alsrod saw in it. Was she a major or minor writer? I smiled. Personally, among poets, she's my favorite. There are a good number of study groups devoted to her work, here and on many other worlds, but there are many thousands of poets neither of us will ever hear of with greater followings among people who, themselves, have never heard of her. In her youth, actually, she was quite stout. Only in her last decades, on Abnerank, Britannia, and Tartuum, did she develop that gaunt and austere appearance most of us associate with her today. She was an impressive-looking woman, Santine said appreciatively, as I've heard her say a dozen times in as many years.
I've studied many major and minor poets on my world, Alsrod announced. She inclined her head to add, "What poems did she write?"
With my middle finger I pressed another switch on the book back. Already set at one of her most accessible lyrics, the third from that sumptuous second volume, Lyrox. Runes formed above the screen. Vondramak faded. One of the things that makes her particularly interesting is that the language she invented, actually she made it up when she was a girl on that large macro-life station where she spent a good part of her invalid childhood, employed both a phonetic and an ideographic writing system, as well as a whole series of shift runes. Shift runes! Letters that are pronounced one way on their first occurrence in a text, another on their second, another on their third, and so on in a fixed sequence. It gives the poet an interesting technique to exploit. She can have pairs of words that alliterate visually but not phonetically, as well as pairs that alliterate phonetically but not visually. And she can play the two off against each other. At any rate, most of Oak's really interesting work is written in this language. The two epic-length pieces, the Onorokratika and the Energumenika, as well as the series of lyrics and love poems, Hermione at Buthrat, and of course both the early and late satires. If you like, I'll give you the access code and you can take half a minute, learn the language from GI, then take a look at some of the poems in the original.
I'm afraid that my impetuous youngest sister, Nia Thant stepped up behind Alsrod. She placed her metal-covered hands not on Alsrod's shoulders, but centimeters above them. As this is her first trip to your world, has not been rendered compatible with your local General Information Service. I was going to get it done last week, Alsrod said, but I guess that was when Mickey and me were off on that.
Then, assailed by astonishment, her hands raised too, but did not touch her face. She rocked her head from side to side, intoning while aluminum jangled.
Oh, repentance, oh, regret, oh, retribution for the way of life a youth indulges among rocks and ice moss.
Really, I said, it's probably just as well. I mean, here at a party more than likely isn't the place you'd want to go off in the corner to sit for half an hour with a—
But you are the host,
declared Alsrod. Her arms jangled to her sides.
I want to submerge myself in your world, your life. Your interests for the duration of my stay are mine. Your theater, your sculpture. Please tell me about your grandmother, Gilda Death.
With Nia behind her, projecting her fixed smile above her head, Alsrod's intensity fairly glittered.
I mean, she was a great friend of Vondramak's, wasn't she? Vondramak was the one who gave her all this.
She swept her hands about, indicating all around.
Death's home?
Beyond us the column glimmered. Yes. I smiled again because some of what had been mysterious had become clear for me. We'd been through this in one way or another with every Thant as we'd met them, though it still surprised me, I suppose. I'll tell you if you'd like.
Oh, please, yes. It's your work, too. Anyway. You said you liked your work, too.
I do. The Thants have always been excited by the connection between Vondramak and Death, the older just as much as the younger. Yet it still shocks me when that excitement erupts so blatantly. What would you like to know?
How they met. What did they do? How did they part? And then you must tell me about the stream which runs from them to you.
I laughed, thinking how much I enjoyed the story, yet how much it always seemed that any time it's told to the Thants, the tale was doomed to misunderstanding. Yet enjoyment won out. All right. My 7 times great-grandmother, Gilda Death, came to Velm when she was 19 standard years old on a colony ship of 8,000 from a world called Claven that I have never seen, but that a goodly number of the inhabitants at the time thought was on the verge of cultural fugue. But it wasn't, said Alsrod, who no doubt had already received one version or another of the tale from her siblings and parents, if not from her homeworld's GI. True. Eventually Claven managed to get itself together again, but not before a number of its inhabitants had also managed to get themselves a new home, Gilda among them. She'd probably been some kind of free-agented professional one before she came here, though we don't have much information about that period of her life. On Velm, she lived a while in the north,
didn't like it, moved to the south, and did. At one point, however, she was up on our smaller moon, Arvin.
Ah, Alsrod sighed. Moons. Yes, wonderful, tiny, attenuated moons, where night and gravity are stretched nearly to the breaking.
It had so much the sound of a quote from some poet I'd ought to have read, I didn't even bother to ask G.I. to identify the allusion.
Moons, Alsrod repeated. We don't have any moons around Zetzor. It's a great sadness to me.
Well, we have two, I said. Moons are smaller than worlds. People stay closer together on moons.
Vondramak Oak and her entourage were en route from one star to another when she stopped at Arwen's relay station. In spite of her security, she and Gilda met.
The middle-aged tyrant was much impressed with the young woman colonist and hired her right there. Gilda worked for Vondramak over the next half-dozen years, traveling with her and without her about the galaxy, with a freedom that, from all reports, was rather like yours, with your government's gift of unlimited space fare. At the end of her services, Vondramak gave her death's home, Alsrod supplied, looking about the high-ceilinged court, as a reward for her faithfulness. I've always suspected it was a bit more complicated than that. I looked about my home. Vondramak was one of the great proponents of the family. Gilda was an adherent of the sign, as was most of Velm at the time.
It probably wouldn't have made that much difference to them, as both of them were personally very tolerant, but one of Gilda's major reasons for retiring was that she wanted to raise children for a while. Sometime before she left Claven, she'd suffered several massive radiation contacts. She had so many smashed and shattered chromosomes, only a complex enzyme therapy kept her from blooming into rampant malignancies 3 or 4 times a week. She'd been sterilized when very young, probably under unpleasant conditions. Because of that old radiation bout, she couldn't be cloned. But Gilda had a kind of single-mindedness, not unlike Vondramak's, I flatter myself in thinking. She had all of Death's home to let kids run around in, and believe me, that's some running. When she came back to Morgra and moved in here, she adopted 2 human females, Lane and Niza, and a human male, Vrak, from the north of our world. They'd been orphaned in the early conflicts between the native Velm and human colonists. She brought them up, here at Death's home, while she collected the artworks and cultural artifacts that gave this place its purpose in the culture of Morgra. Over the next 15 years, Gilda and her 3 children survived all 7 visits Vondramak paid her. I mention it because not everyone did. When Vondramak came to visit, she brought not only her entourage, but her whole lifestyle, which included assassination attempts, strategic murders, political intrigues, and factional hugger-mugger of precisely the sort Gilda had left her services to get away from. On Vondramak's 6th visit, the killing of Secretary Argenia occurred right there in Death's home's north court at a formal supper party of 100 guests. Today we hardly ever use it. I'm sure the custom goes back to the Argenia assassination. Visiting students are the only ones who ever go in there now. There was never any doubt in Gilda's mind that Vondramak herself was responsible for the murder. On her 7th visit, Gilda suggested that Vondramak not come back. This time there was quite an argument. But the tyrant refrained from bombing Death's home, blowing up Morgra, and blighting the land for 100 kilometers in all directions. All things she was quite capable of doing when she got riled. But she never returned. 5 years later she was overthrown. 3 years after that she was dead. And Gilda went on with her life here. The only one of Gilda's children interested in raising more children was the male, Vrak. Marq Dyeth and her lover, another human male, Orgic Korm, took over Death's home. They had 2 male children cloned from the germ plasm of a friend of theirs on store in a local plasm bank, a former lover of both of them who had been killed some years before in a local mountain slide up in the Mayaluths. These clone twins, Sayar and Hashi, began the 3rd wave of deaths to live here at Death's home. Vrak and Orgic later adopted a human female also from the north named Jek, which completed that wave's ripple. There's some unpleasantness connected with Hashi, the details of which I don't really know. She went off and did something nobody approved of, but what it was I'm not sure. Jek and Sayar decided, when they were in their late 50s, they wanted to carry on with deaths for another ripple.
Both of them had jobs won as Velmian ethnologists. They worked with an ethnological commune that was then helping the native Velmi who were fleeing from the north. Human-Velm relations have always been strained up there. Dyeth's home was given over to their ethnological commune so that the place became a laboratory as well as a museum in those years, and all the humans and Velmi who worked there became the next ripple of Dyeth parents. Guba, Reese, and Wee are some of the names of those adults. And their children, all adopted and all native Velmi, included Kifa, Jat, another Vrak, large Maxa, Eri, and Liji. Gilda lived a dozen years into this fourth non-human ripple of the Dyeth stream. She was very pleased about it, too. People often wonder why Velm-human relations have been so much better in the south. Myself, I think it's because both populations are smaller here, and we always have the North's appalling example to instruct us. Eri was the first of that ripple to decide on more children, and she brought in as a child one of my own grandmothers, Zhenya, who, as an adult, joined with large Maxa from the generation before, who's also parenting for this generation as well. But you know, Velmi mature more slowly than humans, and live longer. So actually numbering ripples beyond this point gets confusing. The point is, however, there are no direct egg and sperm relations between any ripple of parents and any ripple of children at Dyeth's home, nor have there ever been, since Gilda began the stream 7 ripples ago.
But when there are so many paths and parameters, Alsrod declared, or rather as I recognized a few words into it, quoted, along which and around which women, young, old, human, Velm, male, female, and neuter, can develop both community and communion to be passed on to others, why should you restrict yourselves to direct egg and sperm relations? That's wonderful.
Well, I said, it may not be all that wonderful, but it's the way our particular nurture stream worked out. More than half the streams here in Morgra have used direct genetic reproduction in some form or another at least once a ripple since their founding. Perhaps in Gilda's time there was active resentment against it as a method. It smacked too much of family life, which had already proved disastrous in the north. But there isn't today. Egg and sperm relations between stream ripples? Myself, I like to think of it as a method we just haven't gotten around to yet.
And now you must tell her why you call it a stream, instead of a family with a small f,
Fibermitch said, stepping up beside her sister with great approval beaming in her face. Well, Fibermitch immediately darted away again.
Oh, please, said Alsrod while I looked after her. I want you to say it.
I laughed again. If you're really interested, but I know you know it already. All right. Velm is a very dry world. Water is rare here. The propagation of nurture has always been highly respected among the Velm, but none of their local languages ever developed a general term for reproductive lines. Stream was the term they used for their educational paths, their universities, which extend all over the planet. When the human and Velm cultures melded, here in the south, the appropriation of the educational sign to the nurturing situation was one result.
And now, declared Nia, peering at me over her young sister's shoulder, you must tell her the conceptual ways in which a stream differs from a family.
Perhaps we should leave that till even someone who likes to talk as much as I do and works, too, at it, eventually feels a sense of occasional strain when running on too much. I mean, I'm sure Alsrod already knows it, so that—
But I must hear it in your own voice, Alsrod exclaimed. It's what I have come light years for.
All right, I said once more. But there are so many ways that a stream differs from a family, I don't know where to start. The father-mother-son that makes up the basic family unit, at least as the family has described it for centuries now, represents a power structure, a structure of strong powers, mediating powers, and subordinate powers, as well as paths for power developments and power restrictions. It's also a conceptual structure as well, a model through which to see many different situations. The family has always been quite loose in applying that system to any given group of humans or non-humans, breeding or just living together, so that you can have lots of fathers, lots of mothers, lots of sons, and any woman of any age or any gender can always fill any of the roles. I'm sure the right family analyst could reinterpret our nurture stream or your reproductive commune as a classical family without an eye blink, just by assigning one or more parts to one or more women. But if we agreed to the model, no doubt we'd begin to stabilize the power structure it controls. But there are other power structures that can apply to nurturing groups. For instance, in the family structure, the parents are seen to contain and enclose the children, to protect them from society. In the stream structure, the children are the connection between the parents and the society. To become a parent is to immediately have your child change your relation to society. Suddenly you have to deal with nurseries, nutrition co-ops, study groups, a whole raft of social institutions. Because most children don't generate from within streams, the stream structure conceives of all children as gifts from society, as gifts to society. In the stream structure— "Now translate," Alsrod suddenly cried. "Excuse me?" "I know that Death's Home used to be the scene of marvelous theatrical productions for all of Morgra, all of M-81. And I have come here to see one, metaphorically speaking, of course, and you are so generously providing it." "No, I have not read Oak's verse, but I've studied the works of one of your greatest playwrights and musicians, Jael Bazarat, whose finest productions were performed here in the amphitheater at Death's Home. She wrote of the streams that ran across the deserts and swamps of your world, the universities, both before and after humans left their paw prints here." "That's true," I said. "Among academic playwrights, she's considered—" "Yet Vondramak is your poet, Marq Dyeth." Alsrod beamed once more as though some extremely important point had been made. "Now translate for me." She pointed to the book I still held, but which, in the course of my disquisition, I'd forgotten. "You mean this poem?" The runes of the long-dead tyrant, whose childhood friends had called her Dramak, and whose adult intimates had addressed her as Vondra, a word which in her own language meant the taloned claw, hung in the air above the stage my hand made. I wondered whether Alsrod's abrupt change of subject was an expression of boredom, a social custom, a logic alien to me, or simply personal avidity. "Well, this one is from her series of participatory poems." She added to the sequence all her life. Its title translates "the strange," or maybe better, "the awkward," but the word can also mean the exotic or simply another person or also another system. Somewhere in her journals, Oak writes, "Poetry is what is avoided as it is surrounded by translation." In her own language, however, it only takes 3 words, all beginning with the same sound, ch. Anyway, she provides 1 half line and a single letter that you have to work into a word in your own version of a second half line. But how could anyone who didn't know Vondramak Oak's private tongue appreciate the participatory works? Beneath the book I fingered the random selector. Runes flickered till I released the touch tab. Now this one, yes, happens to be another of my favorites. The title means the president, or maybe the ruler, though it doesn't come from a word root meaning either measuring, straightening, or presiding. The particular root word, which she also invented, means stroking softly, or, in some cases, mangling. "Is it autobiographical?" Alsrod asked. I was surprised. Many commentators have taken it to be, though she wrote a much earlier draft of it when she was still a child at the hospital station at Zhryla. But really, Alsrod, perhaps the next time you come you'll be wired for local GI compatibility, and we can. Nia still stood with her hand poised above her sister's shoulders. I saw Fibermitch off and joking uproariously with a bunch of parents, for all the world as though she were barring them from our conversation. Then I turned and saw what, in the corner of my eye, had given that impression. Her metallic figure chased at forearms, temples, and calves with high veins. George Thant stood up on the bench by the spillway, arms folded, legs apart, staring over the milling heads between Nia, Santine, Alsrod, and me. George frowned intently. At any intergeosector party, people always do strange things, and other people try to remain oblivious. At a party for folk of different worlds, both the strangeness and the obliviousness can reach surreal proportions. People milled about George's knees, occasionally tossed a quip up at her, occasionally didn't, and drifted on. I would like to be a ruler, a president, or a mangler, Alsrod announced beneath her sister's smile. And I would like to be a poet, I laughed, but I'm too far along in my life to start another profession. One. And fortunately there are laws and institutions today to prevent rulers from becoming manglers, at least on Vondramak's scale. Weren't there laws and institutions 200 years ago? Alsrod asked. Santine chimed in with one of her tongues in one of her more cajoling voices. When one actually starts the historical research, it sometimes seems as though there weren't. Now, I have never been to another world, except once in a Vaureen tour. Most likely I'll never go in vivo. Would you tell me, how do you find the flavor of the experience hangs in your mouth, my young wanderer? Well, with all this talk of poetry, it's a shame to bring up a cliché, but a Vaureen tour is more educational and fun. And I suppose... While Alsrod searched for the proper metaphor, I beamed all astral thanks to my old labor-to mate for letting me out of the frying pan. Well, a Vaureen tour simply serves up richer, better prepared, and more carefully orchestrated flavors than live chance possibly could. Without looking, I fingered another button on the book's bottom to turn it off, and let the chain slide down through my fingers. Alsrod stepped out from under the foil epaulets Nia's hands had become to continue her conversation with Santine. The book bumped against my calf. Nia still stood, still smiled, and still kept up her hands as though preserving a cave into which her sister might retreat should she accidentally and irreparably disgrace herself. An image. Fibermitch and George, now that Alsrod had turned from me, coming together to join Nia in a toe-to-toe line for a precise and ordered bow. Behind Nia I could see a stone sank that had been brought here from the Arvin to decorate the room how many decades ago now? Nia's arms, in their fixed position, looked like two more of the religious symbol's branches transferred from the living trunk. But before I could find out if my vision was simply fantasy or social prediction, laughter exploded across the room. Thaddeus Thant came toward us, followed by my sisters Bucephalus and Tenjo, and my other sister, white-skinned and livid-eyed Maxa. A swarm of 3-centimeter metallic discs careened into a suspensor field, maybe a decimeter away from Thaddeus's body. Blue, gold, copper, silver, and black metal whizzed about. Turned on low, the privacy cloud was a convocation of comets. Between, now and again, you could see within, up here an aged eyelid, down there a parchment kneecap, higher a collapsed pectoral with its folded dug. What are you youngsters plotting over here? How are you planning to do in your parents this time? We all laughed now. We're plotting to steal time itself from you, declared Fibermitch. We're going to spike it to the floor as it slips by, and just as you come over to see why it's so still, we'll pull it out from under you. And send you spinning off around the galaxy's edge, my sister Alexander took it up. On your grandest adventure yet, Thad. We're planning to pluck all the best stars out of the sky and stuff them in our pockets, I said, so that when we meet you once again and thrust our hands deep inside to hide our embarrassment, our fingertips will smart on them, as if they were desert grains, caught down in the seams, and we'll smile at you on your way to a glory that, for all our stellar thefts, we shall never be able to duplicate. Respect! Thaddeus said loudly in that great brassy voice, though the corporeal Thaddeus always seemed so little inside the colorful cloud. Yes, that's respect. I believe this eldest of the 3 Thant mothers was honestly happy young deaths had taken time to learn at least some of the rituals from the polar geosector on a far, far world. Now why don't you... Thaddeus waved an arm toward us, seated children, though I only glimpsed a wrinkled elbow, a vein curving a wrist. Bright metal swooped and careened. You show the kind of respect these youngsters do. And comets flew on across the pulsing colors on the pastel floor to join more of our parents. All of us looked at each other, and all of us smiled, because I really think we all, Thant children and Death children, in one way or another loved the old creature whom, because of the privacy discs always in flight about her, we saw so little of. As such encounters do, this one dissolved our conversational group, and the fragments moved to reconstellate. I heard Santine say, as she moved off with Thad,
But you were talking about Nepiy. Young Marq mentioned it to me not so long ago.
Curiosity would have moved me off after them. But there was emotion by my eyes, then shadow. I stopped, surprised. Alsrod had stuck her hand before my face and shook it. I blinked, but it was just a way of getting my attention.
That, she said, dropping her hand once she was sure she'd got it, is a sank, isn't it?
She nodded toward the carved stone medusoid, which moments ago her sister had stood before.
What does it mean? I mean this particular one. Now you know a sank is the sign of the sign, said Fiber Mitch, stepping up to rejoin us in her lace of small chains, clearly deprecating her younger sister's disingenuousness, but she flashed a huge and toothy smile in case I didn't know she was part of it. The sign is the veritable and virtual enemy of the family on all, or almost all, worlds among the 6,000, concluded Nia, strolling up on the other side. As she moved in her armor of foil, studs, and leather, a sly look suffused her dark, full mouth to let us know she knew we knew she knew. No, I mean, Alsrod insisted, this sank here. I know they all mean something different.
It's an old piece, I explained, dating from about 2.5 centuries ago. It comes from a local monastery, the Arvin, at the south of Morgra. I glanced over at the statue. On its black display pedestal it was grotesquely handsome, a 4-foot stone trunk that branched into 7 writhing arms, each ending in a gross red gem. At the Arvin they used to teach that the sank symbolized the difference between its own unified trunk and its many branching head, a sign of the difference between the one and the many. Myself, I was always quite sure it was a stylized presentation of one of the Tolgoth cactuses growing on the other side of the height. But even our local retreat stressed that the image didn't come from our world, or any world near it, though that was rather hard to believe with the forest of the things only 1.5 kilometers away. At least that's what it seemed like when I was 8 or 9 or 10.
When did you learn, Alsrod asked, that the meaning of the sank was not the same everywhere in the universe?
Only about 10 years ago, actually, I told her. On a world whose name I don't recall, I came across an older sign retreat. Right behind them, some looming temporary factory had just gone up that for 20 months would be hot stamping out large ceramic ugly things so that the murals I had come to see in my free 3 hours before my ship took off, they dated from the time the building had been an exploratory outpost 5 centuries before, were gummed over with black, protective elastic to absorb the shock and keep them from cracking. Anyway, once I doffed my air mask inside the irregular and blobbed transparent walls, distorting the starscape and rockscape outside, somehow a priestess got to explaining that the shape of the sank I was familiar with back here on Velm was only one of many a sank could have. On some worlds, apparently, it's a trunk with just 2 branches, both quite straight. On others, the one I was on, for instance, it had 5 branches, each of which was a regular helix. And on some, though I forget the significance of the number, it is simply a cluster of 111 twisting spokes. Then, on others, it's only a single bar with a jewel at each end, and on still others, it's a jeweled sphere, while on still others, it's a plain one. These wise women in their deep robes and the grilled mouth speakers they wore to disguise the individuality of their voices told me that on many worlds the sank signifies, as it does on Velm, a difference between one part of itself and another. But on other worlds, for instance theirs, it signified the difference between one sank and another, the difference between the myriad kinds of sanks that exist on myriad worlds, the difference between the myriad dogmas, each one different for each different part of each different world, that make up the institution so frequently known as the sign. They all laughed again, this time oddly all on one pitch. One after another, and each at a different speed, they began to rock, at first Fiber Mitch, at last even George, who had come up to join us somewhere in the midst of my recitation. And though I now requested explanation from the sociological GI program I always keep on tap with visitors from different cultures, as they no doubt keep one on me, I could not learn the significance of that alien motion. From the metal cloud that was Thaddeus, once more her brassy voice boomed. Respect for the old and appreciation of the new. That's what the name of Thant is all about. And that's what I found on Nepiy, too. That's what made it such a wonderful world. Oh, if you'd ever been there, you'd remember Nepiy. Chalk-white deserts under an onyx-black sky, stretching to the horizon in all directions, with orderly crevices dug into them, where women live in harmony and goodwill in dwellings cut into the stone. Oh, no, not like the zigzag canyons of Zetzor, but rational, orderly, precise. The gestures of civil intercourse there have a clarity and lucidity to enchant whoever appreciates the fine heights that human civilization can reach. A fine world, a wonderful world. I had a wonderful time there. Someday you must visit it. Oh, yes, you must. Thaddeus laughed again, hugely and generously, while Eulalia, through the array of my own parents and siblings, trailing her clouds of metals, gems, and lights, moved around and around her co-spouse, miming gestures that, in our own world's theatrical tradition at any rate, indicated here obeisance, now mockery, there despair, or joy. And I could not help thinking that, although Thaddeus and I may have been on the same planet, because, no doubt, we had been on it months and geosectors apart, we had really been to different worlds. The evening drifted on. When for the 10th time my eyes had gone ceilingwards, not to examine constellations, but to imagine the real stars far above their argent representations, I finally decided I'd had it. Standing by a decorative wall of falling water from the spillway upstairs, I waited out the end of a story from, of course, Clearwater Thant, and, it was a rather good one, laughing, excused myself. Dark hands came up, but not to halt me so much as to push me on my way, and Clearwater's own light laughter followed me as I threaded from the thrumming falls. But I'd taken as much as I could of strangely behaved, too easily impressed, boisterous, familiar friends. I went to my room. 6. Way down and away from anywhere else, it had once belonged to a death mother, Airy, 2 ripples before. I'd been 10 and had just returned from that first extended visit off-world to the giant moon Cynthi. Egri had taken me there to stay with my grandmother Zhenya for nearly a standard year, and my memory still swarmed with images of those tall women, their fur parkas drawn tightly around their pitted faces as they poled their boats in toward the high steel docks. Into those reveries, made suddenly exotic by a simple trip of 26 light-years home, my mother Maxa inserted the hard fact. I was of an age to choose up a local habitation and a name. The last was easy. With a bunch of my parents, I went down to the record union in Morgra's lowest level, the knots in the polished pith walls recalling faces on another world, and registered the Marq, which people had been calling me all my life. The habitation, however, took some trips over and around the area to search out a proper spot. I wanted something rural, with natural rock, water, and all the technological comforts a rather spoiled 12-year-old could imagine. My temp parent, Kelso, was with us, and after several hundred Ks cruising about, she suddenly declared, "Look, I know what Marq wants. Do you remember Airy's old place? Whatever happened to—" Back home, there was the scrabble through the closet full of discarded domestic cassettes. Today, honestly, I don't know if I love the location more or the fact that it's been a living room for deaths as long as it has. 20-foot fire cactuses rose behind the ornate rail at the polished plank's est end. Shells and rocks, rocks and shells. Overhead, a few night clouds pulled away from the brilliant, oversized star that is our larger moon. The rocks beyond the rail were tufted with gilt gorse. An orange carpet on the dark wood gave under my bare feet as I walked from the fading entrance column. Beyond the platform, through the Tolgoth growth, the stream plashed. How many times a week do I open the railing gate, take some text crystal from the fiche board standing below my bed, 6 carved legs with strange ball claws for feet, rumpled sleeping mat over it, along with a portable reader,
what we have instead of clumsy, beautiful books, to go and sit and dream, my back against some velvet-barked elephant lichen, to dream and read, with warm water washing my ankles. Between the hills that gentled the horizons to the north, the crazy jewelry of Morgra Complex's upper park levels, my nightlight all through those strange years when childhood gives way to the beginning of adulthood, glittered like a little cinque. I was as far away from the city now as Santine's room, but in another direction. In the platform's center stood a round desk, old, locally crafted, a horror to look at, but ridiculously efficient. Its reddish top was cluttered with gaming pieces, editing blocks, lengths of tape, and the reassembled skeleton of a small creature resembling a desert skate, but indigenous to one of the other of Velm's polar wastes. Suspended above it all glowed a globe that, besides serving as a lamp, was also the central star in a double-sunned orrery. No, not Rhyonon Prime, of 10 planets, 30 moons among them, one of which was, yes, giant and nostalgic Cynthi, circling its huge, useless world in RJ-6b, all rotating and revolving on their hugely slant and varied orbitals. On the desk, the comm screen was still up out of its slot, a pile of dice in front of it, a piece of string on which I had been practicing wed knots, an art performed by a small northern tribe of Velm natives with their hind feet, and I was improving, lay across it. Scattered before it were some text crystals from my 7-times great-grandmother's unreadable memoirs, which that morning I'd once again taken from the old library. As I approached the desk, the bench rolled out from under it. The bench back swung up and took the proper curve and angle. On the comm screen, which for some reason hadn't turned off when I'd left, the pale colors of the ball court still pulsed. Within the pentagonal frame, among the laughter, I watched Thaddeus Thant, voice like a cracked klaxon, a gentle, jovial, jealous creature who now, at age 80, has learned to turn jealousy into ambition. Clearwater Thant, the quietest, smallest, and blackest of the Thants, the most prolific, in years the oldest, but looks not a day over 50, my favorite, and by me the one with the driest sense of humor, and imperious Eulalia Thant, an impressive redhead surrounded by more jewelry than I think all of us Deaths owned, kilos of it floating out on suspensors that kept it turning slowly about her as she turned about her children, her spouses, a woman with an insight into human motivations both cultivated and uncanny, and Fiber Mitch, Nia, George, Alsrod, all bobbing about among human and inhuman deaths and friends of death. I sat. I watched. I pondered the performance below long enough to sense what an odd feeling familiarity is, consisting as much of the dark things that attract as it does of the bright ones that repel. Was it simply all that warmth and those good wishes? Sitting there, I felt it swinging at my side, and ran my hand down the chain to retrieve it. The pink light still glowed above the leather-bound screen. Runes swarmed as I lifted it, giant gnats swinging about it as the book swung. But I thought I'd turned it off. Apparently in my haste I'd just flipped the random selector to still another poem. It had been on all this time. On my cluttered desktop I set the book that could have been stage or sculptor's pedestal. Above it hung dark runes that could have been a statue or a performance. Between them I watched the comm screen, bright with the party. Before I tell you which poem was on, I want to tell you something that the title, in lowercase runes at the very bottom, brought immediately to my mind. An Velm philosopher once wrote, "Almost all human attempts to deal with the concept of death fall into 2 categories. The first can be described by the injunction, live life moment by moment as intensely as possible, even to the moment of one's dying. The second can be expressed by the exhortation, concentrate only on what is truly eternal, time, space, or whatever hypermedium they are inscribed in, and ignore all the illusory trivialities presented by the accident of the senses unto birth and death itself." For women who adhere to either position, this wise creature noted,
The other is considered the pit of error, the road to injustice, and the locus of sin. At this point, I must explain that by human attempts to deal with the concept of death, the Velm philosopher in question meant only those humans who happen to have lived in this world, Velm, up in the beleaguered north, or here in the calmer south, for the last 380 years. This philosopher was no doubt unconcerned with that greater death, cultural fugue, and if someone ever told her that the first attitude more or less categorizes the sign and that the second is indicative of family, I suspect that this venerable sage would have returned a look to remind any human that Velmi are indeed alien. Of course, the perfect translation for the title of Vondermock Oak's early participatory poem, even though the connotations differ, The Alien. Why hadn't I been able to think of it with Alsrod? The title of the poem I had accidentally opened to translated clearly and simply, Stranger. I didn't read it. Fingering my scrotum, I felt my penis move on the back of my hand, till some unspecified desire began to weight and lift my genitals with blood. I waited for that desire to fix on some current masturbatory image. When it didn't, I briefly thought I might leave my room, my home, and seek one of the city's runs. But apparently whatever I was feeling could not express itself through public copulation any more than through private satisfaction. Desire died. What replaced it was a GI access code. Had I really been thinking about it during the intervening time? I turned off the book and pushed it aside. I'd carried Clem's warning about with me. Anent security reclassifications contingent on inquiries after Rhyonon. But there was another operative in the tale that could be inquired after. Why did I think about it now? Perhaps it was simply because I was feeling I shouldn't be feeling so at home. I thought, non-human life forms, and my mind filled with another lengthy access code of numbers and colors. I read them over to myself. They cleared away, and I thought. 7. Zolv. From the bottom of some distant GI storage bank, rank upon rank of the tiniest, brightest metalloids, submerged in some super-chilled, coal-black, linearly conductive syrup, the information welled into my mind like memory. Among the many forms of life discovered in human world-hopping, a surprising number of them clearly intelligent, many of them culturally advanced, and even a handful with extraordinarily ingenious methods for getting between the planets and moons of their own sun systems, the Zolv are the single species besides humans who have an efficient means of interstellar travel. For many years their starships were mistaken for natural objects, massive, black, irregular as meteoric rubble, here and there a huge, multifaceted crystal face glittering, through which nothing is visible. Inhabitants of at least 200 gas giants throughout the galaxy, the Zolv still cannot be designated a race with whom we have established communications. Our ignorance of them is oppressive. Do they have a language, languages? Can the term intelligence be applied to them? Do they know of our existence? There is still a raging debate on whether they construct their ships as humans do, or whether they secrete them in some way similar to the way certain insects secrete the waxy material for their nests. As I reviewed their tripartite plasmoid biology, learned of their odd colonies that may or may not be floating well down in the atmosphere of gaseous planets almost large enough to ignite into small stars, reviewed the rare space encounters between human and Zolv, so baffling as to leave moot in almost every case whether an encounter had or had not occurred, I recalled Oak's absent half-lines in The Alien, The Awkward, The Exotic. For most women, the Zolv are a complete question mark, nor are we even sure which direction that question mark faces. They are a shift rune whose sound sequence remains unuttered. When our instruments detect Zolv on one world, how are we to know their social or political relations to the Zolv on another? Do they have societies, cultures, politics? Not to mention the relation of Zolv on one ship to the Zolv on another. In the conflict between sign and family, if one does something appalling to a neutral party, as has more than once been the case, the other certainly doesn't want to take the blame. What kinds of governments do they have? Which kinds get along? Which kinds are constantly falling into tension situations? Is interstellar travel for them analogous to the human discovery of the potter's wheel, paternity, the solar system, or the semiconductor? Among 6,200-plus worlds and thousands of billions of humans and aliens, there are probably hundreds of thousands, even millions at any moment, exploring aspects of the Zulv, scattered across any 100 or 500 worlds. That is still a microscopic percentage of humanity as a whole. If only because there is so much to know in our human universe, the working assumption you can go on is, you may assume about absolutely any fact. How many transuranic elements are there? Why does cold water remove human bloodstains faster than hot? That 999 people out of 1,000 do not know it, which goes for the working assumption too. And the Zulv, who after all are alien, touch an even more microscopic percentage of human lives than most things. Thus, there is an alien life form that travels between stars is simply another little-known fact. Because in our human universe, of necessity, all facts are as little known as the works of great poets. The green light bar before the comm screen on my desk was blinking under the tape rumple and through the dice. Some sister or parent or cousin was calling to find out where I'd gotten off to, jovially to demand I return to the ball court and watch the presentation of some elaborate gift, hear the recitation of some florid toast. Beyond the rail, fire cactus tittered. The warm breeze tickled my neck. Among cold stars, a single light moved in a trajectory between moons, a satellite catching and throwing back a fragment of my world's communicative complexities. What would the Zulv mean to the Thants of Zetzor, the deaths of Velm, to the women, human or other, of approximately 6,200 worlds? What about the fact there is an alien life form that may have destroyed someone's world? What did that mean to the Zulv? The call bar blinked green again. I started to press it, but for a moment I looked over the railing about the patch of mine that filled my after-dark horizons, and felt strange. Estranged, really, as though considering the demise of one world made me a stranger to this most familiar spot on my own. Might the ravines and marshes, the urban complexes and universities and hive caves of Velm, I wondered, flare suddenly and broil away before a worldwide firewall? With that smile we prepare so easily for friends, for stream, for anyone we love, and which always feels so odd in the ligaments of the human face, though the Evelmi among the deaths say they do not know this feeling. I pressed the answer plate. "Hey, Clearwater," I said to the familiar face forming. "Look, would you tell Vivish and Shoshona I'll be back up in a while? Don't worry, I haven't finked out on you yet." At the same time, the column of light that was the entrance to my room came on in the platform corner. I glanced at it as George Thant materialized with that artificially metallized skin looking very like a polished bronze statue, every one of her movements suggesting pyrite heated to that near-white temperature where the form begins to crumple like hot wax. And Zetzor is so cold. She was laughing and rocking, but since she was outside, more properly inside, the door, more properly the column, and my viewing light had finally been fixed, I could see her, but she couldn't see me. On the comm screen, Clearwater was saying, "And come downstairs, Mark, before George gets there and makes a nuisance of herself." George is probably the strongest person I've known from any world, physically speaking, who does not use artificial muscular additors. "Mark! Hey, Mark!" She was flexing her brazen hands as though one or the other of them might be clutching a rock, a neck, an ice shard. "Come on and join the party. We want to see you." "All right, George," I said. "I'll be down in a few minutes. Look,
Only one of your beautiful sisters is still around. Egri is doing her lizard routine. You're supposed to be the guy who knows how to make strangers here feel at home. Come on down and be hospitable." "George," I said, this time loud enough for her to hear, "you would be at home in the pit of a volcano or on top of a glacier, both of which are structures common on Zetzor and unknown on Velm. Look, hang on to your left tit and I'll be up when I damned well feel like it, you metallurgist reject." It fascinates me what makes some people comfortable. George roared with laughter and turned in the column unsteadily, like someone a great deal drunker than I suspect she was. "Now stop cluttering my doorsill, gnat brain, and leave me alone." And we do have gnats here, and I don't like them. There's an energy about the Thants, every one of them, that fascinates us deaths. Almost every one of us. We regard it, watch it, discuss it endlessly. I wonder if it's analogous to their fascination before our age and tradition. George is also the least sexually exciting human I can think of, which has always struck me as odd since strength and size are usually positive factors in my erotic schema. But in her great body, they just sat together wrong. I suspect the Thants surround for me all that is or could possibly be alien. The alien is always constructed of the familiar, is as good a translation as any of the alien's opening half-line, though it lacks all music. And I know that's because any request for a false parody, where deaths might play a congruent part in the Thants' schema, is simply not to be met with. Still, the fascination, much more than the simple desire to use, exists on both sides. Probably exists less on their side than on ours, which is the wonder. "Yes, Clearwater, I won't let George bother me, I hear you. Thanks for the warning. Thanks a lot." As the entrance column went dark in the corner around retreating bronze. On the comm screen, Clearwater's black face melted, glittering like all night. Chapter 4. Rescue on Rhyonon. Cut through the galaxy's glitter. Slice away all night. What thoughts did I dole out to that world, out of the 6,000, which, according to a rumor that had crept worlds and worlds away, corroborated only by a certain certified psychotic, may have been destroyed by Zulv? Certainly I thought about it. Yet after a week, after a handful of weeks, now at home, now away, somehow the rational part of my mind had accorded it much the weight one gives to the insubstantial notion. I was finishing up a fairly simple job, one, though today none are easy. The folk artists in the temperate wastes of Yenish, a world whose polar caps are sheeted with black ice, make vast mosaics out of tiny laterally sensitive tiles. Changes in light cause them to change not their own color, but to transmit a color change to the tile beside them. By fine maneuverings, this can be worked into a mosaic whose picture moves and changes with the changing sun. 4,700 light-years along the rim, an architect in the equatorial stone fields of Bratcher, a thin-aired planet where atmosphere is released from volcanic fissures in the north and shipped in orange plastic tanks to the planetary midlands, heard of them. As she was also a religious leader for 3 geosectors, nothing would do but to import the actual tiles to decorate her new Pantheon's sunrise-facing facade. The expense was undertaken in the name of interworld relations. I was hired for expenses, huge, and a modest fee, modest, to shepherd those cartons of glittering hexagons across 5,000 light-years of dark. We had paused on some vasty station orbiting one of Battria's Lagrange points. I was off-ship in a library cubicle looking up information that I thought might come in handy for a job, one, that I saw a good chance of picking up once I got down to Bratria. What's my whimsical historical document turns out to be your immoral, tasteless, obscene. Anyway, there's one reason they need industrial diplomats. When my call number slid up the green tube running past my cubicle, stopped at eye level, and bonged. I swung the reader away from my nose and turned. The call, when I thought through my reception code,
visualize yellow fading slowly to green, while hearing the first 3 digits of my home mail routing number recited in my sister Alexander's voice, followed by the sudden stench of burnt plastic. Ran round the tube in imperative pink. Report instanter to the web official at level 2. That's quarter gravity. Coordinates 12-17. Curious as to what could possibly be questioned this time about my cargo, I hauled myself out of the cubicle and kicked off through the enamel and silver hall. The library was in the free-fall level, from time to time giving myself another pull on the wall railing. Accelerate in free-fall and you always have the vaguest feeling you're rising straight up. Decelerate and you have the equally vague feeling you're falling straight down. I fell, straight down, at a lift cable, grabbed it and lifted, straight up and at right angles to my former down, through the side wall. Moments later I stepped off with the blobby feeling one gets in quarter normal and strode unsteadily forward, taking giant steps over the yellow-pebbled flooring and under blue-hanging gewgaws with large-leafed plants waving either side. 12-17 was a forest of reflecting panels. I stepped among them, worked my way around layer after layer. The floor itself became flats of glass over lower flats of mirror. My own reflection reduplicated away from me in myriad directions, heads all turning as I turned, feet all stepping as I stepped. And suddenly I was surrounded by, and confronted with, and interwoven among a woman who looked up at me from her desk and said, "Marq Dyeth." She smiled with the face of a friendly mule. "I haven't seen you for years." Chaparral! The new blue, green, and red rays around the sunburst on her shoulder told me she'd moved up some in the web's hierarchy since we'd last chatted together behind the protective plastic shields on the flame beaches of Shang-al-Voyard. "Honestly," I said, "you are not whom I expected to see here." "I'm not here, actually." She turned in her seat, pushed the desk, which drifted aside on silent rails, and crossed her silver leggings. 2. I sat on the floppy purple thing inflating blobbily behind me. "Just how far away are you?" It firmed beneath me. "More than 9,000 light-years." She toyed with something that was gold and thin, black knobs on both ends. Pencil, microphone, letter opener. "That's a rather costly hyperwave projection just to say hello." "We have 40 minutes conference time, Mark. A few seconds out for nostalgia won't hurt, though I doubt if it will help either. We'll let it go at that." I had some good memories of Chaparral, her insight, her ambition. I also had reason to wonder if some of her memories of me were not so pleasant. "I'd thought you'd be somebody calling to chide me about my current cargo, but this has got to be about some past crime of mine, if not some crime to come. Spiders all think industrial diplomacy is a crime. They may be right." Chaparral went from smile to grin with those big teeth of hers. "Actually, it's neither." Her fingers came together on the golden bar. Calculator, energy knife, water purifier. "Relax. What do you know of Rhyonon?" A memory of Clem, and a chill. "Only that no one is supposed to know that much about it." Funny thing about that chill. It didn't subside. There's something permanently scary about an entire world's death, even in rumor. "What do you know about the rescue operations? The few thousands we got out, say, or the few colony ships the Web managed to load up in hours and evacuate during the course of the disaster? The survivors we managed to pry out of the peripheral ruins and smoking wreckage once the major conflagration was over. The Web is information. It's silly to lie to a spider, especially one with that many rays rainbowing her sunburst." "Nothing." "I know," she said. "There weren't any. At least of those. See what I mean?" "You want to know where I am?" Chaparral's fingers moved absently on the stick. Sound recorder, cosmetics case, musical instrument? Possibly having something to do with it, possibly not. mirrors blanked out among us, reflections vanished. Behind Japril, a wide, indistinct window looked out on a brown landscape, boxed and blotted with architectural oddities, some angular, some freeform, many connected by arching tunnels. The sky was salted with stars. I'm at a rescue station on the 6th moon of Chivon, in the Tyone Omega system. Chivon's a gas giant, one out from Rhyonon. Within an hour of the catastrophe, a rescue station was set up on Rhyonon's nearest moon and an overflow station here. Then some did get out? Hearing, as I said it, how ridiculous it sounded. With 2 years' planning, you can lift a few thousand women from one world and relocate them on another. How many can you evacuate within minutes? The station on Rhyonon's moon was closed down to a skeleton staff within 100 hours after the catastrophe. I would have thought that the majority of the refugees, I felt strange calling the survivors of an entire world refugees, would have been brought to the nearer station. The reason we maintain the skeleton staff on Rhyonon's moon is at least to suggest, to those who are suggestible, the possibility of a small refugee population there. But there isn't one? As far as illusions go, it's pretty paltry. Believe me, I wasn't in favor of it when it was decided on. Japril, I said, are there any survivors at all? She took a long time to say, yes. And they're not on Rhyonon's moon, but rather on that moon of Chivon, with you? She took an even longer time to nod, throwing me to all those far-flung cultures where a nod does not necessarily signal affirmation. But they were not Japril's. Nonchalantly, as I could manage, I asked, how many? One reason Japril became friends with me in the first place is because of her uncanny ability to see through my diplomatic masks. Why don't I tell you instead your relation to this survivor, Marq? You mean this woman is a factor in my life of an order other than rumor? It's a notable relation. And don't discount rumor. It's the real order of business this evening. Where I was thinking of it this afternoon, but no matter. I've noted that relation, and the web wants to exploit it, which is why you've called on me to talk about it across 9,000 light-years. One reason I became friends with Japril is because of how quickly her ambitious and devious plans open all their exfoliations to my view. There is a survivor, isn't there? At least one. Really, I was thinking of Clem far more than the various suggestions Japril had all but thrown in front of me. We've had Rat Korga here at the station for... There was relief in her voice as she said the name to me for the first time, and I got a sense that this was something she had not talked about with many people, and that to talk about it with someone outside a very limited circle was something she had wanted to do for a while now. 3. Let me tell you about Rhyonon, Marq. Sit back and I'll catalog the horrors. I've done it in enough reports that I can recite it in my sleep. The flame shell, Japril said, where it roared across Rhyonon's surface was over 50,000 feet high, which effectively did in any passing air travel. Most of the actual Holocaust was confined to the equatorial areas. So was 90% of Rhyonon's population. The resultant gaseous toxins alone, not to mention the incredible heat storms that went raging out north and south, pretty well did in the parts of the world that were not directly burned. Winds over the whole planet rose to nearly 600 kilometers an hour. In 10 hours, the major flaming areas had more or less burned themselves out, with 12% of the planetary surface fused, and the atmosphere radically deoxygenated. How's the reception over there where you are, Marq? I just got a flicker. No, don't say anything. Just let me go on. In 17 hours, there was an average drop in temperature recorded over the general surface down to 100 degrees Celsius, or even below that, here and there. And the average was falling. Because we have to mark it somewhere, this is now considered the official termination of the catastrophe. though there were still seas of 150-degree muck bubbling around on places that had never seen temperatures above 25 degrees Celsius before. Choosing the real moment of termination over something the size of a planet is rather like deciding where the edge of an atomic mushroom cloud is with a 10-centimeter rule. But less than 20 hours after the disaster's commencement, we were actually flying through that planetary murk. Marta was glum, and Yin was putting out the forced cheerfulness that only makes the glum get angry. I called myself keeping my mind on the controls, and never have bothered to ask what I looked like to the others in the rescue boat. It only took us half an hour's flying over thousands on thousands of square kilometers of lava fields, in the midst of which had once been some of Rhyonon's major civilized cities of millions, to realize it was a pretty useless search. And how many hours was it after that? Our scouting ships veered north and south toward the poles. How many scouting ships were there? And why was ours, among the hundreds called down to quarter and re-quarter the assigned areas, the one to make the strike? Suddenly our radar, peeking through the blackened air, came back with the ruin of a building. You have to understand that in places where a day ago there had been urban complexes as big as Vongel or Ramina, Japril and I had met in Vongel, afloat on Patuk's southeastern seas, there were only puddles of boiling mud. Large puddles, too. The deserts in the south had just been scorched, which is to say that for a few hours a wind somewhat above the temperature of boiling water had raged at several hundred k's an hour over them, which was enough to do in any but the staunchest surface structures and pretty well all animal life, not to mention plants. And there was a ruin. We set our 3-girl boat down beside it. The air was unbreathable. We had to go clomping out through the portal tube in heavy heat suits, because the temperature even here was still in the neighborhood of 60 degrees. Walking across the sand toward the broken walls, Yin's boot toe struck a pile of rubble falling away from something which, as we gathered around it and kicked away more dust, was clearly some desiccated transport machine. Within the roofless walls themselves, there was sand almost a foot deep over what turned out to be thermoplastic floor plates. There was also almost a complete lack of information about what function the station had served or who its inhabitants had been. Only one of us, Yin, had bothered to learn any of the local Rhyonon languages in the minutes before we'd taken off. You and I, Marq, would have probably considered Rhyonon a fairly primitive place. They didn't have a general info system, for what seemed to be essentially religious reasons. They'd even been trying to legislate against the one the Webb had set up on their nearer moon and not succeeding. On one of the few strings of cubes lying around that hadn't melted beyond decipherment, on which they did their hieroglyphic insect scratchings, Yin found mention of a hermetically self-sealing underground refrigerator and storage crypt. Should we investigate? Since the air was too thick to see through, inside what remained of the building, we watched each other in stereo schemas formed of little colored squares, reduced from infrared reflections on stereo faceplates inside our masks. Why not? Back outside, where everything was scrimmed with dirty gold, and the stereo plates could be raised for simple glass, as long as you weren't trying to make out details on anything more than a meter away, we hauled out the excavators. The blades dropped, began to churn sand. And that's when Marta, inside the ship for something, called out that the biodetectors, which till now we'd all but forgotten, were blipping and pinging like mad. Something was down there, and alive. Marta's first guess was that it was some kind of plankton farm below, perhaps the bacterial decay that had gotten started on the remains of some parboiled algae. But the fine-tuning on the detectors told us the major form was almost certainly animal, not vegetable. Mice? Was Yin's suggestion. They've gone with humanity everywhere else. Fleas. Some local paramecia who'd managed to escape frying. We tunneled and delved, furious as banshees, at the same time refusing to believe what the detector, with each ton of sand and slag the excavator's blade heaved up over the crater's rim, was insisting. You have no idea what it's like to come upon something the size of a world where less than a day ago there were 250 million people, only to discover that now everything even resembling a molecule of ATP has been reduced to salts, gas, and water. Marta was putting up heat screens and clean air traps as fast as Yin could push away the rubble with the excavator. Using relay lines to the lunar GI system, the local signal jammers had been knocked out by the catastrophe. We'd all managed to become experts in any number of fancy rescue and medical techniques over the previous 3 hours. I was darting in and out of our ship, looking over the edge of the pit, swirling with smoke, then running inside again to see it on the screen in infrared, which cut out all the haze and where you had the advantage of being able to vary the focal length. "We're through," Yin called over the earphones, and Marta brought in her last bubble dome, digging various polyisoprene walls well down in the sizzling sand. I was out again. Through plastic panes, I saw sand fall inward. What came out into the bubble was immediately analyzed, and the bubble itself was flooded with a gas mixture 5 degrees cooler and 10% richer in oxygen. We figured no matter what was in there, in the line of animal life, that would have to be an improvement. Then we were scrambling down ourselves through the floppy plastic envelopes with all sorts of suspensor stretchers, medical kits, flares, and stun guns bobbling along behind us. In our great mittens, we climbed down through the welter of twisted pipes and cracked masonry, shooting cool air around us with super handy-dandy portable air conditioners. It was over 40 degrees in there when we went in. We sent out beams of white, blue, and green light among the collapsed lattices of crumpled supports and broken pipes. It had been 7 minutes since we got the first life reading, but we'd all been working with X5 time dilation drugs, which had made it seem to us just over a leisurely half hour. Yellow, orange, and red beams converged. In the resultant glow we saw, not moving, under a scatter of rubble, a leg. Yin set loose a handful of diagnostic bugs that attacked our find like killer bees, but even as we were closing in, it was pretty clear that something fairly awful had happened. I started to say something was pinning the leg down, but frankly there wasn't much leg left. 20 seconds later, divided by 5, the bugs reported, on the little screens flickering on the left sides of our vision plates, our survivor was also blind. Other reports were coming back now from the host of analyzers flitting and humming around the crypt, taking their readings and making their correlations. Sometime in the first few minutes of the catastrophe, one of 10 giant refrigeration coils had ruptured, and for seconds the space had been flooded with fluorine, before the gas had been removed a minute later by the sluggish purifiers, their efficiency hugely reduced by the high heat. Fortunately, for most of that minute, the survivor had not been breathing. Otherwise, the trauma to the mucous membranes of the respiratory system alone would have been fatal. That minute, by the by, was to give us a lot of trouble over the next few days. But we got our survivor bubbled, sedated, aerated, and suspensored. In the midst of sealing up the plastic shield over the stretcher, there was some ghastly basso grunt that threatened to topple towers and shatter eardrums. A human groan, but to us, thanks to the drugs, 5 octaves lower than uttered. Then we were pushing the stretcher along and up and between broken ledges. Outside the shield, flying dust had already peppered the transparent plastic with enough grit to blacken whatever we had been able to see before in the gray and mustard mists. And time compressants were winding us down from the dilation drugs. More than 10 minutes is bad for your heart, and terrible for your kidneys. In the sealed stretcher tube, the fellow was already being ministered to by threads of light that had pretty well woven around what was left of that right leg, growing a new one for him from the remains of the old. We got the stretcher out of the envelope flap, floated it across the sands. I swear the dunes had been blown into entirely different shapes in the minute we'd been down, and through our shiplock. Bubbles coursed the pale gold liquid that filled the container, carrying newly cloned cells to the proper locations and flushing away the damages. The survivor, Japral, I said after moments when she had remained silent. I've heard that term before. Now you've said it. I have to say, I can't believe that over the surface of an entire world, any catastrophe short of the whole planet's physically blowing up could manage to do in every member of the population, with only one exception. The survivor was by now being monitored and observed by 1,200 other rescue workers still searching and quartering Rhyonon's steaming, storm-scoured surface, looking for others with one added grain of hope lent by our success. Yes, I was thinking, you could bring in 1,200 workers to look for survivors in one undersea magma mine disaster. A world? Our ship lurched up, and we rose above that noxious desert, bearing what we would soon learn was a hugely ruined creature, healing now in our biotic tubs. And you brought her here, I said, which is to say, there where you are. But why are you? Japral's foreknuckles came together on the gold bar. A work of art? A medical device? A child's toy? We're talking of this survivor. The survivor that concerns you. Chapter 5. Rescue Continued. Japral, I said. I don't know why I keep asking, but I suppose it's because the implied answer just always seems wrong. Tell me, or tell me why the web doesn't want me to know, exactly how many survivors were there from Rhyonon? Marq, she said, you should know if anyone does. It's your question that's impossible. 3,000 volunteers in a colonial ship bound for the My-TNT-7 colony had left Rhyonon's surface 6 hours before the Holocaust commenced. All of them are alive today, and none of them knows what's happened to her former home. Were they survivors? There are thousands upon thousands more, born on Rhyonon over the last 100 years, who now live on a moon, or a world, or an Owen colony, circling some moon or world, having left a day or a year or a decade ago. Are they survivors? Or the how many from other worlds, other moons, within hours or minutes or days of visiting or returning to Rhyonon, whose flights were then cancelled, not to mention the 758 incoming off-world flights that we were able to deflect within minutes of the disaster's commencement to moons or other planets. Were they survivors? What about the 5 or 50 or 500 you couldn't? Japral got that angry look I've always liked her for. I could give you 2 answers. First, it's not my department. Second, there were 207 of those. In 17 cases, the web was actually able to effect some mid-air transfers of passengers and crews that, if there's going to be any excitement about the Rhyonon rescue operations, ought to be at the center of it. All right, Japral, I said. I hear what you're saying. With a population as large as a world can have, and a disaster of cultural fugue proportions, survival becomes a kind of fuzzy phenomenon. It's not the hard-edged fact of local fires, floods, and hurricanes. Go on and tell me about my relations to... I laughed. You know, I'd started to say my survivor. Our survivor, Japral said ruefully, presented a host of medical problems. Once we lifted that bruised and ruptured half-corpse off the steaming silt and sand and slag that was, now, much too much of Rhyonon. When we got a full diagnosis of the blindness, we thought we had hit the major medical hurdle. Something General Info has returned to us. 1 or 2 people can see a whole project through from start to finish, even if various stages in it demand 3 or 4 or 50 fields of extensive specialized knowledge. That the web is the most constant utilizer of the newest facets of GI should be no surprise. They invented it. The whole front orbital surface of both whites and corneas was corroded, thanks to that fluorine. And inside, the retinas had been perforated in 100 places, and the humors generally congealed as solid as boiled albumin, which can be dealt with. But the interior eyeball lining had become granulated and would clearly become a suppurating hive of problems in no time, even if all the works were restored.
You can't deal with that. Which meant the eyes themselves had to be replaced. Yin suggested a Rhyonon-manufactured optical prosthesis might be best. There were actually some around, since we were only a moon away. Marta hit up GI for some quick courses in optical surgery and wired them in.
Under dim light, Marq, the new eyes look like black-backed globes of clear glass. In ordinary light, they are your usual, faintly veined white with irises of a green substantially more vivid than the true irises originally were.
In bright light, they turn a disquieting silver. You know, Chaparral frowned, there's an odd thing about the sociology of prosthetic devices. When a culture first develops the technology to counterfeit a human function, the counterfeit is usually awkward and jarring. But when the culture reaches a technological stage beyond that, the prostheses are made to look as much like the original organ as possible. Now, when a stage beyond that is reached, suddenly the prostheses are consciously constructed to call attention to themselves in aesthetically interesting ways. In fact, limited technological stages can be meaningfully described as exhibiting just such variations as I've...
Chaparral, I said, you are telling me in your own inimitable way Rhyonon's culture had reached a level 2 stages beyond that needed to create a functional optical prosthesis. But we only have a limited amount of conference time. You haven't told me.
We set the survivors waking for an hour after our own the next day. Rest is still the best cure for that kind of bodily trauma. New leg, new eyes. We came into the rotunda of the rescue station here, wondering if the pale blue walls and the wall window beyond which sprawled only lunar schist and craters were really conducive to the best revival. Had we done certain neurological tests? Certainly. Had we done others? Well, now, we'd done enough to determine that we had no major deficiencies to deal with. There were signs of the most minor prenatal brain damage that may have been due to potassium starvation in the bearing parent. But neural paths had been established by normal growth to compensate. We had neither a genius nor an idiot on our hands. That we knew. How did we go about telling someone in the huge range we humans have generally set out for ourselves as normal that their world is gone? 100 lights, each a different color, died in the froth of glycerin that washed about that human-shaped bath. Tubes drained off the puce and fuchsia biles that, in a sort of antidigestive process, had by their chemical actions healed, had by their tidal actions exercised. Molecular gradients were read across sheets of tissue. Neural charges were positioned down to the synapse and detonated. The right arm twitched. For a moment the left hand's knuckles were 4 bubbly islands in the trough's syrup. A knee flexed from thick liquid. Then, dripping, the survivor sat. You understand, Marq, I had never seen such a waking. But GI had given me the recalls to call on of 17 experts who'd each watched this process many times. Watched the coughing, the shaking head, the neural twitches as the nerves came on again, the unsteady motor orientation of an old nervous system taking over a radically reprocessed body, the 10 to 20 minutes limping to accommodate the inevitable discrepancies in neural firing times of the nerves in the new leg, the 2 to 5 hours of increased blinking to acclimate to the just-connected optic nerve. The survivor sat, to the waist in foam. The survivor coughed. The survivor raised both hands and, with 2 thick and awkward forefingers, rubbed away the juices from each lid in a single downward motion. The tub began to tip, and Yin automatically stepped forward to give a hand that clearly, as our healed creature stepped forward among the railings and handholds now, was not needed. There was no stagger at all. The eyes, bright green under our lights, were wide. With all that lubricating syrup, physiologically there is no need to blink for a full 3 minutes. Still, almost any human waking from such a bathing blinks. A lot. The survivor didn't, but rather looked about. Marta made a gesture with her hand beside her face that showed she was empathizing with the queasiness we knew was being felt, but nevertheless did not show.
With a supporting ring in each large hand, so very tall, the survivor stood, for all the world. The world? Which world? Like someone waiting. No questions, no curious glances, no self-orienting looks. Naked thighs streamed, and the drain gurgled behind wide heels. I said softly to Yin, "Perhaps that brain damage." Yin said sharply, "Who are you? Tell us your name. We want to help you," in the most common of Rhyonon's 6 languages. We knew that 24% of Rhyonon's population was, or had been, bilingual, with the most common language either the first or second tongue of that 3/4. The survivor was looking somewhere between Marta and me, not with any particular intensity. Still, because that face so clearly wasn't paying attention to what Yin was saying, it made me want to look over my shoulder to see what those eyes were seeing, even though I knew it was only blue plastifoam. Yin said, "Who are you? Tell us your name. We want to help you," in the second most common of Rhyonon's 6 languages. The survivor said, "Korga the Porter. Rat." The last was a term I didn't know, though by now I'd been programmed with 4 advanced courses in Rhyonon linguistic patterns, enough to locate that accent as a pidgin version of the speech associated with the urban equatorial slums, though just which slum I couldn't tell. The survivor still didn't look at us. There was something about the height, the roughness of the body, the stubble darkening the male jaw, the unexpectedly steady gaze of those eyes we had just given. "For a moment, Japril," I laughed, "I thought you were going to tell me my relation to this character was that I happened to be her perfect look-alike, or perhaps among 6,000 worlds' population we happened to have turned out genotypal twins. And male, you say? I'd just assumed—" "Rough, black hair," Japril went on, "sun-darkened skin. From what we know of Rhyonon's demographics and colonizations records, chances are almost 30% of the ancestry was white. The face, Marq, was uneven and pitted." "Sounds like the scars of a very rare disease called acne," I volunteered. "When I was 10, I encountered a population where it was rife. On that moon, in fact, both the males and the females considered it a mark of great distinction, which was not quite accurate. I've always agreed." Japril's smile said more things than I could read in it. There was something about that face, though I only thought about how to express it later. Consider a mask of terracotta. Now take a jeweler's hammer, strike it from behind, then, before the first cracks appear on the surface, catch a picture from the front. There was that about the face, Marq. The survivor stepped forward now, unsteadily. The disorientation we expected from fear, from displacement, from remembered terror at whatever had happened a world, 2 eyes, and a leg ago, was just not there. Those eyes now looked at Yin, at Marta, at me. Over 7 feet tall, 2 heads taller than me, and almost as tall as Yin. And the distinctions among those long muscles were different from the ones a woman's take on in a gymnasium program to bring out the body's lines. I've seen worlds where women's physical labor was a prime commodity. The physicality was much more like that than such a... And I've seen women from labor-intensive geosectors on low technology, or unevenly dispersed technology worlds, Japril. You make this survivor very vivid to me. Do I? To me it was all a bit horrifying. There was a solidness, a dullness, an unresponsiveness that lay out on the ceramic flesh, still glazed with our oils, like an underfinish keeping the surface glaze from exploding. Though I knew I was watching a human, I kept trying to decide what genus, what species. Japril, I said, laughing, I know some sign priests who'd call you a blasphemer. When a world is destroyed, a whole world, Marq, there are so many fuzzy-edged phenomena that to speak of the event at all is to broach blasphemy. I watched, Marq, and what I sensed, Marta saw. She said something to Yin, who glanced at me, then looked back. What can be talked of clearly, general info can teach you in under 0.3 of a second. That's the time for neural firing throughout a cubic third of a centimeter of brain material, in case you're interested. The amount of time required to memorize with GI, say, the Anarakritika by heart. The rest one must mumble about, either loudly or quietly, as is one's temperament. Marta began to make quiet mumbles, as do most spiders from any of 10 worlds I can mention in her home web sector, punctuated with the likes of severe disorientation, sociopathology, no clearly damaged, while Yin said in her high, sharp voice, "Well, of course, Japral. After all the trauma suffered, there have to be, almost predictably, some unpredictable results. We found that slight brain damage supposedly compensated for. But that isn't normal neural material for a normal neural reaction to waking with no world on a strange moon. Our charges world has been destroyed. None of us knows that world by anything but report. The truth is, in subjective terms, we don't know how strange this place is. We may be dealing with neurological or psychological upset, any combination of the two, and at any level of resolution." And Marta shook her head, whispering, "Remapping of neuronal deployment." After several hand signals indicating hope and despair in her own religion, Yin depressed a small petal, and the survivor's eyes closed. The knees bent. The metal floor tipped back to topple the figure into the tub, while the drains reversed to become gargling tributaries. As the body bobbed about, we went through a dozen access catalogs, had a dozen GI programs erased from our minds, and took on some 30 more between us. And we remapped the survivor. 2. For the next 3 days we remapped. We viewed through diverse screens and measured with sundry meters each neuronal center and margin, plumbed and monitored and analyzed the chemical context in which each synapse drowned. Our computers recorded the ionic dance along 1 billion nerve sheaths. Our simulators produced conglomerate vector templates in 4 dimensions and 13 colors at 6 different depths of focus. But it was only what GI so quaintly calls a footnote to an auxiliary program Marta had added almost as an afterthought that finally guided us to the answer. Something very odd has been done, Japral. Probably done a long time ago, too. What's more, if it is the synapse jamming the footnote says it is, on most worlds it's illegal. We gazed, regazed, reprobed, and reread among the synaptic net patterns possibilities of meaning. They unpack like any text, not always with what has been packed into them. Then we turned to the web's basic galactic information map of data deployment to see if we could locate the proper data node that would explain the particular biotechnic operation all our researches seemed to indicate. The particular method for taking the living brain and doing the kind of synapse jamming that had apparently been done, perhaps some 20 standard years ago, to Korga the Porter, Rat, was first invented on a world in the 78th cluster some 4 centuries ago, and then again in the 43rd and 48th clusters simultaneously and independently, as far as we can tell, about 280 years back, just prior to the time of Vondramak Oak, as a matter of fact. Should I say something? It's relevant, said Japral. You'll see why in a moment. The information had spread slowly from its first source, hindered by law and the civil outrage that can accompany any human discovery women find destructive. It had spread quickly from the latter 2 sources, camouflaged by a far more liberal attitude toward research when not simply hidden in the information glut that has been the hallmark of more recent times. The glut that is the reason, purpose, and responsibility of the web. The 3 data flows converged on the worlds of the 40th sector some 50 years ago. Such data convergences on the world of a single star system from so many directions frequently make an information-stable node that is very hard to control. If the information is highly destructive, frequently when the web thinks it is under control, it simply pops up under another name in the same place. Or,
right next door. The particular synapse jamming procedure that we had on our hands in Korga, once we recognized it and traced its diachronic trajectory through the 40th cluster's general episteme, had proved particularly tenacious. And because Rhyonon was a world out of the main data channels that are central to the web, not much energy had been expended on it. The synapse jamming technique first surfaced on a moon of Rhyonon's cousin world, Jesper, here in the Tyon Omega system, as a medical method for dealing with certain social intractables. It was squelched by the web as inhumane and was finally superseded, on that moon, by a program of drug therapy that was easier, cheaper, more efficient for its purposes, and, for that particular moon, ecologically sounder. It re-emerged on Rhyonon itself as a right in a political movement that had begun gaining wide adherence several hundred years ago. Then there was a political shift from yellow to gray, which may or may not have had something to do with the early conflicts between the sign and the family, and immediately it resurfaced as part of the practice of an extremely violent art form. For some 25 years during Rhyonon's second century, many of the artists in various geosectors of Rhyonon's southern hemisphere, when the emotional stringencies of their craft became too great, would voluntarily subject themselves to this form of mental suicide, during which time the practice gained great social prestige. The web launches, as you probably know, a very different kind of campaign against an aesthetic institution from the sort it launches against a medical one. Some say the former is no campaign at all. We try to contour an alternative aesthetic stream away from conceptualization and toward representation. Periods of high-resolution representative art, in whatever field, seem to be local phenomena on any world at all. They never last. But the swing, when we tried it on Rhyonon, was enough, according to our records, to make us think we'd won. Again, you must remember that Rhyonon was, as are most of the worlds in the 40th sector, a terribly unimportant world in the web's scheme of things. It was uncommitted in a conflict that had already taken over 9% of the 6,200 worlds. It had no general info system, and its approach to off-world information in general was unsympathetic, to say the least. The synapse jamming technique came back once more, this time as a gesture of public philanthropy. The destitute of Rhyonon's most impoverished social classes, about 30 standard years back, had apparently been allowed, by inter-geosector law, government-subsidized access to this most sophisticated technique of radical anxiety termination, as the institute administering it was known. I nodded. If museums are open to the public, then we must make available as well all the strategies the artist uses to contour the particular problems of her life. I've encountered the syndrome before. It's not a privileged one, Chaparral said, which I just assumed was her spidery way of telling me that, in her presumably multi-lensed eye, some industrial diplomat's odd datum was not privileged either. So now we had a good statistical context within which to read the signs we had been presented with. Given what we now knew of Rhyonon, her language deployment, and Korga's accent, we had established a good statistical probability that our survivor, though found at the pole, was from the sociopathic dregs of one of Rhyonon's equatorial slums. At some time in the past, Korga had apparently been offered, by a benevolent society, a chance at what had been up till recently on his world the Ave Atque Vale of artists and priests. The chance to have the paths in the brain through which worry forces us to grow closed over forever and detours about those troublesome crossroads left permanently open. I raised my chin, which is a sign to continue in the language spoken in the west of Japral's home world. I wondered if she remembered telling me, and in many languages of many others, communicates negation and or doubt. She said, "The rest of the statistical range, much smaller, includes the possibilities of artist, religious thinker, philosopher, or even an industrial entrepreneur who, after having amassed a fortune but never having bothered to correct her accent, such corrections were apparently done in urban equatorial Rhyonon, suddenly opted for the termination treatment." I frowned. Radical anxiety termination.
Does that have anything to do with his name, Rat? An acronym of some sort?
"The universe is overdetermined," Chaparral quoted. "About 75 years ago on Rhyonon, an ideographic writing system was instituted worldwide in an attempt to clear up the confusion of some 5 alphabetic systems and syllabaries that had come with the various colonial groups. Since then, all official business had been conducted in ideographics. But such slang and many old terms are best explained by one of the older scripts. The second most common language of Rhyonon, as well as its 75 years now discarded alphabet, are closely related to the interlingua you grew up with, though I doubt whether Rat Korga would understand the explanation."
"I'm not truly sure I do either. Go on, Chaparral."
"When doctors think they've eradicated a disease, they stop looking for it. So, if the disease itself suddenly shows up again, they may not even recognize it. They may even mistake it for an entirely new one. We were lucky to have diagnosed the synapse jamming for what it was as quickly as we did, since on Rhyonon it was not even considered pathological. But the location of the proper antidote, in such cases, can even be more difficult than diagnosis."
"Why does the web consider the situation pathological, Chaparral?"
"You must remember," Chaparral was smiling again, "Rhyonon had no general information system. It's precisely those anxiety channels, which radical anxiety termination blocks, that GI uses both to process into the brain the supportive contextual information in the pre-conscious that allows you to make a conscious call for anything more complex than names, dates, verbatim texts, and multiplication tables. And it also uses them to erase an information program in such a way that you can still remember the parts of it you've actually used consciously."
"What you're saying is that Rat Korga can never get all those little neurological transmitters wired into the crevices of the top 5 vertebrae that will hook into whatever local GI system happens to be around." I frowned. "Coming from a completely destroyed culture into something as complex as the web, not to mention other worlds, and without the help of GI, that could be hard."
"Even harder, when you consider that Korga began with what you and I would call a hopelessly impoverished information battery. The thing anyone dealing with Rat Korga must remember, and Rat, you understand, was a kind of title, and on Rat's own world a pejorative title at that, is that this woman was a hugely informatively deprived individual from a generally informatively deprived world. That much was clear however we mapped the synaptic deployment. As Korga bobbed quietly in healthful juices and restorative fluids, we came to watch at and lean against and look through, with our palms up beside our cheeks, the slanted viewing windows, their lower sashes sloughed with froth and squamous scum. We had discovered the problem in 3 days. No, just let me go on. I don't even want to tell you how long it took to discover the answer."
I dared. "What was it?"
"Yen found it, and by an accident that, as I remember now, seems no more probable than the one by which we discovered Korga himself. You and Yen share an enthusiasm, Marq."
"We do?"
"I mean the period some 200-odd standard years ago, at the height of the family's power and the reign of Vandramak Oak over the 17 worlds."
"I wouldn't exactly call it enthusiasm," I said. "There are some traditions among the Deaths, yes, about the time when all that was going on. And I like her poems. But for me personally, the period's hardly something I could even call an interest, which is not quite accurate either. There is Death's Home."
"Well," Chaparral said, "back when you and I were more friendly than of late, you mentioned it to me enough times so that when Yen came up with this, I thought of you."
"What exactly was it?"
"For Yen, this period is an enthusiasm, a passion, an obsession, as indeed is everything connected with the life of Vandramak. Relaxing one evening in her living room, it occurred to her to run an exhaustive GI cross-check between all the information currently at hand on Rat and all the documentation on her personal hobby, Vandramak. All she was looking for, she told us later, was metaphorical similarities that might provide an amusing hour's musings. She sat down on her hammock, thought over the access numbers, replayed the code, lay back, and let GI do its work. Then, there it was in her mind, the access numbers to a loosely documented historical program on Oak's youth that she had never run into before. Even for an expert, of course, there'd be thousands of those. "Chaparral," I said, "I've spent all my life on worlds with extensive GI systems." She suddenly shook her head. "Really, you must forgive me. I'm beginning to wonder if I haven't been closeted with Korga just a little too long. One gets into the habit with Rat of explaining everything." Anyway, there it was, beeping like mad and demanding a referential check. Later, Yen said she had been familiar with a number of loosely documented accounts of Vondramak's youth, referring to the early experiments with mind-distorting and dilating drugs, neural tampering machines, and medical-based consciousness-bending techniques. What she hadn't known was that before the age of 23, Oak had indulged in enough such to kill permanently anyone with less access to such an extreme restorative medical technology as Vondramak had available. Through self-mutilation and other fun things, she'd had to replace most of her vascular, muscular, and skeletal systems, as well as a good deal of neural matter several times over. And, when the synapse jamming techniques we're talking about, spreading from the 78th sector, first reached Vondramak's attention, she was fascinated by its possibilities. Even then, especially back then, it was billed as a permanent change. But things like that didn't bother her. One morning she went in and had her brain jammed. Predictably, after a few days, she decided she didn't like it. And there were already other things she wanted to inflict on herself. But the jamming takes place within synapses set fairly deep in the brain, kept open or closed by setting up a small, naturally self-reinforcing feedback loop that is at once extremely delicate and extremely tenacious. It can be started by the merest brush of a finely modulated gamma-ray laser over the proper chemical gradient in the myelin sheathing of the nerves adjacent to one of the cerebral pelvises. The only way to stop it, however, is to surgically excise the neural material, or to short it out totally, the side effects of which are not only unpleasant but frequently fatal. And the most disconcerting of the side effects is that the whole pattern, if it is erased in one part of the brain, tends to be remembered by the rest and, assuming you survive excision or short-out, usually reestablishes itself somewhere else almost immediately. "It's one of those?" Chaparral nodded. "You don't know that much about neural cartography, Marq." She smiled. "And you know that the one thing we know is just how much you know about practically anything. Anyway, Vondramak Oak, unlike Korga, who only had what Marta, Yen, and I could ferret out of GI to help, was directly in touch, even by then, with the complete medical resources of 8 high-technology worlds. 5 of which, even at that point in her career, she officially owned. That technology had already generated the beginnings of what was to become GI's direct neural access system. Vondramak gave an order. Fix this mess, and fast. Or an order that boiled down to the same thing. It was the kind she had given many times before. According to this particular loosely documented report, she got what she wanted. We've borrowed it. What did it turn out to be, Chaparral? Chapter 6. Rescue concluded. Finding it began with a reference number to a sealed storage chamber in the uninventoried sections of Wing 7 of the Oak Museum on Tartuum. I once spent a week in a Vorine projection of one of the Oak Museum's 29 wings, the one where they put the Louvre, the Palazzo Vecchio, and the Vatican Library collections that Vondramak had exported, building at a time, to the wing's lower rotunda, from the ruins of old Earth during the first days of the 7th Katong. And where they'd come from before that is anyone's guess. A momentary memory of those 6 hours a day touring, absorbing the most minor fragments of the age my great-grands used to gossip about. We opened it up, Chaparral said, and looked inside. I raised an eyebrow. Physically? We sent a message to open it, had the contents described minutely, and the description and Vorines sent back. You know Vandermark Oak. When she ordered something done, she didn't just have it done once. When she needed a prosthesis, and throughout her life, what with assassination attempts, not to mention some of her own more bizarre pastimes, she went through quite a number. She usually had between 50 and a few hundred made up, each slightly different, from among which she took her pick. We've mentioned several times how big a world is. Now imagine owning some. What was inside that neglected vault? A set of ornate finger rings, several hundred of them, ranging from a dozen that were small enough to fit a 3-year-old child to another dozen big as bracelets for that same child. What did they turn out to be? Chaparral's left hand danced on what might have been a piece of jewelry, the key to, or the catalog of, her personal wardrobe, or the next month's orders for her and the spiders in her nest. They were hard circuitry replacements of an astonishingly sophisticated kind, given the year they were constructed, to counterfeit the usual operations of the jammed neurons. They feed the results directly back into the nervous system, but with large informative nets added in. The rings get their information into the brain by using the sheathing impedance of the whole neural web as its general neural receptor. Could you use them on Rat? We wondered about that a lot. Unlike our Korga, Vandermark Oak was not, for all her failings, an informatively deprived sociopath. If anything, she was a hopelessly privileged psychopath, and by almost any account, a genius. The two shared few or no deep-free afferent synaptic configurations. The rings, however, were not constructed with the individualized synapse tailoring we use today to hook the neural receivers and transmitters into children to connect them with GI or to allow them to use mentally activatable equipment. Instead, they bombard the more complex neural webs with blanket information matrices at every free entrance point. Was the technology available to recreate them for you? Once we figured out what they were, with the help of the little booklet stashed down in the case, we had a set of them from among those that were the proper size shipped out. The rings Vandermark wore? That Vandermark wore some of the time, from among some of those that would fit her. Whether she wore them permanently or whether some more refined neurological compensation was eventually developed for her is just one of those things about her that isn't documented. I gather there were times she could get passionate about privacy. Every once in a while, so the death tradition has it, she'd destroy quite at random great portions of the records that accumulated about her, and still managed, at least for most of her adult life, to be the most documented human being in the universe. Suddenly Chaparral laughed again. But the thing you can be sure of in this day and age is that no one is the most of anything. Just the most you happen to know about. Mark, we had the rings imported. This survivor, Korga, is very important to the web. Who was the ID on the import job, by the by? No one you're related to, or who would be likely to let you pump them about the matter. Perish the thought. Chaparral let several odd and unsettling expressions flow along her long, handsome face. We've already talked of the fuzziness about the concept of a world survivor, but there is a simple second-rate truth that you've probably suspected, if not known all along. She settled on one with the corners of her mouth way down. Whether the phenomenon is fuzzy or not, a growing number of people, despite all the web has tried to do to prevent it, consider Rat Korga the single survivor of a totally depopulated world. Backtrack a little, Chaparral. I admit it. Vandermark had pricked my curiosity. What sorts of information were in those rings? Very basic stuff. The corners of Chaparral's mouth went back up. Remarkably close to a first-order GI series, actually. Mathematical tables, general vocabulary accretion lattices, metonymic multipliers, some spatial and temporal prompters, temporary term retainers, and mnemonic nudges. The sort of aids that would make anyone seem brighter without necessarily influencing their basic opinions about anything. Nothing to influence opinion, I quoted an early critic of the GI system, and everything to alter belief. Were there any data reverse retrieval systems? Quite a lot.
Those are the subconscious systems by which you decide whether other people possess a context for understanding what you want to say or not, and if not, for adding appropriate contextual material to your own communication. Another name for it is, you guessed it, diplomacy. Data reverse retrieval seems to have been one of Vondermark's prime concerns, if one can go by the rings contained programs. I'm not really surprised. So, these are the things that are erased from the normal brain by the synapse jamming process? An even stranger expression took over Japral's face. These are among the things thought to be able to compensate for some of the jamming effects. Back in Vondermark's era, the gold bar with its 2 black knobs suddenly went into a side pocket of Japral's vest. I actually felt a regretful hitch that now I'd probably never find out what it was. When we were checking out accounts of the synapse jamming in the first place, we found that a number of people had advanced the theory that the jamming produced by artificial means, the neurological state achieved naturally by certain saints, mystics, and holy women. Presumably, they would go through alternate intellectual and spiritual disciplines to get there that would perhaps produce slightly different results. At any rate, the saintly bit was the part, of course, that interested Vondermark. Thanks to her family connections, I know there were people who considered her a religious leader, but I don't think anyone would call Vondermark a saint, I said, even for 3 days, or however long she was jammed. After you got the rings, what happened when you revived Korga again? We emptied our survivor out of the slopping coffin. The frown on Japral's face was suddenly readable distress. Korga stood among the supports, not holding any of them, green eyes wide. Marta walked up, took the wet wrist, and slipped one, another, and then another of the rings on one and another great finger. Japral joined her empty hands, which was what she used to do frequently when someone from the north of my world would simply sigh. They fit. It was only a blink. Marta started at it, and the head turned a fraction to see her. Yen stood among the support loops, holding Korga's fingers, still wet with our juices, bound now with metal like something alive. I described those great rough hands later at least 5 times as like something alive before Marta said to me, "But Japral, Korga's hands are." And I had to paw over my memories of the waking to find what made me react as though they were not. "Who are you?" Yen asked. The lips met, parted, halted. "Rat Korga," Yen said with an inflection that questioned as much as it stated. "Rat Korga." The repetition in the deeper, balder, flatter voice somehow reversed the weights of stated and questioning emphases within the single name. "What are you feeling, Rat Korga?" Marta asked from where she stood by aluminum and plastic struts. Korga turned his head to look about our strange machines. Why were most of them enameled green or yellow? At our walls. Who decided they should be blue? Out our windows. What was the use of windows in such a moonscape? Where those alien eyes that we had loaned now looked, we interrogated everything. The eyes turned to Marta's, to Yen's, to mine. I feel more fear than I've felt for many years. What do you want? Why have you brought me here? Korga was a terribly strong male, and the hours of our ministrations had no doubt left her body stronger. But both our native logic and borrowed expertise said that strength should have been awkward in its newness. Korga seemed so easy with that awkwardness. Korga looked at me, and while I tried to untangle the survivor's unspoken questions from mine, Yen, on the stand, said suddenly, "Your world, Rat. It's gone." Korga looked down where Yen pressed those big fingers, heavy with new knowledge. Yen stepped back, her own hands wet with what had healed. "What world?" Korga asked in a voice whose hoarse accents already spoke to us of old wounds in that throat we hadn't even noticed. "My world?" And suddenly, looking at Rat, tall, naked save a handful of rings, we felt cluttered with our own accoutrements, silver suits,
bright insignias, recorders, calculators, reading machines hanging at belts and wrists. Your relatives, they're all dead. Rat said, still looking down, I never had any relatives. Your friends, they're dead too, all of them. Rat made the diagonal movement of the head up that we had learned in Rhyonon's second most common language indicated negation. I don't have any friends. I said, the people you worked with, the place. It's gone, Rat Korga. Everything you've ever known. Your work. All the things you didn't know that made what you did know what it was. Your world. It's gone. That big-boned, red-brown face watched me with a concern lacking all suspicion, with a vulnerability lacking all hostility. Their absences made me realize how used I was to ignoring them in the looks of others. My world, Rat repeated. My work wasn't much. All that's gone? Is that all? Once more Rat looked around the room, at a machine, at a window, at one of us, at a floor light. Now I'm not as frightened as I was. The various observation lights, set around the floor, threw up amber illumination to underhook a knee, to catch in the foreskin's wrinkled cuff, to shadow the curve of a vein along the scrotum and snarl in the hair above and around the genitals, to burnish the flesh below the navel's cave and light that cave's roof, to underlight a nipple and the roofs of smaller pits and dermal irregularities about the jaw, to illuminate beneath her brows. I watched and wondered where the hormonal tides and impedance gradients and saline shifts that constitute fear inscribed themselves on that lank body. As Korga watched us, ringed and unringed hands came together. Once, Marq, on a frozen outpost where spines of black rock were strung with vines of a substance we were not sure was really alive or simply crystalline, a small, white, furry, and many-legged creature, definitely alive and insistently friendly, became my companion. She was silent, curious, and affectionate, and I was alone. One day I found her pulling herself between the rocks. She had fallen. One of her legs had broken. I picked her up in my thin gloves and carried her back to the compound under the grainy sky. I called up 3 different GI programs on her alien anatomy, ethology, and convalescent patterns, which only confirmed what I knew and put off my doing it another minute. I took out a plastisplint from the meta-cabinet, bent it to shape, peeled it apart, grasped my little friend under one arm, and pulled straight her injured limb while ignoring the other's flailing. I secured the 2 pieces of the splint on either side of her limb. As the splint grew back around it to form a plastic sleeve cast, I set her down on the floor and picked up a tranquilizer bulb that, admittedly, I should have administered before I put on the splint. When I turned back to my friend, I was in time to see that she had secured all her working limbs behind the splint's collar. With one gesture, she slid the splint off her broken leg, and that gesture, I realized, was the signature neither of trust nor distrust, but rather of a completely alternate code for what was meat and unmeat. The splint, which she neither knew, understood, nor even questioned, was simply unmeat. And Rat Korga, in a gesture that brought back to me the grained sky, the chill rocks, and the ribbed and slanted compound walls on a world I hadn't thought about for 14 standard years, with bunched fingers, slid a ring off one finger. The face changed. The heavy features' disruption brought home my inability to read the expressions on either side of their quiet violence. But because I was human and Rat was human, I assumed the former had been some complacency, while the latter some distress. All the things I didn't know that made what I did know what it was, Korga repeated. When you said that to me before, I understood it. Now, I can remember the words, but not their meaning. Rat looked at the removed ring. I think that particular thin bronze circle bore around its inner face the bifurcation circuitry that allowed the stabilization of terms amidst reflexive descriptions. Rat looked at us.
You have taken away my world. On the great hand were still several more rings that controlled complex hierarchies of metaphorical organization. You have taken away. Then, in a gesture all of us later agreed communicated urgency, but within which we could find the telltale radicals neither of speed nor intensity by which urgency usually signals itself. His movement was slow, deliberate, and still urgent. Rat pushed the ring back on. "What have you given me?" Korga asked. "What have you taken away?" Looking around the room, Rat took 3 steps among the support loops, now resting her bare hand on one, with a touch that told how superfluous that support was. Yin turned, watching. This is not my world. On what world are we?" "It's not a world at all," Marta said. "It's a moon, of Chivon." Then she frowned because that pitted face remained unchanged. "Chivon's a world about 60 million kilometers from yours, that also circles Tyon Omega." "To be sure," I said, "what we call Tyon Omega, Rat calls simply the sun. And moon? Let's just say we're someplace very far away, Rat." Korga looked at that hand, at the metal bands and their settings, raised those fingers, and began to bite at a nail. While Korga chipped and bit, and red stones and green stones between the still wet knuckles glittered to the chipping, those eyes watched us. Biting, Rat spoke, and must have heard that the speech was unintelligible with the gnawing, so stopped biting and spoke again. "I had a world, but it is as true to say I never had a world. You have given me—" He paused to gnaw again, while agate or garnet obscured a word. "Possibility of a world." "What world will you give me?" The fingers bent above opals, went back to the teeth. Big, straight, more ivory than white. Still biting, still chipping, now at the thumb, now at the little finger, Rat came to the ramp at the stage's edge and started down, leaving dark footprints that dried in seconds on the spongy floor. Was that slow gait menacing? Did we read menace into it? Korga wandered, and in that room, less than 5 by 5 meters, that gait, broad-hipped and great-shouldered, as upward lights swung round the drying body, was itself to me what wandering was. Yin turned, watching. Marta turned, looking for buttons and pedals that, she must suddenly have realized, Rat was now too far from the emptied tanks for her to use. She turned back and watched. Did Rat read her intent? The hand dropped. "What world will I have? You know, whatever you have given me, it does not correct the radical—" Rat paused, tongue struggling with the syllables, missing as many as it caught. "Radical anxiety termination. It only compensates. This is not like before, on the desert. So you see, now you must give me a world. Or I may take 10, 30, or 100. And then what would you do with me?" Rat raised the bare hand now, to gnaw again, knuckles turning, veined ligaments taking shadow and losing it. Rat watched us above shifting joints, stopped beside another floor light. The ringed hand, fallen to the thigh now, was so still, one bloody facet flung its flare up to my eye, unmoving, for 5, 6, 7 breaths. I moved, and blood slid to green, to white, to orange. Now that their charge had been gone from them for more than a minute, the tubs and shields and meters behind him on the stage, which had washed and watched Korga, began to auto-degrade into their liquid states, flowing along the guiding troughs into the waiting flanges of their red and black hexagonal canisters. and Korga was walking again toward the high archway to another room with the teaching games and program courses and visualization screens and educative therapy pads and mobile environmental simulation units, which we'd hoped would teach some comfortable movement among the cultural patterns of any number of worlds Rat had never known. Yen stepped down nervously from the stage. Observation lights withdrew into the floor. Illumination cords looping about the ceiling began to adjust color and brightness. "Now what could Rat mean, give me a world?" Marta asked, from where she leaned against the free-form aluminum decorations set out from the wall. "Look," I said, "Rat's only had these language skills for—" I glanced at the colored time scale pulsing along the stage's edge. "About 3 minutes now. Don't expect any real accuracy for another 3 weeks." But we had all seen the glittering stones from among those which once had waited a tyrant's hand. Yin came down the ramp from the arch. I fell in, Marta followed. Hearing our boot heels click the plastiplex, Rat dropped hand from mouth, glanced back at us. Rat's own bare feet were silent. "What world will you give me?" Then turned back to squat, examining an inset floor heater beneath its plastic grill. We spent the next days, Marq, trying to find one in which Rat could, with help, fit. One that could fit Rat. We decided, Marq, finally, on yours. "My world?" I asked. "Death's home? Morgra?" I tried to corner the careening astonishment, and it was always just beyond me. "I mean the Thane Vialu? All the other 300 geosectors on Velm? And in exchange, we've decided to give you rats." "Rhyonon?" "Japril," I said, and what I felt was the sudden pervasive yet almost unrealizable anger you'd better be in touch with if you don't want to ruin 3 out of 4 diplomatic missions. 1. What do you think you mean by— "You've been an ID over a dozen years, Marq. Perhaps half that time you've spent on Velm, but the other half you've spent on any number of dozens of other worlds, so your world is a bit more complicated than Death's home, or even Velm. But you said—" "And as far as giving you Rhyonon, well, yes, there is a charred and smoking planet whirling about Tyon Omega in an orbit that was Rhyonon's. Perhaps in a decade or 3, when some of the acids have sifted out of that cayenne sky, when some meteorological stability has reasserted itself, the web may actually re-examine it, give it a new name, and consider, very carefully, another bout of planoforming, another influx of colonists. But as far as Rhyonon is concerned, the world of Rhyonon, the complex of information that was that world, well, as you have already heard, Rhyonon no longer exists." Japril stood up, stepped from her chair, and turned away from me. She joined her hands behind her back. "I said I was going to tell you about your relation to our survivor." She spoke to the window. "That is what you said." "The relation's very simple. Listening to someone speaking towards some place you're both facing has always been hard for me. But people have stranger customs than that with which to decorate what they consider important statements. Besides being the single survivor of Rhyonon, Korga happens to be your perfect erotic object. Out to about 7 decimal places. 2. "What?" Well, I frowned. Behind her back, Japril moved the fingers of one hand into a little bud of 4, with the thumb about an inch away. A sign, I suddenly remembered, on her world, for something highly amusing. "More to the point," she went on, voice perfectly deadpan. "Out to about 9 decimal places, you happen to be rats." Hadn't she once told me folks on her world frequently make that sign of amusement without even being conscious of it? Oh, a diplomat's life is not an easy one. As Japril turned back, I thought, what a strange thing to hear on an afternoon's library research session 10,000 light-years away from anywhere.
Maybe 700,000 Ks if you happen to think Bratcher is someplace. And I'm sure the odd 3/4 of a billion do. How do you know what? But stopped at the memory. Dozens of times in an ID's life, fairly complete synaptic maps are made of the brain. And such things as Japril spoke of can as easily be read from my maps as from Korga's, though admittedly mostly no one cares to. While I sat there, I actually recalled Japril, once when I'd told her I found males who bit their nails sexually exciting, asking me just what my ideal sexual type was. "Go look it up in your files," I had said most curtly. She had. "It occurs to me, Japril," I said, wondering why, on top of that anger, I felt so strangely disoriented, "that in one version or another, I've been hearing references to this Rat Korga over half a galaxy now. Sex is no longer the mystified subject it once was. What you are saying, in a word, is, Rat and myself are sexually attracted to men. Also, Rat and myself both fulfill a number of tricks and turns of physical build, bodily carriage, and behavioral deployment that would make making love with each other not only fun, but, well, rewarding. Now that's part of the simple truth. The truth is not simple. I am saying a great deal more, and you know it. Still," I put up a hand, which in this gestural language means halt, in that one, full speed ahead, and in still another, I have to go to the bathroom. "You brought up the idea. As flattering as the concept is, with the universe as large as it is, I can't believe I'm in a unique position. The most precursory run through the web's most accessible files of women directly or indirectly connected with us, the ones you happen to have the dope on, show that there are some 982 billion persons who fulfill the erotic preferences of Korga out beyond 3 decimals. Let's see, that's short, stocky, hairy, blonde, kinky-headed, and male, if we're to judge by me. I said we go to a number of decimal places. You're still talking in gross description parameters. Now there are about 17 billions in those same files who would find Korga sexually satisfying to 3 or more decimal places. Before you ask, let me tell you that represents a very small proportion of those whom we've actually got on record. And if we ran the same cross-check on the average woman or male, you, for example, we would usually expect to come up with about 200 billion takers delighted to get her. And only 17 billion for Korga? That's not your ordinary erota-star, then. Well, I've never seen one I'd cross the street for, when I'm somewhere where there are streets. So your synaptic mappings suggest. You understand, Japril, I spent some of my younger days on some very strange— Spare me, we all did, I suppose. Like you said, your reality isn't privileged either. What I want to know about, Japril, is the overlap. Between the persons Korga's attracted to and the persons attracted to Korga? Just in your most accessible files. You said perfect and talked decimals. She regarded me a moment, and I could read nothing in her face. About 12 million. Well, I said I wasn't unique. Tell me, have you informed all 12 million of us on the list that Prince Charming has just been rescued from a blasted world and that, dare anyone do the wake-up routine with a kiss, the chances Korga will melt with reciprocal passion have been computed out to here? The metaphor suggests a cultural reference I may have missed. Nevertheless, there were only 2 names out of the 12 million that I was acquainted with personally. What would we do without quick GI surveys? I said, not asked. I'd never actually met the other person, only heard the name. There certainly seemed no reason not to keep this in the family. Yes, I listened awfully hard, but that family definitely had a lowercase f. Then and there, you know, I got scared. It was a salty fear that brined the saliva at the back of my tongue, and below that, the disorientation, and below that, still, the anger. I took 3 deep breaths and asked, "Does Rat Korga know as much about me as I know about—" Well, I didn't see any reason not to. "Him?" Chaparral nodded, which means yes in one gestural language, no in another. She said, "Yes, he does." And I wondered whether the nod was confirmation or ironic comment. Can I think of 10 questions I should have asked? 1. Why does the web want me to know all this? 2. How am I supposed to— Oh, you fill them in. The one I came up with was, "Who is this other guy?" "Can't remember," Chaparral said. Or, "Off on some expedition to another galaxy. Won't be back this lifetime." Or something else maybe, but anyway, to that effect. I guess that's friendship. All right. Still the anger, still the fear, and the absence between them which must be where desire lies. You've told me that this Rat Korga actually exists. And you say you've told Korga I exist? What happens now? Oh, you'll walk down a street on a chance that you'll meet, and you'll meet, though after all this setup you'll know it won't be all that much by chance. The rhyme suggests a cultural illusion that I'm not familiar. What's important to you, to Rat, and to the web is that you will meet. And I think we've almost reached the end of our conference time. Chaparral sat down again in her bobbing chair. You now have the information we find necessary for you at this time. Would you like a recording of this interview to go over at your leisure? Oh, thanks, no. Full Voreen recordings are expensive. Besides, the particular Yenish folks with whom I'd been working recently are one of those cultures where everybody is always offering you everything just to be polite. And to be polite back, you'd better refuse, or end up garroted. Really, no, it's not necessary. Chaparral smiled. As you like. And I began rueful years of regretting my idiocy. Spiders, and especially Chaparral, offer very few things just out of politeness. And, as an ID, I am well schooled in what these are likely to be. Friendship frequently, sex infrequently, and hyperwave Voreen recordings, broadcast across light years at tremendous expense, never. What came to me then was something both daring and obvious. Obvious because, after all, the business of spiders is to know what is known. But when I said it, I was more aware of the daring. Chaparral, what about cultural fugue? Or was it the Zulv? She regarded me with one of her more mysterious expressions. Were I someone from her world, would that long face with its broad mouth and small eyes be totally clear to me? Some time ago you were informed that any GI inquiries after Rhyonon could lead to serious reappraisals of your security status. Well, for now, just consider that extended to cover the Zulv as well, at least as far as you're concerned. Oh, I said. Have I said? One thing I hate is anyone telling me what I can or cannot know. It's like that. In your case, for now, from now on. Her hand moved toward her pocket. For a moment I thought to pull out and wave her magic wand. But before she completed the gesture, she began to fade. I stood up with my most diplomatic smile, to find myself in a rectilinear garden of me's, up, down, left, right, and diagonal. It's even more unsettling in weak gravity than it is in full. I wandered along with, and through, and among 1,000 ambling selves, till at last I was walking on yellow pebbles. 3. What do you do with information like that? Somewhere in the known universe is the survivor of a world, possibly destroyed by inscrutable aliens, whom you've been given specific orders not to scrut. the information itself blotted out of the web, yet still trickling along from world to world, star to star. Oh yes, the two of you just happen to be made for each other. And he wears the rings of Vendramach Tyrannus. If you're as busy a person as an ID invariably is, well, you don't dwell on it for very long. Non-stop, I dwelt perhaps 6 hours. During the next 72, in which I got my tiles to Bratcher and my new job, 1, wrapped neatly up, my thoughts returned to it, perhaps 100, maybe 1,000 times. Dwelling? Well, don't we all live with some such idea anyway? Somewhere in the known universe is the perfect woman for me? Maybe now I tried to visualize him, for that's what he was now, a little harder than one usually does. You can come up with near perfect that way. But perfect? At 36 years standard, you know it can't be done, which I guess is what desire is all about.